In order to see what the next generation of shinobi, the Hidden Leaf, the host this time around, had to offer, the host village attracted a sizable crowd during the Chunin exams, a fanfare, and a plethora of clients from the highest nobles and lords, the average merchant, and everyday peddlers. However, the first match was viewed as a one-sided slaughter because, in contrast to the Demon Boy's title of this year's Dead Last, the village's dirty little secret, Naruto Uzumaki, was facing the Hyuga clan's prodigy, Neji Hyuga, who was the rookie of his year and arguably the strongest genin of the current generation. The odds were evidence that it was a one-sided battle that was on the verge of a massacre. The boy with sunshine hair stood in the middle of the arena opposite the pale-eyed Hyuga, his piercing solid blue eyes devoid of warmth. Recently, his normally orange-clad boy had grown a few feet, and his new sensei's clothes mirrored his own, with a dark trench coat worn over a fishnet shirt that concealed a tan sleeveless shirt. His tongue was playing a stick of dango as a tribute to his sensei and to complete the ensemble. The boy's temporary sensei was beaming broadly in the stands while people tried to question her about the boy's attire. Kurenai Yuhi, the Jonin leader of Team 8, was the first to raise an eyebrow before posing the question. So, Anko, care to explain? Anko smiled as she explained, shrugging and extending her arms across the seats on either side. Well, what can I say? The Gaki came to me after his sensei turned him away. Spent the whole month in the forest. Gaki absorbed everything I taught him and even improved upon some of them. With a smile on her face, she flipped her dango stick to her new favorite student, hoping that their relationship would last beyond this final month. Within the arena, after glancing between the two fighters, Genma Shiranui, the proctor, finally chopped down the raised hand, but Naruto remained motionless. He didn't brag or fall for Neji's fateful tirade, which was quite lengthy. Only one wasn't shocked when he blurted out because he was so agitated that even his mask of insanity, which he had put on in honor of his new sensei, was starting to fall apart. Oh, for the love of the log, go suck a dick and die slow pale eyes. His post-declaration smirk was an exact replica of another. Anko was grinning. However, Naruto wasn't finished yet. As he went on, kunai slipped into his palm from the trench coat. Then again. While Naruto finishes, he tosses the kunai slightly, and everyone watches as he slides his finger through the opening and casually spins it around like a windmill. With its lack of mass, you'd probably just choke. The utter silence that ensued was so deafening that it lasted for a full minute before being broken by one special Jonin's crass laughter. His opponent was as notoriously red as his cousin, and the laughter and snickering swept through the crowd like a dam breaking. In fact, Neji's growing rage caused his Byakugan to pulse, causing him to growl and become blinded as he charged forward. When the first battle finally broke out, the battle between the two genin was a blur of movement, highlighted by the dark trench coat flapping, which made it impossible for many to witness the epic defense. After calming down, Neji returned to his stance and launched another attack using thrusts, jabs, and palm strikes. However, Naruto persisted in appearing to bend and weave around each thrust and advance from the Hyuga. Neji realized that Naruto had not delivered a single blow in the final minute after a finger jab deflected and went wide, a palm strike was sidestepped, and the follow-up strike was sent wide once more. When he looked up at his opponent's face, Naruto appeared to be enjoying his mounting rage, which only made it worse. The Hyuga prodigy was unaware of how his anger was consuming him. But Naruto did, and it was hilarious how simple it was to irritate the fool. Being on this side of things was refreshing. After another brief exchange, Naruto managed to avoid a double palm strike, and the two found themselves back where they had been, staring at each other while Naruto twirled his dango stick and momentarily put his hands back in his pockets. This would not last, though, as Naruto smirked and gave his sensei and big sister figure a meaningful glance. Anko mumbled her thoughts out loud as the smirk was returned. Look like he's about to do it, huh? Kurenai, her closest friend and fellow Jonin, who was seated beside her, raised an eyebrow once more and peered at her with a scarlet gaze. Do what, exactly? Anko laughed and her smile went wild, pointing with her head once more to the arena. Just watch. She did, however, take a quick look at the Hyuga box before continuing. Should be really interesting. Back in the arena, Neji spoke with nothing but disdain and spat pure poison. Stand and fight, Uzumaki. Naruto simply let out a deep breath and muttered a soft sound as he leapt forward with all of his strength and fury. Fine. Despite their clash, nothing happened. As if someone had pressed the pause button and the world suddenly stopped. However, a very small number of people recognized the cause of this development and were astounded by what was on display. It was not surprising that Neji, who was prominently displayed, was the most shocked by this development and could only manage a low whisper. How? Those in the know thought this, but others who were just learning about the latest might have thought it was because Naruto's pupil-less blue eyes were flaring with chakra and disgust, and his veins on either side of his eyes had bulged, rippling with their sudden expanded use. Now holding his opponent's arms by the wrists, Naruto merely returned the offer. Does it matter? A sudden, light palm strike knocked Neji backwards, and as he staggered, his own Byakugan collided with the equally flaring, blue-tinted Byakugan, which glared back at him. However, the impending assault on him caught even him off guard. Naruto suddenly materialized in Neji's personal space in a burst of speed. Neji responded by slowing down to counter, but in the following instant, Naruto stood out at 8 points, a bastardized version of an 8-point Hyuga strike. Neji staggered back and repositioned himself, discovering that 8 of his tenketsu had all been hit precisely and were now closed. Before he knew it, Naruto had once more materialized in front of him, giving him instructions with a double palm strike. Pay attention. That blow knocked Neji sprawling, and it took him a while to stand up again, but the audience could now clearly see Naruto's new dojutsu. Naruto was not taken aback by the collective gasp. His sensei wasn't either, because although the Hyuga bloodline isn't completely unknown, it has never been mentioned outside of the clan. As Naruto watched Neji stand up, his trench coat billowing in the breeze, he appeared unfazed by the prodigy's deadliest Hyuga-grade glare. But Neji was enraged, almost murderous. As he spat out as much venom as he could, he made that known. How dare you stand before me with those stolen eyes? Though the blonde taunted, Naruto's infamous Hyuga smirk quickly vanished behind one of their infamous stoic masks, which only infuriated Neji more. I guess you do not trust these eyes of ours, Neji. Such a claim was not very significant to people outside the Hyuga clan, but the Hyuga box made a loud gasp. However, Hinata was publicly staring at these ongoing bombshells being dropped like a B-1B carpet bombing run. Neji responds haughtily, his arrogance radiating as he declares, adopting his first stance of the gentle fist. In that case, I shall show you what a true holder of the Byakugan can do. Only one of the Hyuga would fully comprehend the significance of Naruto's retort, which was directed at him. Then, let us see whose blood runs thicker. The already angry genin was further enraged by his tone and mannerisms, which mimicked those of his enemies. However, this was tempered when Naruto adopted a similar stance. Neji gave a fierce snarl in an instant. Copycat, you must be a Uchiha. I am no thief. My strength is my own. Naruto interrupted him in a cliched tone while maintaining his perfect composure. Neji lunged forward with glowing fingers, but his subsequent blows were expertly parried. 2, 4. Slapped out. A double jab. Naruto's swirling motion was similar to that of his new sensei. His snake-like form caused many to raise their eyebrows as he moved clear, dodged with agility, and struck in blind spots. It was now obvious that his sensei had updated more than just his vocabulary and attire. The Hyuga prodigy jumped back, unable to speak as he examined his opponent's lack of effort. He looked at himself and saw some damage, more than he had anticipated, but his pride would not permit him to lose. Neji boldly declared, slipping into a familiar stance. You were within my range of divination. Naruto matched him exactly, replying in kind, as you are within mine. Consequently, the Hyuga clan was further shocked. Neji hesitated for a moment as a result, but Naruto was able to add his own special touch. To the audience's further surprise, 9 shadow clones slowly surrounded the brown-haired teenager, each emerging in a puff of smoke without any hand signals. He had created them during their first battles while dancing around the Hyuga, who was too preoccupied to notice, and had them instantly change into innocuous pebbles amidst a sea of them. Only the Jonins had noticed this. At the time, many questioned why, but it is now clear that everything went according to plan. However, it was their collective declaration that caused Neji to panic. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Neji's body language coordinated his panic as they charged, but it stopped suddenly as he made a choice. The only choice in this case. Neji yelled, Kaden, revolving heaven. Naruto was thrown back by the unexpected attacking defense and skidded to a stop, making a small trench as he went with one hand gripping the ground in front of him. Dusting off his trench coat, he straightens up again and starts to glare at the spinning smokescreen that is quickly dissipating. Eventually, the twisted smoke dissipated, revealing Neji Hyuga's panting figure, barely able to stand. After giving his teeth a kiss, Naruto continued and made a remark. Kaden, last line of defense, right? However, as he gathers his strength and gets ready to fight, Neji mutters as he looks up straight at the teen who is approaching. How? Naruto quickly responded with a derisive snort. I am a ninja, why would I tell you that? Neji proudly declared, I am a true Hyuga, before spitting blood and lowering himself back into his stance, just as Naruto called forth 13 shadow clones. Neji went on, and allow me to show. No, Naruto interrupts this tirade once more, his stone face now looking ominously sinister as he is truly sick of it going on. The seriousness of the boy's act caused those in the stands who knew Anko to gape. The fact that her crush had the same eyes as hers was a nice bonus, but Hinata was on the edge of her seat as he trashed her cousin with a bastardized mix of Jukin and another style she didn't know. It flowed beautifully. When the sought-after Hyuga Keki Genki materialized inside a non-member, the cage box was even more shocked. As the battle continued, this resulted in slack jaws and widened eyes. The cage finally asked as a result of this. He has Hyuga blood, Hokage-sama. His appearance does not lead one to believe to such. Saratobi groaned inwardly at the paperwork, but he refrained from expressing how shocked he was. His surrogate grandson would undoubtedly put him through this ordeal. With such finality, Naruto says, this ends now. Genma was tempted to call the match immediately, but the blonde persisted. You say this fight was fated for your win, I say fuck your fate, I shall grab it, beat it down, and then reach for another. Then, as he roared out, Naruto dropped into his hibi stance, drawing many suspicious looks, whether you like it or not. The battle resumed as Naruto charged forward, flanked by shadow clones that immediately charged in at his side. Returning to a defensive stance, Neji counted the adversaries and tracked their approach before starting to block. He blasted one clone, forcing its dispel, kicked out at another that blocked, and then spiraled around another high kick in an instant. He calls out after managing another block that results in a sidestep and a step back. Rotation. His chakra shell grew quickly as he spun, only capturing one more this time. However, as he came to a halt, Neji heard Naruto yell and became alarmed upon realizing there was no more time. 8 trigrams, 16 palm. As Naruto called out to him, he was hit from all sides the moment he slowed to a halt. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palm, 16 palms. Neji fell like a log and never had a chance. 9 of the 10 Narutos disappeared with a loud poof, and the real Naruto strode toward the downed Hyuga, who was barely able to stand or move after the combined 160 palm strikes. As Naruto's slow, methodical steps approached, the sound of crunching gravel reverberated throughout the entire area. When Naruto arrived at Neji, he knelt down next to the fallen teenager, who turned to see that his eyes had returned to normal. When Naruto finally spoke, there was nothing in his voice that suggested he was lying, and everyone in the stadium was on the edge of their seats. You know, I spent countless hours training myself to the ground, coughing blood, cracking knuckles, and shattering bone. I didn't have anyone to show me any better until recently so. Anko hung her head at that, knowing that she had become such a significant figure in such a short period of time, which was, at best, heartbreaking. He trailed off, his words piercing the silence like daggers. But Naruto went on, when I discovered I held these eyes, I worked harder than ever to discover the secrets of just the 16 palms. It was grueling and not as easy as it looks. He gave a hollow laugh, then looked straight into Neji's eyes, his scowl deepening as he spoke. Unlike me, you are neither an outcast, nor a reject. The downed boy gave Neji a stern look when he flicked his nose lightly, but Naruto was able to get his attention and whisper. You're a genius, remember, act like one. Naruto straightens up and gives him a quick glance before giving him a single nod, as though he's accomplished his goal. After that, he turned around and left. He drooped his head and scowled as his hands dropped into the pockets of his new trench coat. When the next match was announced, not a single cheer was heard, even after Neji had been carried away. He undoubtedly upset most people, aside from his sensei, of course. Dangos adore her. Anko, a fellow trench coat wearer, bumped into Naruto as he was about to enter the box. You rock, Gaki. Naruto simply hugged back without saying anything, causing Anko to pause and modify the glomp to resemble a real, consoling embrace. Both were unaware of the matches that were taking place, with Anko silently encouraging and quieting Naruto's sobbing. It would stay between them. Better. Anko muttered to him after observing that he had stabilized once more and had stopped his trembling breath. Naruto gave a low-pitched nod in return. Thank you, Anko-ne. Even though it was muffled by her jacket, she was still able to hear it and gave a silent nod before they pulled away and resumed their fierce personas. When Naruto's name was called, the youngster turned to face his sensei. Looks like I'm up. He looked down and saw that Gaara no Sabaku was waiting for him. Anko said with a low laugh. Kick ass, take names, and... Naruto turns to face her and watches as her expression darkens while she whispers. Remember the plan. With a similar gloomy expression, Naruto nodded while side-eyeing his counterpart, the Sand Demon Container. Hi sensei. After Sasuke was disqualified for failing to show up, the crowd was inconsolable after multiple quick disqualifications, and now it was Gaara versus Naruto. Naruto stands in front of Gaara, announcing quickly as he appears in a whirl of wind and leaves. Okay Tanuki, let's rumble. Gaara growled menacingly and crazily declared back, matching the psychotic sand rat's foxy grin. Come Uzumaki. Excitingly, the sand is climbing and coiling around the redhead's frame with increasing intensity. But just as abruptly, flames that match the intensity of the sands flare up around Naruto's feet. These flames began as a serene, bright yellow, then turned to a drab orange, and finally to a dark scarlet red that was angular and ferocious. The audience watched on the edge of their seats as the two merely glared daggers at one another, their chakra natures seemingly clashing with utter hatred for one another. However, before the spectacular battle could be witnessed, Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake materialized in the arena as another swirl of leaves erupted. The flames and sand continued to crash into each other, and before either could say anything, they had to jump back. An Anbu grabbed Kakashi, Genma grabbed Sasuke, and the four swiftly reappeared in the stands before Special Jonin Genma spoke. You're late and thus disqualified. Both the teacher and the student were taken aback, but Genma didn't care because, like everyone else, he was staring in wonder and anticipation at the spiraling mass of glass and flames when he called out. Begin. Naruto and Gaara were both pushed back by a huge eruption and slid into the arena's opposing walls. They charged at each other once more, each using their element to guide them and pulling their fists just as quickly. Glass is hurled high into the atmosphere in yet another eruption. With nine tails swaying at his back and flames licking his body, the blonde is seen holding his hands in a cross-claw formation that is similar to that of a particular dog-like clan as everything calms down once more. The cubified Naruto growled, "Come, you filthy rat." With his form swirling and covered in sand, the Shukakufied Gaara let out a roar. Die, you dumb fox. Although many shinobi were growing uneasy at the conflict's intensification, the spectators found the demonstration of elemental manipulation and shaping as the two demon containers clashed to be amazing. Those who were fortunate enough to witness containers fight and survive were aware that things could quickly spiral out of control. Having complete faith in her student, little brother and baby brother's ability to keep this under control, Anko was quite casual about it. Furthermore, both of them were merely bragging at this point, and the majority of this was just bravado. She might also add that it is the most convincing. Before the taijutsu part of the fight begins, the two charge and clash their forearms, sending a huge blast of scorching wind out of contact as they both grin maniacally at each other. Although there were exchanges of kicks, punches, claw swipes, and tail strikes, it was evident that Naruto prevailed due to his numerical advantage as Gaara was kicked back. Gaara snarled as his tail swayed menacingly behind him, roaring, and he flipped and landed on his feet, sliding to a stop shortly after. This isn't over, you stupid fox. He drew in a deep breath. When Naruto saw this, he imitated it and took a deep breath as well, arching his tails over him to make a tiny opening in front of him. Gaara let out the first roar. Wind scream, unleashing a powerful, all-encompassing blast of gale force winds. With lightning speed, Naruto roared to the sky. Flames howl. A stream of pure red flames emerges through the tail's opening, then spreads out to cover the whole arena and rushes forward, seemingly furious, in the direction of the equally ferocious winds of the insane Tanuki. The village was rocked by the explosion. The crowd was on their feet, many mouths open in anticipation, and they were not aware of the stray attack that hit the cage box when the smoke roared thick, wide, and tall. As it started to clear, Naruto was seen standing over a kneeling Gaara who was also panting heavily, his sand strewn all over the place and turned to ashen glass. With his 9 tails of flames flowing majestically at his back and his posture of a composed superior standing in front of his subordinate with clawed hands around his neck but not touching, Naruto still had the whiffs of flames gliding across his tanned skin. Gaara broke the silence, but none of them knew what to do. "I surrender." As a straightforward, silent exchange took place, the arena burst into cheers, but neither fighter gave a shit. Then, with Gaara's sand exploding like a geyser, both simply disappeared in a formless shunshin and reappeared behind the two cages, silently back to back. The fake cage was pushed out of the cage booth and landed hard in the arena, his disguise ripped apart as he was caught off guard by the unexpected attack. Shortly after, there was another explosion, and 3.5 figures also struck hard close to the snake Sannin that had just been exposed. Just in front of the sound group, a bloody mass that had once been one of the sound four was hurled out and splattered against the arena floor, looking like a twin of one of the escaped. The sight of the traitor back in the village left the entire stadium in a state of shock and incredulity. But the next instant, two elemental twisters materialized, and Gaara emerged from the swirl of sand, while Naruto emerged from the swirl of scarlet flames and stood next to his brother. Gaara was the first to speak, growling something ferocious out of pure hatred. "Orochimaru, for your crime of killing and impersonating the cage." With bloodlust leaking from his body, Naruto took over with ease and snarled fiercely as well. "And your crimes against the hidden leaf." Both say, speaking in unison now, "By our rights as shinobi of Sand Leaf, we hereby sentence you to death." In fact, Orochimaru took offense at these outsiders attempting to overshadow him. The Kyuubi brat was one thing, his profile praised his bold demeanor and his constant boasting about unimportant things. Gaara, on the other hand, was merely a mindless berserker who would kill without thinking if you threw him at your adversary. It was absurd and blatantly offensive that they opposed him. With a low laugh, Orochimaru licked his lips in his eerie, deranged way. Coo. Oh, how novel. You actually think. Just as he stopped, a blue, three-layered barrier erupted from various locations around the stands, enclosing the entire fighting area, separating the demon containers, his sound four, and himself from the throng outside. The equally disguised joint leaf sand forces appeared just as abruptly, causing the disguised sound forces to snarl because their leader was now trapped and had no way out. Some of the grunts also acted out, allowing the invasion force to be torn apart. But in the arena, things were very different. Orochimaru felt uneasy facing both containers of the 9-in-1 tails, especially after their brief demonstration earlier, since it was evident that both had a significant degree of control over their bijus and strength. Something new that his spies had not told him about. Naruto chose to start things off by snarling out because he was sick of looking down on these idiots. "Let's get this started, Snake Team." Both took on the feral characteristics of their relative biju as biju chakra erupted from them. Dark orange from Naruto, with 9 swaying tails of flames erupting at his back, and dark yellow from Gaara, with his own tail swaying behind him. The 6-armed man's arrows were immediately deflected by Gaara's sand. The two then blur forward in unison before suddenly splitting into a pincer attack as they take deep breaths and reach the apex of their flanks, Gaara intoned. "Infinite dust storm." As opposed to him, Naruto muttered to himself. "Great flame howl." The Oto elite is caught between the two as they exhale their individual strategies. The village was once more shocked by the chakra usage when the two breath attacks collided, but this was only a smoke screen because the opening shots had already been played. Using his finger claws, Naruto swiftly and elegantly flips over Jirobo's charging bulk, slicing open his shoulder blades in the process, landing and quickly dodging the spider guy's arrows once more. Naruto kept scuttling back and forth as he got closer. However, Naruto suddenly snapped to the side and pounced on the redhead, knocking her down just as he was within range. He then grabbed her and slammed her face into the dirt. Concurrently with Gaara, shortly after the initial assault. Gaara's vision briefly swam when she heard a whistling, but just as the final twin emerged with a rising fist, Shukaku's flare cleared the genjutsu. To the surprise of his assailant, the fist was easily caught. Gaara had to jump back from an ethereal monster's club that slammed down against his previous position as sand rushed over the connection and slowly engulfed the Oto shinobi. He glances around and sees the redhead, who appears to be controlling these monsters with a flute tune. Naruto tackles her just as he is ready to deal with her. The puppets disappear as she is instantly rendered unconscious. He smirks and snaps his fingers, causing the trapped shinobi to explode in blood as a wave of sand rushes in the direction of the 6-armed one. Indeed, the next to die was him. That was interrupted when Gaara was drop-kicked after being thrown into the center of the arena by a blow from behind. But before he could complete the kick, Orochimaru was tackled by an orange blur that zipped by. With the now protected sand rat at his back, Orochimaru snarled at the Kyuubi brat in front of him, covered in scarlet flames in the shape of a nine-tailed fox. As the snake Sannin laughed, the child's face broke into a genuinely sadistic foxy smile, excited by the main show that was about to start. "Kuku-ku, Naruto-kun. I must admit, I am impressed with your performance." The fox host growled at him for this, but Orochimaru went on. "But, do you really think you can stand up against me? An S-rank shinobi?" For a brief moment, Naruto's growling escalated into full-fledged snarling before abruptly ceasing. Then one of his tails shot backward as he perked up. The smell of burning flesh quickly followed the storytelling sound of flesh being punctured. The tails pushed their opponent away without even looking back at the idiot who attempted to ambush him. There was a loud thud because Jirobo had been flung off those tails and into the arena wall, dead. Orochimaru scowled. Even though this was not going to go as planned, Naruto simply dropped to his knees, encouraged by his Biju, since this was much more entertaining than he had ever imagined. Indeed, it never gets old to use your strength to crush people, but it does get old to watch a kick tear apart older, more experienced people. This was undoubtedly a novel approach to the old fox's slaughter given form. As he watched his host invent new ways to spill blood, the Tanuki was also having a great time. His mind had not considered that click and turn away. Maybe the fox was correct. It will be fun to watch their hosts rule and play with their prayers. The best part is that he doesn't have to do anything. Simply observe from a distance. Orochimaru knew he would have to take this somewhat seriously, so he smiled as Gaara appeared next to Naruto in animalistic forms, their tails swaying dangerously. His trump cards to defeat his sensei will be far more appropriate for these two upstarts, but there isn't enough room to call Manda. Orochimaru bites both thumbs and performs the hand signals, but Naruto and Gaara are too dim to stop him from finishing his task and disappearing in twin blurs. The snake summoner would have been split in two as he curled around the two teenagers if it weren't for his own skill and decades of experience, but he overlooked their tails. Apart from their Jinchuriki, who develop a resistance to their tenant's chakra as they mature alongside them, the Biju chakra is acidic to everyone else. That is, under typical conditions. Gaara had Shukaku inserted before he was even born, and he has been a Jinchuriki his entire life. Naturally, only the beast himself is more compatible with the one tail than he is. Because he shared a space with both his mother and the Kyuubi, Naruto is also an exception. Like Gaara, he was exposed to and adapted to the corrosive effects of the 9 tails he now possesses from the moment of his conception. Why is this important? Well, Naruto and Gaara have both executed a move that no one had previously even thought of. You might wonder why. Easy. Normal Jinchuriki are only used as weapons of last resort, and none have ever had two separate Jinchuriki working together, even though they are from different villages. Now, both boys are aware that it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to kill this Sannin because he has decades of experience over them both combined, but the same is true for him. When was the last time Orochimaru faced a well-organized Jinchuriki squad? Thus, the man's attention was solely on the boys when he evaded the double joint charge. The entwined and linked tails that followed them were entirely lost on him. He was therefore unprepared for the two types of invading Biju chakras when it cut through him. His agonized roar diverted his attention from his grand scheme long enough for the two boys to slide to a halt and start preparing their beast's final assault. The bomb from Biju. Neither can fully utilize the move's power, but that would be overkill given how eager their respective tenants were to see what their hosts could accomplish. The rogue shinobi's pain was briefly relieved by the ultra-dense chakra's feel, which allowed him to perceive the threat to his person. In this case, Orochimaru's spit-out only permitted a partial recovery, so he was still dealing with the corruption caused by the two Biju infusing their chakra. Right now, he had no idea how to deal with this, and it was obvious that these children weren't playing around. Orochimaru slammed both hands down, calling, going through hand signs at a pace appropriate to his rank. Summoning. Double Rashomon. The double Biju bomb strike instantly destroyed the two demon gates that had risen. The attack's shockwave was sufficient to shatter the barrier that had been put up around the stands, and the ensuing chakra eruption completely destroyed it, sending the fighting shinobi flying back into the arena and sending many more flying out of the structure. Since the explosion had shook the entire land of fire, this chaos actually ended the battle as a whole. The stadium was shown to be partially blown out and singed across the upper edges as the flash finally subsided. The stone and gravel had turned to ash and blackened, and the arena had at least been deepened 3 levels with a new crater. A single, massive glass orb at the epicenter abruptly broke apart, leaving the 2 Jinchuriki standing there, both of them scowling at the newly created hole in the ground. Naruto whispered, "Next time, team." Gaara also complained, unsatisfied, since his desire for vengeance has not yet been satiated. However, since his brother-in-arms has been correct so far, his only option is to step aside for the time being. Hunting that snake and completely crushing him will be fun for them. The idea of hunting such a snake seemed to excite even Shukaku. It ought to be magnificent. The 2 containers exchange glances, smirk dangerously, and give each other a fist bump. There's a hint of something that only they know. Shinobi from all 3 camps saw the first of many, and an unspoken message they shared as the start of something new. Council room, Hidden Leaf. Anbu summoned Naruto the next day. Naturally, he wasn't alone because he had stayed with Anko Mitarashi, his new sister figure, and they were both walking through the tower in their matching trench coats. They both appeared bored all the time. When they arrived at the council chamber, they saw Kakashi Hatake, Naruto's official sensei and team leader, idly leaning against the wall with a book in hand. Neither Naruto nor Anko looked at him, but Kakashi spoke before they went inside. "Yo, Naruto, got a sec?" Once more, neither of them acknowledged him as the door opened and they entered, with Kakashi letting out a sigh before following them inside. Even though he didn't seem to be in his blonde student's good graces right now, that can be handled later and at a more suitable time. This was his duty. As a result, his book was put away, and he now appears before the joint councils alongside his charges. Since Anko was the first to genuinely care about him as a person and his development as a better shinobi without treating him unfairly because of his burden, Naruto had taken his lessons from her very seriously. By revealing her own mask to him, she was able to see through his. Most would describe their bonding during her training as torture, but Naruto took it very seriously and refused to give up. Anko had a similar mentality shift. She was so proud of her little Gaki, but even she would acknowledge, at least to herself and him, that she had not anticipated becoming this close to her younger brother in just 1 month. However, it seemed as though they had been together forever. Despite their mutual knowledge to the contrary, it seemed as though they had always been a family. But now, in front of the shinobi, civilian, and elder councils, their relationship is going to be put to the test. Hiruzen Saratobi, their Hokage, opened the meeting. This meeting is now in session. Why has it been called? The first to stand was Mabuki Haruno, who made a firm statement. Is it not obvious, Lord Hokage? That boy almost released the 9 tails yesterday. He also stole those eyes he currently holds within his head. He must be dealt with immediately before he kills us all. Following that scream, Anko, who was complaining about foolish blondes who were fortunate, put 2 dango sticks in Naruto's outstretched hand. Many arched an eyebrow, but Hiruzen suspected it as he smiled and asked for the entire room. "Oh, care to explain that?" Anko muttered back as Naruto simply grinned while munching on his delicious free dango. "We bet on who would be the first to condemn him for his use of his tenant's power. He bet Haruno, I bet Himura. I lost." Mabuki appeared insulted and incredulous at that. The elder in question, however, remained stoic as he silently swallowed, but the Hokage and the 3 people in the middle of the room noticed it and knew he was going to make a stink as well. He was simply beaten to it by Haruno. Himura firmly said. He shifted his glasses when he saw Naruto and Anko laughing, but he got the side-eye from his old teammate and sitting cage as he cleared his throat. They are valid, legitimate concerns. Sume snorted, surprisingly, leaning back with her arms crossed and grinning as she made the remark. Yeah, my ass. Those 2 pups fought against an S-rank missing ninja and forced him back. If either lacked control, we'd all be in a mess right now. As for those eyes of his, Hiyashi had been stoic the entire time, so she gave him a thumbs up, allowing Sume to finish. No doubt they would have said something by now. So shut ya traps and leave us shinobi to do our damn jobs. Huffing at the end, but receiving a lot of thanks and nods of agreement. Nevertheless, Kaharu stood and declared, unfazed by the clan head's arrogance. You boy are a loose cannon. You should be locked up and sealed until we can verify that you're. Naruto beat Kakashi to the punch just as he was about to intervene. Listen lady, last time I checked, I am a registered shinobi. I do not, will not, take anything you say to heart. As a shinobi, I am under the Hokage. Not you advisors. Many were taken aback by the boldness on display, but it appeared that Naruto was now fanning the flames that Sume had started. It was the most proud Anko had ever been. Sume chuckled lowly, enjoying this little puppy's antics, while the clan heads all nodded in agreement with the accurate, if somewhat crude, statement of the shinobi in front of them. It was a welcome change. Danzo addressed Hiruzen and said before the elderly woman could say anything more. This is what I have been saying, Hiruzen. He is brash, reckless, and undisciplined. If I take the boy, I can train him. The One-Tails had cowered from the amount of murderous intent that was slammed into the old man. Danzo was doing everything he could to avoid fainting or having a heart attack. Hiruzen was choking hard, and the clan heads were having a hard time breathing. Kakashi was on his hands and knees, on the edge of fainting, trying to concentrate on breathing. All of the civilians had soaked themselves, shattered their pants, and then fainted. The only person who remained unaffected was Anko, who stood next to Naruto Uzumaki, the epicenter of it all, who spoke calmly and seemed to be making no effort to bring them to their knees. You, old fool, do not get a voice in this discussion. If we find any of those blank masks following me again, we will not be pleased. Am I clear? Danzo was barely able to move at this level of intent, trying not to falter or display weakness, but the face of a snarling Nine-Tails could be seen at his back as he looked at the boy in front of him. He swallowed and gave the smallest nod, and the next instant the intent was gone and Naruto smiled cordially. Thanks, old mummy guy. With a low laugh, Anko ruffled her Gaki's golden blonde hair while observing the others attempt to gather themselves and make an offer. Man, you really do not kid around. Hiruzen was still stunned by what he had heard and felt, but Naruto shrugged fluidly, not needing to respond. However, One-Toed Sannin was shouting as he leapt back to his feet after falling from his secret location in the shadows. What the hell were you thinking, brat? Are you trying to kill us? After giving the unexpected man a blank stare, Naruto shrugs and turns back to face the Hokage, who appeared amused by the subtle rejection. Observing the dismissal as well, Jiraiya snarled and yelled, "Don't ignore me, brat." Naruto asks blandly, letting the blonde turn back to face the Toad Sage as Kakashi felt his own bones sigh in response. Did you say something? Kakashi felt a surge of pride at the use of his famous response, and Anko turned away, barely suppressing her laughter. Even the Hokage lowered his hat to conceal his smirk, while the other clan leaders were suppressing their own laughter. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and then she growled and shook her fist at the brat. Oi, do you know who I am, brat? I am the... Kakashi was proud of the casualness with which Naruto interrupted. Jiraiya, the Toad Hermit of the Densatsu no Sannin. Elite Jonin of the Leaf. Spymaster. Teammate of Tsunade Senju, and the traitor Orochimaru, who I forced to flee yesterday I might add, and all-around general pervert king for the elemental nations. Everyone was taken aback by that, even Jiraiya, who regained his confidence just as he was about to correct him, but Naruto chose not to listen. Not to mention, writer of those erotic novels that Sensei, Jonin leader, and Hokage are obsessed with. Yet, seeing as the civilians are still out cold, I can also reveal the other things. Assuming that none speak of them beyond these walls. Everyone was taken aback by everything and took a few moments to gather themselves before turning to face their Hokage, whose eyes were as keen as Kiri's Kiba blades. Calmly, Hiruzen spoke. None will. What do you want to? Naruto gave the white-haired man a quick glance before turning to face the Hokage and making a statement. I am fully aware of who I am, Lord Hokage, what I am, and what I represent. I am not happy with you, this village, nor those who knew the truth and stood back and did nothing. That made Hiruzen, Kakashi, Hiashi, Jiraiya, Hamura, and Kaharu all widen their eyes. At that, the others simply arched their brows, but Naruto turned to face Jiraiya, who was speaking in a cold tone. Yes, that includes you, oh dear godfather. Jiraiya swallowed hard as he tried to think of the right words to say to the child, and he paled at that realization. Yes, even though he hadn't seen him in 13 years, he still had work to do and was keeping him safe from outside threats. The internal ones were Sensei's responsibility. Once more, Naruto turned to face Hiruzen, who became incredibly bored as the boy went on. I do not know why things were revealed the way they were, nor do I care to yap and whine about it. What's done is done, no point crying about rotten milk and stuff. I made a promise to protect the village and that is what I will do. Hiruzen nodded silently, unable to express how sorry he was for not doing more to assist the boy of his late successor. Rather, he turned to face his student, who was staring back, and nodded once more. After giving a nod, Jiraiya turned to face Naruto and hesitantly asked. Naruto. Jiraiya went on as Naruto, Anko, and Kakashi turned to face the senior Jonin. I want to take you as a student. Teach you the... The man paused at Naruto's flat reply, no. Still, Naruto went on. I already have a great sensei who actually listens and instructs me. She's a little forceful, and sometimes I do fear for my sanity, but she is truly looking out for me in her own way. You, like many others, are likely trying to mold me into a clone of the glory days and only see me as a means to an end. He shrugs after that, but he didn't notice Anko's flushed cheeks as she smirked at her Gaki's statement or Kakashi's dejected sigh as he realized the blonde ball of energy had completely ridden him off. Jiraiya was quick to correct the misunderstanding. No, that isn't it, I swear. I made a promise to train you, you see. With a flat remark, Naruto interrupted the man once more. You also promised to look out for me, and be there as a stand-in if anything were to happen. Something did happen, yet, you did not fulfill your promise. What is one more reneged promise among a field of failed ones? Jiraiya appeared wounded by those remarks, now compelled to think back on all those failures, all the promises that had fallen short, and the mountain of regrets he harbored for each. Nevertheless, he continued to speak in a low, barely audible voice. But, you're the child of prophecy. Meant to be trained by me to bring peace to the world. Both Anko and Inoichi, who had also discovered Naruto's new perspective, grimaced. That was literally the worst thing I could say at the moment. Naruto snarled, his eyes instantly turning red as Kyuubi chakra filtered into the air, making it as dense as snow. However, before he completely lost it, he tried to control his anger and rage by taking deep, calming breaths. This was not the time for battle, so Naruto gave him a glare to stop the Kyuubi from making him lose it. Naruto sat down once more, opened his eyes slowly, and fixed them on the Hokage while speaking in a clear, clipped voice. Is that all, Lord Hokage? It was obvious to everyone that he was not really calm, even though he spoke calmly and made an effort to speak in a level voice. This was demonstrated by the floor tiles that cracked under the pressure of the chakra. However, no one noticed how Anko, who had remained unaffected by all the outbursts, simply lowered her arm over his far shoulder and drew him closer to her side. This caused him to become more at ease, which in turn caused the chakra pressure to drop. Everyone in the room seemed to think that Anko had some sort of control over the boy. With a tight breath, Hiruzen bowed his head and said, "It is, Naruto. I am sorry." Instead of attempting to demonstrate that he had heard, Naruto spun around on the balls of his feet, pulling Anko along with him, and the two departed. Before everyone sighed in sorrow, the door closed, and Kakashi spoke up while turning to face Hiashi. Hiashi-san, how does my student have a Byakugan? He is not a Hyuga. Many people are wondering the same thing as they gaze at the stoic head. Jiraiya asked, perplexed. Wait, what? That is not possible. Neither of his parents were. Over the Toad Hermit, Hiashi spoke in a cool, clear voice. That is a clan secret. I will not disclose anything. However, Hiruzen inquired, so, you knew he had it? As previously mentioned, Hiashi remained silent and stoically detached. Ichiraku ramen and hidden leaf. While Anko chewed quietly on her typical sweet treat, she watched Naruto gobble up his fourth bowl. She noticed the anxious look on Ayame's face, gave her a sly smile, nodded, and left. We're taking care of Naruto-kun. But after dropping his sixth bowl, Naruto let out a deep sigh, looked at his newest treasure, and spoke quietly. I lost my cool, Anko-ne. I'm sorry. Before answering, Anko simply shrugged and spun around on the stool. It's fine, Squirt. They did deserve it and a bit more if you ask me. Just as a newcomer lands on the other side of Naruto and Anko, the former responds, and Naruto laughs at that. Yo, sand rat. With a small smirk, Gaara nodded and said, stupid fox. After giving each other another fist bump, Ayame brought over 2 bowls of miso ramen, which the two boys attacked as if they were blood rivals. Before the newcomers, escort, Tamari no Sabaku, arrived, Anko watched with amusement and said, oh, fangirl. Fancy meeting you here. As she observed her brother and the Leaf's container interacting as if they were regular boys, Tamari appeared irritated by the jab at her weapon but did not allow it to stop her. In the sand, Gaara had never behaved in such a manner. He was twitchy, like an addict going through withdrawal, and all bloody murder. But here he was, and Tamari would never have suspected anything was amiss with her little brother if she had not known any better. As though they had been best friends for ages, he was speaking calmly to the blonde, who was answering him in kind. Tamari turned to face the Jonin proctor of the second exam and noticed that, as Anko said, this time the smile was sincere. Things are going to get better for them both. Trust them, huh? As she sat next to Anko, ordering a few dango herself and keeping an eye on her brother and his new, first friend, Tamari found herself nodding without having to say anything. An Anbu appeared in front of the foursome as they were departing and made a firm statement. Naruto Uzumaki, Lord Hokage wants you to report to his office immediately. The man sighed out and walked away after Naruto simply complained and nodded. Let's go see what the old man wants. Tamari says, but Anko nodded. Then, we'll head back too. Gaara interrupted, saying, we'll come too. Gaara tapped his fist against Naruto's, who nodded and grinned. Tamari wasn't sure about this since it was a meeting with the cage of another village. This kind of thing can't just be crashed, can it? Anko simply offered and shrugged. Fine by us, no doubt, you can provide some context so it's all good. Tamari lets out a deep sigh and follows them, wondering why she seems to be the only one with common sense enough to observe appropriate decorum. Office of the Hokage, Hidden Leaf. There was a muffled knock on the door. Enter. The occupants of the office raised an eyebrow when the foursome entered because they had only asked for Naruto and were not prepared for the entire group. Since Anko is a Leaf Jonin and appears to have grown to be his confidant and source of emotional support, he could be excused. The Sand siblings, however, weren't either. At least as far as they know. They stop in the middle of the room and Hiruzen asks first. Ah, Naruto, I believe I only asked for you to come. Naruto gave a firm nod before responding. You did, however, your Anbu said that you wanted to speak to me. Nothing about your elder council, my team leader, the other Sannin nor the clan heads either, so I believe we can both overlook that. The children were shrewd and not above retaliation, and Shikaku grinned at that. Soon was smiling at the fiery demeanor. He was ready to attack like a wolf. Hiyashi maintained his composure and silence, but if you looked closely, you could see that he was grinning slightly. The elders were about to voice their displeasure at this blatant display of disrespect, but a glance at his narrow, blue eyes, which were obviously bleeding red, was sufficient warning. Even more so when they saw how the late Casecage's son's teal eyes changed from teal to a dark, sandy yellow, challenging them to speak. Hiruzen gave the boy, whom he thought of as his grandson, a long look before nodding. Fine then, the reason I have called you here is twofold. Hiruzen went on to say that Naruto didn't respond. First of all, during the invasion, you and your friend unleashed a lot of Biju chakra. We wish to inspect your seals for damage in case they are loosening. Tamari looked utterly disbelieving at her brother as Naruto and Gaara snorted together, raising many eyebrows. She has never once heard or seen Gaara snort. Where in the world did he get all of this knowledge, and who was this new version of himself? Calmly, Naruto folded his arms and said, our seals are in perfect working order. He went on, raising his hand to stop the elder councils and the toad sages' preloaded tirades. They have been modified, yes. Mine allows me greater access and control over my tenants and my own chakra with little interference. Gaara's has been brought up to spec as it was rather faulty and had a few bad elements within that was causing duress for both parties. Jiraiya said as she stepped forward, her expression as solemn as possible. Who modified them? The Casecage's son aside, Naruto, you're 8. Once more, Naruto cut the man off with a wave of his left hand. None of your concern, Toad Sage. As far as my Biju, Gaara, and his, are concerned, is that our seals are holding firmly, and our chakra has never been more potent. Now, uncertain about this, Hiruzen spoke. You are playing a dangerous game, Naruto. How do we not know you are not being controlled by the Kyuubi? Naruto calmly replied with a shrug. If any of you believed that, then you would have joined those fox hunts the elders ordered when I couldn't defend myself. 2 of the 3 elderly coots gasped at the charge and wanted to scream at the boy, but Naruto persisted. Secondly, if I was, do you think we would be having a casual, civil discussion and not an overwhelmingly accurate reenacting of his previous attempt to destroy this place? At its best, logic made sense. They were foolish to think that at worst. Gaara added without being asked. Our partners are more interested now in seeing what we do with their strength. Mine said, and I quote, sure it is fun to destroy an army or two, maybe a village, but seeing you fight for your life is far more enjoyable. End quote. That was somewhat of an epiphany. The beasts with tails were treating their hosts as if they were in a motion picture. Danzo raised his voice with a thought. In that case. This time, Naruto says, both Gaara and Naruto reacted in the same way and simultaneously, their eyes changing into bijus as they spoke icily. I believe you were warned. Gaara says, we were told you were warned. Many people gulped at the threat, and their words were, at best, nerve-wracking and, at worst, spine-shivering. It was genuine and unadulterated. Danzo was also aware of this and said nothing. The animals don't seem to be cooperating. He can subdue them in other ways. Hiruzen cleared his throat, not seeing this going very far. If the beasts are fighting for their hosts, it will be hard to subdue them, especially when they are all together like this. Naruto appears to be the tip of the spear, and Gaara is a formidable defensive force. He witnessed his rogue student fleeing from this formidable duo. He finally says something. Naruto, we need some reassurance about your loyalty. At that, Naruto, Anko, Gaara, and Temari all raised an eyebrow. To ensure he didn't mishear, the addressee asked slowly. My loyalty, is there something that brings it into doubt? In the ensuing silence, the elders appeared uneasy, and Hiruzen remained silent despite being aware of what Naruto was implying. Leaning against the back wall, Kakashi concentrated on his smut but noticed the increasing discomfort and glanced up at them all. Fortunately, Jiraiya intervened by moving forward and making a firm statement. Why do you refuse being my apprentice? Accepting it will clear any doubts and... Naruto gave the Toad Hermit a blustery, disrespectful side-eye and said, I told you already. I do not wish to be associated with someone who breaks their promises so frequently. Hiruzen attempted to counterargue. Naruto, he is our spymaster. He couldn't take you with him nor could he stay here. Leaving you behind was the only thing he could do. Both Inoichi and Anko could see that Naruto was becoming increasingly agitated as he turned to face the elderly man, his mistrust visible to everyone. Fortunately, when Anko put a hand on his shoulder, his composure returned and he was able to express his ideas. Naruto's voice is tight. Fine, you want me to be a student. Put me under Anko-sensei directly. Kakashi and Jiraiya both yelled at the blonde. That isn't what we were offering. Kakashi said, you are still on my team 7. Naruto kept his eyes on the Hokage, who turned to face him, and pretended not to hear either of them. With a sigh, Hiruzen informed the room and shook his head. I can't do that, Naruto. She is not a full Jonin, nor is she able. Inoichi intervened just as Naruto was about to do so. Lord Hokage, the head of the Yamanaka clan, who is positioned at the desk directly across from the Toad Sage, Inoichi, speaks once more, attracting everyone's attention. I recommend that Naruto is placed with us in T&I for a little bit, directly under Anko. There, we can run him through our vigorous physical and mental evaluations while also assisting the village as a whole. The benefits of this were apparent to many. It would strengthen any gaps in the Cantainer's mental defenses and enable them to keep a closer eye on him. Locking him up is a fairly easy task if he misbehaves. Hiruzen thought about it. He did not want Naruto's future shinobi career to involve torture or interrogation. Despite the cloudy skies of the past month, he was too bright and sunny for those dark depths. Inoichi does, however, raise some valid concerns regarding his mental state and potential aftereffects of his difficult childhood. He will undoubtedly calm some of his grandson's resentment toward the village. Jiraiya, on the other hand, appeared utterly disbelieving. His godson will never become a mere interrogator. He will follow in the footsteps of his late father and himself as a frontline fighter, destroying both armies and villages while maintaining a cool appearance. He then let out a furious roar. He is not going to be a simple interrogation expert. I will train him into an S-rank powerhouse that none can. Hiruzen yelled, enough, Jiraiya. The Hokage emitted a cautious breath, and the man fell silent, still red-faced. This is really concerning. However, Hiruzen says he feels compelled to inquire as he looks directly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, why do you want Anko to train you? Naruto answered quickly and plainly. I trust her. At that, many blinked. Not even Kakashi, who was perplexed. Didn't you trust him? Since he has been his Jonin sensei for 8 months, they must have developed a trustworthy relationship by now. Sensing that the others were confused, Naruto went on. She didn't approach me with any hidden intent or ulterior motives. Was honest with me from the get-go. Gave me meaningful advice and did not pull her punches or dismiss me without telling me why exactly. For the last month, she has drilled me in everything from poisons and medical techniques that can be used to kill, to botany and taijutsu. As he went on, no one missed his side eye to the Yamanaka head. Though, I doubt I'd be a match for you, Inoichi-san. I think I'd give your daughter's arrangement skills a run for her money. Observing the reddened cheeks of his subordinate, who must have taken his advice seriously, Inoichi grinned and laughed lightly. Perhaps I could give you a few pointers myself, make a day or even training of it. As he listened to him, Naruto nodded firmly and smiled softly, but it quickly disappeared when he turned back to face the Hokage, who was just as shocked as the majority of the room at his choice of pastimes. As such, I have learned more under Anko in the last month and a bit than I did under Hitaki the previous 7. I now have a taijutsu style. My chakra control is now at Chunin level. It was academy level before. I also now have a small number of ninjutsu under my belt. Many looked at Kakashi, who became anxious as he enumerated the items. In the time since he had Naruto, he must have taught him something. Correct. Naruto went on. I now have direction in my career as a shinobi. But most importantly, I made real, genuine friends and not the fake part-time ones my team and classmates were. That raised a lot of eyebrows, but Gaara's fist and Anko's ruffled hair provided a pretty good response. Especially when they were bumped by the 2 containers. Naruto says with pride, turning back to face the cage with a smug grin. That is why I want to be Anko-sensei student. In a month I reached this milestone. Hitaki did not teach me anything beyond teamwork, and I do not know nor trust Jiraiya. He is my godfather that I only had just met earlier today. I am not sorry, but I do not want anything to do with him. Hiruzen inhaled deeply. This was distressing because Naruto was presenting a mature and well-founded argument, and rejecting it would probably drive the boy farther away. This was a sound, well-considered, and rational argument rather than the same immature behavior he displayed prior to the tests. After giving it some thought, Hiruzen finally answered. I will take your words under advisement for now. If you make Chunin, then perhaps you may then apply for the position with Inoichi. With her hand still resting on his shoulder, Anko sensed Naruto's tension and undoubtedly his anger at these remarks. Regardless of the alleged invasion, Naruto was the only one who deserved to be promoted. Even though she was furious, Anko maintained her composure and self-assurance, just as she had taught him. Hiruzen went on. However, in the meantime, you will return to Team 7 under your Jonin-sensei Kakashi. Am I understood? Like any other trained Hyuga, Naruto simply nodded in response. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at Gaara and Temari and nodded, taking note of the expression and tone. As for you two. Gaara was distressed by his friend's situation. Now that their shitty cages were obvious, they interjected. We are not under your jurisdiction, Lord Hokage. We were only here to explain the nature of our relations with Naruto Uzumaki and Anko Mitarashi. Hiruzen, along with many others who sensed the boy's underlying steel and mistrust, arched an eyebrow at this Suna Genin's audacity. With a sharp edge, the Hokage inquires. Which is? The underlying threat that was given in return for his own did not even make Gaara flinch, nor would he yield to the pressure that the people in the room were putting on him. Instead, he responded with action rather than words. He just raised his left fist, which is the one nearest to Naruto, and the blonde matched it. They then tapped the backs of their fists. In an amazing demonstration of chakra resonance and control, sand and flames burst from their respective containers at the point of contact, resembling snakes, and started to encircle the joint arms without colliding. However, Gaara's firm statement cut through the room's general astonishment. That they are, to me and Suna, family that we have accepted as one and the same as our own. Just as we did yesterday and today, we answered their call to arms and will stand with them should they call for it. Temari grinned as she joined them, suddenly feeling hot and confident at the assertion. Anko continued to gently tousle his hair and grinned with Naruto. But to the others, this was an unmistakable message that was clearly understood. Suna supports the Leaf, but if given the option, they would prefer Naruto and Anko to the Leaf. Taking that threat at face value, Hiruzen spoke in a low voice while squinting at the Suna container. Is that a threat? Under the Hokage's stare, Gaara smirked rather than bowed or cowered. He told the entire room with a feral, promising grin. No, Lord Hokage, I do not make threats, they are meaningless and unbinding. Just pointing out a fact of life as surely as one might find death. In layman terms, Lord Hokage, what I am saying is more of a promise. A promise to my brother in arms and circumstance. Both Naruto and his tenant, who is their first friend and has a flair for the dramatic, grinned slyly at that. Those in attendance thought the same thing. However, Tamari wasn't sure when her younger brother turned into a political whiz with a silver tongue. She didn't mind. In fact, she was quite proud of him for standing up for his friend in this way. The two boys' arms, which had remained stable despite their ongoing conversation, were surrounded by sand and fire, and the elders had not taken their eyes off of them. How much power did the two possess over their elemental selves? After a while, Hiruzen bowed his head and spoke quietly. Very well. When are you returning? Gaara didn't hesitate. Within the hour. We are spending it with our brother, thus our presence here. Hiruzen concluded the meeting with a nod. Very well. Do give your council our regards and condolences for Rasa. Gaara gave a nod and answered. Unwarranted but appreciated. At last, he and Naruto withdrew their arms, and the fireworks display abruptly stopped. After that, Hiruzen declared, everyone is dismissed. Hiashi arose and yelled as Naruto's group approached the door. Naruto-san. A word. Naruto gave the man a quick glance. He nodded and made an offer instead, figuring that this would happen eventually. Hiashi-san, perhaps we can discuss things in your office in an hour. I wish to spend time with our guests. Hiashi responded sharply with a firm nod. Very well, I will await your arrival. As he and his group departed, Naruto bowed his head and grinned slightly. Hyuga Compound, Hidden Leaf. When Naruto arrived at the Hyuga compound as promised, Hiashi was waiting for him at the gates, and the guards were erect in front of the clan leader. They had clearly heard about the boys owned by Byakugan, so they were intrigued when they saw the Uzumaki. Definitely a Byakugan, but with a blue tint. Everyone is wondering from whom he must have inherited his clan blood. His presence here was therefore unavoidable and expected. They all knew he was one of them. Hiashi asks as Naruto pauses in front of the man. You came alone. At that, Naruto bowed his head and responded. The Suna contingent has already set off for home. Their mission completed. Anko-sensei has prisoners to interview. Besides, this is a rather personal and clan-related matter. They would only complicate things. Hiashi bowed his head and motioned for him to follow, which Naruto did without saying. Many people saw the two strolling together. None of them appeared particularly surprised, but they were all wondering the same thing. Where would he stand and which house would he be admitted into if he were an outsider to the clan? How thick is his blood and where does it originate? Neji Hyuga, who observed from the training ground, was one of those who was curious about those answers. This outsider had thoroughly defeated him, bastardizing the gentle fist and developing his own style that was far superior to the clan's strict doctrine. Could it be that he was destined to be a free bird while he was still in a cage? No, he's a genius. There must be a way. A path no one has yet traveled. Hinata Hyuga, who was still ecstatic that Naruto was in the compound with her father, was another person observing this from a distance. Maybe she can demonstrate and teach him how to use the gentle fist if he rejoins the clan. He will eventually notice you if you spend time with him. She focused on her new objective as her resolve solidified and her heart began to grow more determined. Together, they can transform the clan from within with Naruto-kun by her side. When he finally took his hands out of his trench coat pocket to shut the door behind him, Naruto followed silently into the clan head's office, attempting to ignore the many stares and whispers directed at him. A privacy seal is raised as soon as it closes, and Hiashi pointed to the seat in front of him. As the head of the clan pours them tea, Naruto accepts it and they both keep quiet. Hiashi was surprised that Naruto was aware of appropriate tea etiquette and carried out the necessary procedures with perfect accuracy. Anko's intense passion for the art was unknown to him. Naturally, she used it to drive him into the ground. In this department, none of her brothers will act like barbarians. Hiashi eventually put the question on everyone's lips. Do you know where your Byakugan came from? After taking a slow sip of his tea, Naruto lowered it and gazed into its depths before merely nodding. Then Hiashi inquired, may I ask for names? Once more, Naruto just bowed his head before speaking. I was carried to 10-month term and birthed by Kushina Uzumaki. Thus my large reserves and dense chakra. In that sense, I am an Uzumaki by her blood. As he sipped his tea, Hiashi nodded, aware of both this and the woman. Before moving on, Naruto waits for the man to swallow. My father is Minato Namikaze. My general appearance is from him. Heishi waited for the boy to finish drinking his tea while nodding. Then Naruto went on. However, what is not so well known is that my mother failed to conceive naturally. The sealing process of the Kyuubi within her had an unforeseen issue at some point. It caused her to fall barren. Hiashi furrowed his brow at that, obviously not understanding, and Naruto sighed as though the entire world were pressing down on him at that precise moment. Naruto took another sip of tea before moving on to what the clan chief probably wanted to know. That is what I was told, but apparently, that was not the entire truth exactly. But I digress. Naruto said, looking dead in the older man's eyes. A very long story short, your late wife, and sister-in-law, at one point, apparently had my mother over and heard about this dilemma of hers. Naruto skipped to the end and nodded, while Hiyashi's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. Yes, as you probably figured out by that statement, Neji is my older brother. Hinata my younger sister. The younger one gave a feeble half-smile. And by default, your stepson of sorts. Hiyashi was perplexed because it didn't make sense. How could he be the brother of his brother's son and the sibling of his daughter? That doesn't make any sense. Naruto shook his head, snorted, and took a long, deep sip of his tea before sighing deeply. He eventually shrugs carelessly while staring directly into Hiyashi's eyes. Do not ask me. It still confuses the hell out of me too. Sensei has checked the results 3 times. They are cousins to one another but genetic siblings to me and I them. Hiyashi could not think of anything to say. Like most people, Naruto was unsurprised. When Anko first saw the results, she just stared at the paper. Naruto fainted. Woke up. Then she simply stared. As the third person to find out, Hiyashi was just as awful as Anko. This is unclear. Hiyashi interrupts Naruto as he sets his empty teacup on the low table and asks hesitantly. 4 parents. Naruto confirmed after nodding. 4 parents. 3 mothers and 1 father. Hiyashi rubs his eyes at all of this paperwork. This is quite surprising, but it also clarifies Naruto's adaptability because his wife was renowned for using a gentle fist in water. Even now, the elders continue to gripe about it, in the same way that they are already griping about Naruto's distorted appearance from yesterday. I suppose it's inherited. After a moment of reflection, Hiyashi turned to face the boy in front of him, a legacy of his late wife. She abandoned one of her children. The clan's lost son. Nishi must be aware of this as well. He has a nephew named this boy. Thus, Hiyashi expresses another idea that comes to mind. Will you take up the clan name? After raising an eyebrow in confusion for a moment, Naruto responded with a low laugh and a slow shake of his head. And allow myself to be branded. Not a chance in hell. No doubt those elders of yours are planning on branding me before I can leave the grounds. Hiyashi scowled. He was probably not mistaken. How repulsive. He recently regained a portion of his wife, and now that he is aware of this, he is less likely to give him such unrestricted authority. However, Neji will also need to be notified. They're brothers. When Hinata learns of this, she will be devastated. However, Hanabi will probably be overjoyed to have a new older brother. A thought occurred to me. Let us come to an agreement then. Naruto asked with a slight smirk of curiosity. Oh. Hiyashi didn't say anything because he could see that smirk everywhere. Maybe his sister-in-law's legacy is as ingrained as his wife's. Seemingly unfazed, the man continued. Take up the clan name in your Chunin promotion paperwork and I will ensure your safety from the elders. After giving it some thought, Naruto dissected the offer with a blank expression on his face. The quantity of Dango Anko has been able to convince him to pay for over the past month is something she has ingrained in him. At last, he asks. The catch. As the clan chief responds, Hiyashi senses that Minato's side is now emerging, that piercing blue gaze is definitely his. I shall train you for the next 3 months to properly and efficiently utilize our dojutsu. If you are able to best another Chunin within the clan, of the elders choosing, it should provide me with the clan's strength to protect you from them indefinitely. Naruto had been nodding along, observing that he had asked a question without really providing an answer. Indefinitely. How do you plan on doing that? Sensing that Naruto was getting close to deciphering his bigger trick, Hiyashi nodded and responded. By officially adopting you into the main house. You will be protected from them under my direct command. Naruto appeared doubtful about everything. It sounds fantastic to have a real teacher teach him how to use his eyes rather than copy what he saw and to keep trying until something works. He believes that teachers are valuable, as demonstrated by Anko this past month. A teacher from hell, but apparently just what he needed. When he realized it, his thoughts abruptly stopped, as though he had been juked. Hiyashi knew the gig was over when he saw that glimmer of insight and comprehension. You couldn't have given your son such a sharp mind and a high level of intelligence, Minato. Damn it. With narrowed eyes and a low mutter, Naruto snapped at the Hyuga's head. You want me to marry in the clan, right? With a sigh, Hiyashi let go of his usual Hyuga persona and reached for the teapot, refilling it for them both. He continued in a softer manner than before. You are too much like your father. Hiyashi went on. He looks into the blues of his stepson of sorts as he puts the teapot back on the side. Yes, that is most likely to happen. A concession the elders will force upon us. I will fight it, but it is all but certain. Even more so when they find out who your Hyuga parents are. After gazing at his mug for some time, Naruto muttered their names to himself. Reiha and Sarah. Hiyashi gave a nod and went on. Both promising ladies who were linked to my brother and I. The fact they together gave you your Byakugan is unprecedented. Even more so that it is blue and not the standard pale with a tint. Naruto asked, looking up at the man across from him. Is that supposed to mean something? Hiyashi simply offered back with a shrug. It may, even more so with both of their DNA making up part of yours. They were both strong kunoichi with top-rate Byakugan. It could be a new variant. We do not know anything at this point and many wish to unravel the secrets your eyes may hold. At that, Naruto simply sighed. This is beginning to sound like a chore. Yes, he was aware that the Hyuga would demand answers at this point. He didn't expect much in return. This was the Hyuga clan in question. However, his sort of stepfather is saying all these things about clan and bloodline advancement. 3 days ago, he was an orphan. Naruto sighs once more and asks. Secrets, like new benefits and abilities. Hiyashi nodded quickly before going on to explain. Yes, do you have our normal enhanced sight? Chakra detection distance and resolution compared to our commonplace, or is it just a cosmetic thing due to Minato's heavy influence on your appearance? Hiyashi noticed how the blues appeared to lose color toward the edge, resembling a traditional Hyuga with a blue tint, as Naruto shrugged and opened his eyes. Naruto's response. Well, I have full vision. Intrigued, Hiyashi inquired. Microscopic and macroscopic. After a long moment, Naruto nodded and answered. Yes, though, with this barrier up, things are far too fuzzy for me to see much. Hiyashi was pleasantly surprised. Already, the first unusual item has appeared. I see, impressive. As he gradually deactivates his dojutsu and returns his attention to the clan leader, Naruto arched an eyebrow. What is? Naruto was aware that Hiyashi takes his time drinking his tea. Hiyashi dragged that out for as long as he could and then answered. No Hyuga can see through this barrier. You could though. With a low laugh, Naruto whispered. I see. What's next? You'll say you can't tell an opponent's chakra nature. Suspecting that this is not the case for his stepson, Hiyashi nodded in confirmation. Only when they are molding it or highly specialized in its use. Naruto rubbed his eyes at the amount of nonsense that was developing in front of him and sighed once more. However, Hiyashi asked for confirmation. Can you tell me what element I? He replied, yours is earth. Though, you have a very slight tinge of water. Barely noticeable and I'd have to squint to catch it. Hiyashi confirmed this with a nod, but Naruto didn't stop there. Just like Neji, though his secondary is fire. Though, that little girl that was with you in the stands during my match is very much a mirror image of yours. Hiyashi was able to read it from behind, so he raised an eyebrow at that. Outstanding. He was now intrigued, but Naruto anticipated his response and spoke before him. As for Hinata, it's the inverse though. Probably why the standard Juken doesn't work with her, like it doesn't with me. With a look of shock, Hiyashi observed the boy as he sipped his tea leisurely. Repay him for doing so earlier, no doubt. So he said something. You know this, how? After swallowing his tea and lowering his cup, Naruto explains, I am a minor in earth, a primary water, and a secondary wind. Before providing more information, he raises 3 fingers. My water, my primary and strongest element, is likely from my mothers, Kushina and Reiha, your wife. My wind is from my father, an avid wind user, and lastly the earth is likely from Sarah. He dropped a finger as he enumerated them, and Hiyashi nodded, understanding the boy's perspective and drawing a logical conclusion. Naruto says this to conclude his argument. The standard Juken doesn't work with my body type or chakra alignment. It's too rigid and constricting. Anko-sensei said that it doesn't conform to my higher level of agility and flexibility. Hiyashi nodded, realizing where and when he must take his daughter to help her develop her skills. He answers, then, the standard Juken won't work as it is an earth-based taijutsu form. Naruto nodded, and Hiyashi went on. Is that why you created your own based on the snake style of Mitarashi-san? Naruto nodded once more and continued to explain. Well, the exams was the first time I've used the Byakugan in combat as, even with the Hyuga fighting style I copied from my observations of Hinata at the academy, and discarded clan scrolls in your trash, it was too constricting. Hiyashi scowled upon hearing the news. He mentally notes that going forward, he should review the process for discarding ancient scrolls. Naruto went on. During the break, when Anko-sensei and I bumped into each other, I brought her into my secret. She took me into the forest of death and trained me day and night to perfect her forms. Naruto took a sip of tea and went on. I haven't finished the intermediate level yet, but we managed to merge in the Jukin really easy. We call it the all-seeing viper. Using primarily speed, agility, flexibility and the unpredictability of the snake style paired with the all-seeing eye to strike fast at any angle but with the grace of the gentle fist. Hiyashi nodded. It was quite difficult to follow the blows Naruto delivered to Neji, who lacked a direct rebuttal to the typical gentle fist cat as he had been taught. After that, it is resolved, he is satisfied, and he is informed. Very well, then tonight, you will be our guest here and tomorrow morning we will have a demonstration of its effectiveness. Naruto opened his mouth to object, but Hiyashi stopped him by raising his hand. I will also go through the clan scrolls. I do believe your mothers both have scrolls on their own personal variations on the base gentle fist. My wife's should serve both you and Hinata well as she too had a water nature. Naruto bit his lip but said nothing, letting Hiyashi go on. Your training will begin tomorrow morning, nice and early. Naruto nods and confirms as the barrier falls and they both stand. Okay, Hiyashi-san. Heishi furrowed his brow at the formality, but he assumed it was nervousness as he walked to the door and separated to discover Hanabi and Hinata in the hallway. Obviously trying to listen in. Both girls' pink cheeks reddened even more as they observed Hiyashi and Naruto raise the same brow in the same way on expressionless faces. It was out of embarrassment at first, but now it was an effort to keep from laughing out loud. However, Hiyashi had an epiphany, nodded to himself, and made an announcement. Perfect timing. Hinata, please retrieve Neji from the branch house. I believe dinner is about to be served, yes. Hinata nodded and stood up straight before responding. Yes, Lord Father, I shall retrieve him at once. After giving a nod, Hiyashi add for a moment of thought. Tell him that Naruto-san is joining us and that I have asked for him personally. Hinata bowed in quick response. Yes, Lord Father, at once. Without hesitation, she leaves as quickly as she can walk without running. She was obviously happy that her Naruto-kun would be going with them. Hanabi was blatantly staring at Naruto, who was staring back at him. Hiyashi watched with curiosity as a silent battle took place. Hanabi turned away with a sigh as they approached the 2-minute mark. Naruto grinned. Although she wasn't on his level, his baby sister was a formidable opponent. He will give her good training. For reasons that are currently unknown to her, Hanabi felt a chill run up her spine and glared at Naruto, which only made Naruto's smile grow larger and more intense. Hiyashi pointed out that Sarah's influence was undeniable. During dinner, Hiyashi was seated at the head of the table, with Hanabi behind her and Hinata to his left. While the food was being served, Naruto sat on his right with Neji at his side. Hiyashi turned on the privacy seals once more as soon as the servers departed, drawing everyone's attention to him aside from Naruto. However, Heishi turned to face Naruto, who sighed deeply. This was extremely nerve-wracking. Rather, he just reached into his equipment pouch and took out a scroll, raising Hiyashi's eyebrows even more when Naruto gave it to Neji. The boy was obviously interested in everything, and when Hiyashi nodded, he assumed what it was, so Neji took it and opened it. In a matter of seconds, Neji went rigid. He looked incredulously at Naruto after dropping the parchment because he was so rigid. Unable to look back at him, Naruto kept his head down. That was the situation up until Hiyashi inquired. Neji, care to explain? At last, Neji turned his gaze from his younger brother to Hiyashi and inquired. Is this true? Hiyashi gave a firm nod. From what I have been told, they have been triple-checked, so yes. Following those remarks, Naruto displayed 2 more scrolls as evidence for his assertion. Neji reviewed them all, and sure enough, they all stated the same thing, with different doctor's signatures and times listed. There was no error. The 2 girls on the other side of the table were obviously missing something, but they were very interested in what was being said. Hinata finds herself asking after her curiosity overcame her shyness. Neji ni sama, what does it say exactly? After staring at his cousin across from him and Naruto for a while, Neji sighed and put his hand on the younger boy's shoulder. As much as he detested being defeated with what seemed like little ease, this at least made it bearable, to some extent. He is obviously anxious about rejection. Naruto glances at Neji, who nodded stiffly and gestured to the others. I will not turn you away. They will not either. After inhaling deeply, he nodded to the older teen, or, more accurately, his brother, before turning to face the clan head, who also nodded and grinned slightly. He inhales again, glances at Hanabi and Hinata, and then speaks. Well, those scrolls hold my DNA results. It tells us where exactly I got my Byakugan from. Naruto proceeds after both girls nod in agreement. It says that I am the son of 4 people. Naruto went on. My non-Hyuga parents were Kushina Uzumaki, who was the one to actually give birth to me, thus my name. The other, my father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. This raised eyebrows because it was unprecedented. The 2 girls' jaws were now dropped. The 4th son was Naruto. However, Naruto went on to the pertinent section. However, my other 2 parents, the Hyuga ones, are Reiha and Sarah Hyuga. Hinata stopped. Everyone's eyes were on her. Her brain was having trouble processing that. Was Naruto's mother also her mother? Her brother is Naruto-kun. However, that, hold on, Aunt Sarah as well. Oh, as is customary for Hinata, she passed out. However, no one held her accountable this time. Despite not knowing the names as her sister did, Hanabi continued to appear perplexed. I asked because I didn't know exactly what that meant. So, what does that mean? Neji responded quickly. In short, Lady Hanabi, that means that Naruto here is your older brother via your shared mother. With wide eyes, Hanabi glanced at her father, who nodded to confirm, before turning to the blonde in question, who grinned and gave a half wave. She yelled, "You're my brother." Then, that means, wait, what does that mean? I have another older brother who can teach me stuff right. She makes Naruto think of Kono, so he laughed uneasily. Neji calmly answered. However, Hanabi quickly relaxed enough to concentrate on Neji's words. He is also my brother too. It explains how good he is with the gentle fist. Naruto growled after catching the stuck-up prick's smirk. I was rather motivated to kick your ass after what you did to my little sister, asshole. Damn, Neji turned away after realizing that as well. He was correct. As she was approaching, Hinata noticed that and quickly passed out once more. She is Naruto-kun. Or Naruto-ni-sama. They both sounded good. 2 members of the branch in Hyuga from the main house kept an eye on Naruto that evening. Hiyashi had discreetly informed Nishi Hyuga, the brother of the late Hyuga clan matriarch Reiha Hyuga, that Naruto was his nephew. He also acknowledged that there was a good chance the Elder Council would attempt to brand him. And so the guards. These past few days have been crazy. Hidden Leaf. Hyuga compound. Naruto was sleeping lightly when a gentle knock roused him from his slumber. He jerked up, staring at the door with a kunai in his hand. He glanced over and saw Neji standing next to an unfamiliar man. Naruto asks gently and carefully. Neji. Neji smoothly replied, Naruto. It is time for morning training. He then realized that his new younger brother had probably used their shared dojutsu to verify his identity and see who was at the door. Suddenly, his thoughts were pushed aside as the partition opened to reveal Naruto, fully clothed except for the dark trench coat, in the same attire he had been wearing since the exams. An open dark hoodie, fishnets over a tan t-shirt, black Anbu-style pants fastened with an orange belt, and standard shinobi sandals took its place. Where to? Naruto asked coolly, removing the older boy from his examination, but the other adult spoke before Neji could respond. Naruto-san, a moment. The blonde turned to face the man standing beside the opening door. He was a member of the main house because he was taller than him and did not have a headband or caged bird seal over his forehead. In addition, he had midnight blue hair, similar to Hinata's but longer than Neji and Hiyashi's. When Naruto nodded, the man smiled slightly and bowed his head. My name is Nishi Hyuga and as you have guessed, I am a member of the main house. Nishi went on after the blonde nodded once more. I have since been informed that my sister had aided Lady Kushina by donating one of her eggs. You're my uncle. Naruto abruptly interrupted the man with a nod and a tilted head, displaying the rare intelligence he had inherited from his father. Nishi nodded and opened her mouth to say something, but the blonde went on. You didn't know and now wish to connect, right? Nishi nodded to confirm, I do. Then she added, softer. And for you to meet your cousins. I am sure my children would be very excited to meet you. After grinning at that, Naruto nodded and spoke. I would like that, Nishi-san. But that will have to wait, right? Neji nodded and said, aiming the final query at his half-brother of sorts. Yes, as I was sent to retrieve you for the morning session by Lord Hiashi. Calmly, Naruto nodded in response. He did say that this was the likely outcome. Both Hyuga were taken aback by his sigh, but they chose to ignore it and escorted him to the training dojo. This would probably be a fascinating development. Dojo training. Nishi led his 2 young charges into the dojo, which was now occupied by a number of people, including her father, the clan elders, and the former classmate, claimed that elderly people were staring at him with disgust and weren't even trying to hide it. Naruto maintained his composure and seemed unconcerned by anything, just as his sensei had taught him. Instead, he concentrated on the shape of his sort of stepfather, Hiashi, who was kneeling in the middle of the room and observing his approach. Hinata and Hanabi moved aside, followed by Neji and Nishi. Hiashi stood composedly and greeted them stoically. Naruto, this session is to judge your own skill within the gentle fist. Please start with the standard version and we shall proceed from there. Naruto nodded and surprised everyone in the room by taking the starting position for the standard Juken with flawless, textbook accuracy. Only Hiashi thought he was aware of it. He had adopted the same stance and was anticipating the first blow. Hiashi limited himself to low Chunin as they both simultaneously activated their Byakugans and darted in each other's direction. The battles were fierce, and neither side was giving up nor letting any ground slip away. Naruto quickly lost his position, and Hiashi was able to push him back with multiple blows. He came within a hair's breadth of killing the blonde. Hiashi was impressed by the demonstration of someone who had taught themselves to use a fighting style that was incompatible with their body and chakra alignment, even though he didn't demonstrate it. The elders did not care or believe what they were witnessing. They didn't display it. Hiashi walked back to the beginning and told Naruto, "Show me your all-seeing viper." Although the audience took note of his familiar stance and became alert at the name of the bastardized fighting style, the blonde nodded silently. Observers could see that this was a much less rigid stance than the soft fist, body slack, and open posture. A fake opening to the more seasoned. Hiashi stepped clear, avoiding the follow-up, but Naruto's perfectly timed reaction time caused him to shift around the opening right thrust, swirling around the inside and striking twice of the right leg and then over to the left leg. The clan chief relied on his experience and Byakugan to catch the erratic blows because Naruto wasn't finished and was already moving in. He couldn't rely on the standard kata he was used to. Hiashi barely blocked the blonde's final double palm strike, but he didn't show it. He quickly returned to the traditional gentle fist. The older fighter launched his attack now, but Naruto was quick to dodge it, making only a few blocks as the speed reached mid-Chunin. Hiashi made the decision to press harder, raising himself to high Chunin and making his opponent block more quickly until his defense gave out. Once more, he stopped just before the last blow of death. As Hiashi checked his tenketsu points, both sides were panting from the intense battle. Naruto had taken a few hits during his defensive retreat, and all he could say was that he was impressed. If he hadn't been as talented and experienced as he was, he would have received much more. Hiashi took a step back and waited for his stepson to stand up again before speaking. You have done well, Naruto. You are well versed in your studies for being self-taught. Naruto nodded, and he went on firmly. I shall personally oversee your further training and ensure that you reach your full potential. With a thoughtful glance at the elder who was about to object, Hiashi firmly silenced him and let Naruto answer. I thank you for your time, Heishi-sama. You may drop the sama, as you are my stepson, Naruto. Hiashi told the group, startling the older council members who were about to object. His father, Hisashi Hyuga, spoke on their behalf. You cannot be serious about that, Hiashi. Hiashi said firmly as he turned to face the man who was meant to be his father. I am elder, for I am aware of where his Hyuga blood comes from. After a brief silence, Hisashi spoke once more. Claiming he is your stepson means that it was your late wife Reiha that had been. Despite the purported evidence standing next to him, Hiashi firmly declared, faithful. The elders appeared prepared to quarrel, but he chose to clarify instead. My wife had been faithful to both me and her dear friend, Naruto's mother. Due to that, she was able to gift his mother with the chance of being a mother herself. He put a firm hand on his stepson's shoulder while making a claim, but neither his nor Naruto's faces changed. I am amazed at the amount of love she had for all and proud of that choice she had made. Therefore, in honor of that love, I have accepted her legacy by taking her lost son back into my care. Nishi and Hinata both grinned at that, but Neji questioned why Lord Hiashi hadn't brought up his mother's involvement. As Hisashi spoke, the young Hyuga listened in silence, but he would not be left alone for long. You say that, but as his Byakugan is that of a half-breed, he is illegible to join the main. Hiashi interrupted the man, saying, I was not done, elder. His authoritative tone, which was so out of character for him, caused the room to fall silent once more and made everyone pay close attention. He made sure he was the center of attention, then went on. Naruto here has had his sensei, Anko Mitarashi, conduct numerous DNA tests to determine paternity, and the results are unusual. Unusual? How? Hiashi reveals, he does not have one Hyuga parent but two. This further perplexes the group because, if that were true, they would have known him prior to the exams, which he obviously wasn't. Is this a ruse? Hiashi grinned and declared when he saw this. According to the best doctors within the leaf, at present, my son here is the offspring of both Reiha and Sarah Hyuga. The elder council gasped, many of them losing their minds over this confusing development. Just as they were about to object, Nishi stood up and revealed the scrolls that Naruto had given to Hiashi following their dinner the previous evening. Then he said, Lord Hiashi had me examine and verify these 3 tests last evening. Nishi then produced a fourth, which correlated the first 3 and featured the Hyuga sigil while speaking of their own doctor's results without mentioning the names of the non-Hyuga members. He went on, this is one we ourselves had done. This is no lie, nor deception. My nephew is of Hyuga stock. After learning this, none of the elders knew how to respond, but they were still able to hear Hiashi's command. This information is not to be spoken of beyond this room. Naruto and I have come to an agreement, and he will soon represent us moving forward, with my blessing. Dango shop, hidden leaf. Anko sighed with exhaustion as he slid in next to her and offered, looking up to meet her Gaki. Late night, Gaki. Naruto picked up his dango and muttered, early morning, Anko ne. He then glanced at her and went on. Had to fight Hiashi first thing in the morning, met my uncle, trained with Neji for 2 hours, and then he, Hinata and I all left to meet with our teams. Anko reaches for her tea and says, doesn't sound like anything you can't handle. He shrugs and responds, whilst acting all prim and proper as I was, escorted, by an elder the entire time. Anko nodded and smiled as she put her drink back on the table. That sounds about right. You and manners aren't going together well. She shook her head and gave a low laugh when Naruto stuck his tongue out at her. Then she asked, so Gaki, why are you here and not your team? After swallowing his meal, Naruto snorted, looked at his real sensei, and answered icily. You forget who my Jonin leader is. Offhandedly, the snake mistress offered, nodding in understanding. Ah, the scarecrow. Makes sense. Naruto nodded in response, took a sip of his tea, and then extended his hand. Yeah, so I got time. Plus. As his Byakugan gradually activated, he trailed off and stayed motionless for a short while. Anko smiled, unsure of where he was truly looking, and flicked her dango stick at her young apprentice. Since she had been training him for the past month, he caught it as his eyes stabilized. Naruto's response was as dry as the sand techniques of his first friends. You trained me better than that, Anko ne. The unique Jonin nodded in agreement, relieved that he hasn't fallen yet. Then Anko asked nonchalantly, glad you are still on the razor edge I left you on. Where were you looking anyway? Naruto sipped his tea and said, training ground 3. Anko nodded, as she had suspected. He most likely looked to see if his team or sensei had arrived yet. She queries, anything you want to share? Before biting into his penultimate stick, Naruto calmly reports, Hitaki is at the memorial stone. Duckbutt and Banshee are waiting for him. The Kunoichi noted both nicknames and was relieved that she had ended his foolish infatuation with that vicious pink-haired howler monkey. With all due respect, primates are kind of cool. So Anko inquired, so, how will you handle them now that your secret's out? After giving it some thought and raising his last stick, Naruto turned to face his sensei and spoke. Hide your hibi style and my viper style. Only use the basic 3 jutsu and my kunai. Anko nodded her approval of his following her rules while grinning broadly. At least you listen, Gaki. Naruto swallowed the first delicious dumpling with a gentle smile before whispering. I always listen to my precious people, Anko ne. Anko has a reputation to uphold, so she was relieved that her teacup concealed her smile when she heard those sincere words. Fortunately, by the time she finished her drink and set it down on the table between them, she was able to cover it up. As for our training, how do you want to handle it? He shrugged, still chewing, so she gave him instructions instead. Well, I am heading to bed after this, so come by my place tonight and we'll do some night training if you're up for it. She smiled softly as Naruto nodded frantically. Then Anko made an offer. I'll cook first both, so no need to worry about it, okay? Thank you, Anko. Nay. Anko said in a low voice, don't mention it, squirt. Her face hardened as she repeated the statement just as he was about to say it again. No, seriously, do not mention this to anybody. Got it? Despite his desperate nods, he was unable to hide his foolish smile. He just received a dinner invitation from his sister figure. It will resemble the family he has always desired, so it will be fantastic. He fainted, just like the first time she did it on the first day of her training. He awoke to a warm bed, the aroma of freshly prepared food, and his sister's gentle humming voice. Her smile and her instruction to wash up before joining the table had become his favorite memory. The faint pink dusting and smile on her Gaki's face told Anko that he was probably recalling that first training day. She no longer needed to ask because he always had a certain expression in his eyes when he remembered it. She just wanted to make sure he didn't pass out on her once more. It gradually became their routine to eat dinner after training, but she had chosen to get some food in him while carrying him back because she had noticed how thin and light he was. It gradually became the beginning of their family. Training Ground 3, Hidden Leaf. Naruto walked into the training ground knowing full well that his Jonin leader was still not there, having arrived precisely 2 hours and 45 minutes past the time they had agreed upon for their regular scheduled meetings. No, only his teammates were present, and they glanced over at him as he got closer. Uchiha Sasuke, the Rookie of the Year and the class prodigy. The final devoted Uchiha and shining star of the Leafs. Like the crush on the Banshee, Naruto once thought of him as a rival, but Anko had whipped that out of him. He was not someone to become overly attached to imposed a flight risk. She slipped him the most recent psychological reports, but she didn't mention them. Thank you very much, but he prefers life. No thanks. He considers her next as he arrives at the pair, ignoring them both and his other teammates scream. Banshee is another name for Sakura Haruno. Even he had to acknowledge that she was more of a liability after Sensei had made it abundantly evident that she is not all that great after retrieving the files of their missions. After a less contentious argument, he realized that snakes can be very persuasive. Naruto snorted when he saw that Banshee had made little to no contribution to any of their missions thus far, even the doctors, which made Sasuke appear much more stable and capable in the field. Sakura yelled in Naruto's ear, startling him out of his reverie. Oi baka, Sasuke-kun is talking. The kunai at her neck, which had emerged from Naruto's hoodie sleeve with his side-eye cold, caused her to go silent, matching the tone he used when speaking to her. Sakura, it is not nice to yell at people when standing so close to them. You are supposed to be a ninja, and so that means you have to be quiet. So be a good ninja and be quiet. Sakura retreated slowly under his icy side eye, frightened by the casual calmness with which he had addressed her. Raising an eyebrow at the display, Sasuke pretended not to care as he moved forward, catching Naruto's attention while making a demand. Fight me. No, was Naruto's first reply, but Sasuke ignored him and continued to demand. You will fight me, Dobi, or are you a coward? To everyone's surprise, Naruto said, nodding. We are in the profession that has perfected the art of fighting cowardly. Sakura was astounded by his description of ninja, as was Sasuke, but it was Kakashi who gave their inquisitive expressions a voice. That is certainly an interesting way to describe shinobi, Naruto. Who taught you that? Naruto was reading his now green book of smut when the Jonin emerged from behind the tree he was leaning against, one foot resting against the bark, and made his way toward the 3 stumps. The blonde simply shrugged and didn't respond. Kakashi lets out a barely perceptible sigh as he surveys his genin team, who are now all staring at him and wondering how to move past their inconsistent exam results. Sakura appears to require the most work overall, as she barely avoided a double knockout against Ino during the elimination rounds. After training him, Sasuke made it to the finals, but they were late, so they were unable to see how he compared to the others. Kakashi then turns to his last pupil, the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. The rumors and reports, along with everything else he's heard since, claimed that Naruto used his previously concealed Byakugan and a modified form of the Gentle Fist in conjunction with his shadow clones to defeat Neji at his own game. Enko's apparent training has taught him how to use this seemingly devastating trio effectively. Furthermore, Naruto eventually gained enough control over his tenant's abilities to make Orochimaru run away when he joined forces with his Suna counterpart in what seemed to be a practiced partnership. That makes things easier, but let's start with the basics. Kakashi calls out, first glancing at his erratic pupil. Firstly, Naruto, in order to understand where you stand on the team now, I will need you to spar against Sasuke to get a better reading on our formations. Can you do that? Smiling, Sasuke raises his Sharingan in challenge just in time to capture Naruto's heavy sigh of sympathy in crystal clear detail. He snarled at the Dobi because that annoyed him. Just because you got taught some basic attacks, doesn't mean that you're better than me now. Sakura came up to Naruto with her fists clenched, yelling, yeah. You idiot. Naruto wondered where the hell she gets this confidence from. You will never be able to beat Sasuke-kun. Naruto sidestepped and her fist struck the tree he was leaning on rather than his face as she swung for his head. Is she always that slow, he wonders. Sakura, on the other hand, was sobbing in agony, shaking off her fist, and simultaneously glaring at Naruto as though he were to blame. With Sasuke glaring at his back, the blonde was already making his way to the middle of the training field without even glancing at her. After a moment, though, the Uchiha grinned, realizing that he could simply imitate his style and defeat the Dobi. The same is true of the flame attack he employed. The Uchiha had no idea that the high chakra cost of the flame attack, Great Flame Howl, would kill him 3 times over. The blonde sensei's voice was resonating in his head as Naruto and Sasuke faced each other. Hide my Hibi style and your Viper style. Only use the basic 3 jutsu and kunai. Never let anyone you don't trust or plan on killing see either twice, got it? To his team's dismay, Naruto adopted the opening stance of the basic academy style, nodding to himself and unintentionally telling Kakashi he was ready. His leader of the Jonin shouted, "Ah, Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto continued to concentrate on Sasuke's waist. He isn't skilled enough to fight like his sensei, or what she had told him Guy did by not looking at the center of mass. Right now, this is the best he can do. Sasuke growled in frustration at the Dobi's disregard for him. Oi Dobi, take me seriously and with your proper stance. Stance, I am in my stance. Naruto calmly answered, keeping his gaze fixed on the center mass of the Uchiha. Sasuke grimaced, then turn on your eyes. What are you talking about? Naruto observed absently how agitated his teammate was growing while maintaining his act of ignorance. By initially not taking him seriously, his developing sadistic side was now able to appreciate the efforts made by his sensei to continually work him up in a similar manner. Her smirk was bothersome by the log. This was especially true when she was putting him in the dirt with ease. She was ecstatic to see him spit out the dirt that had been mixed with his blood. Now, Kakashi realized that his pupil was deliberately concealing his abilities to irritate Sasuke, who had been eager to battle and beat him with his own moves. Sasuke was becoming increasingly irate, probably as a result of the perceived slight that he didn't have to use all of his strength to defend himself. Enko is written all over this. Kakashi sighed and declared, "Begin." Sasuke charged forward under Sakura's encouragement, but the basic arm block stopped his opening right jab. After that, he attempted a left kick to the ribs, but it was once more blocked. Naruto then delivered a straightforward left jab, which Sasuke sidestepped and uppercut. Naruto blocked the next right roundhouse with both arms, stepping back out of the upward strike. The blonde grabbed the leg, pulled it, and threw the Uchiha aside, leaving him defenseless. Sasuke assumed the Dobi would press the attack, so he rolled with the momentum, got back up, and raised his defense. Instead, he simply waited while standing there. The Uchiha growled once more, lunged forward, and attempted a high kick this time. Naruto sidestepped once more, but this time he gave the airborne Sasuke a shoulder check and knocked him out as he bounced off the motionless blonde. Sasuke fell once more and struggled to get air into his lungs, so he did not immediately get back up. He simply waited for him to stand up again while his sparring partner stood motionless. Angry at being made to appear foolish, the Uchiha stood up with his back to the Dobi while making hand signals, assuming no one would notice. Despite sensing the chakra flare, Naruto and Kakashi remained silent for various reasons. Since this was supposed to be a friendly spar, Naruto thought Kakashi would stop him, but the Jonin was interested to see how the blonde would react. Neither of them was shocked when Sasuke retaliated with a huge fireball, but Naruto was a little surprised that Kakashi hadn't intervened. He was still ready, but really, how has this become a friendly spar? Based on his suspicions about Naruto's speed and the fact that his father was the fastest man in the world, Kakashi was only momentarily shocked that the fireball struck Naruto. He had thought that he would train to outpace him and reach a far greater speed. When Kakashi noticed that the blonde was now in the trees with 3 clones, he sensed that the substitution technique had been activated and settled down. However, it appears that he will not be outclassed by the chakra flares either. He questions his current plans. Sasuke's smile vanished when he noticed that the blonde barbecue had been replaced with a scowl and the remnants of a charred log. His attention was drawn to movement in the trees, and as he turned to face them, he saw black steel. His eyes grew wide as innumerable kunai charged at him. He is about to jump clear when they all start moving faster and a huge wall of mud appears in front of him, saving his skin. There were so many kunai thuds against the dirt barricade that it was like rain hitting a window. When it stopped, the majority of the kunai vanished into smoke, exposing them as clones of some sort. Kakashi then let go of the mud wall, revealing Naruto standing casually and blankly. When Sasuke saw that, he frowned once more and started using more hand signals to teach the Dobi his place. However, his Jonin sensei stopped him by grabbing his hands without removing them from Naruto's form. Kakashi asks in a tone that seems composed, "That was a bit overkill, wasn't it, Naruto?" Naruto gave a similar shrug in response. "He started it." Kakashi retorted, "You could have killed him, Naruto." However, Naruto responded quickly once more. "He could have killed me with that fireball. Why didn't you stop it then like you did now?" When Naruto asked again, Kakashi no longer pretended to be amenable to the attempted attack on his student, saying, "You could have dodged it. At such close range, that isn't a friendly spar." Kakashi insisted, "You took it too far." The blonde, who was still expressionless, joked back, "I only defended myself. Teach him not to escalate if he can't keep up." Kakashi asks, perplexed by this change in his bundle of blonde energy, "What's wrong with you, Naruto?" He was never so focused and aloof toward his teammates prior to the exams. He pressed because he would never use such lethal force. "This isn't like you. Aren't you two rivals?" After a brief scowl, Naruto answered, "We were never rivals. You saw it that way, maybe, but neither of them even saw me as a teammate. Duckbutt only saw me as a benchmark and Banshee over there as a punching bag." And then he shrugged. Even Naruto found it difficult to have his sensei tear away his own opinions of his teammates, but even today, he was able to see the truth about them that he would typically ignore. At first, it was a painful experience, but they are, in all honesty, a pathetic bunch. Kakashi sighed at this turn of events and pondered how it had gone so wrong. He passed them from the academy 8 months ago, but their relationship is still rocky. He had assumed that the team would have gotten together by now, but it seems that he had exaggerated his adorable little genin. "I suppose it's time to get back to the basics." Kakashi looks from one genin to the next and makes it clear when he finally releases Sasuke's clasped hands. "In that case, it's time for teamwork drills. If you can't train together without trying to kill one another, we'll just drill these exercises until you can do it in your sleep." Sasuke continued to glare at the Dobi, ignoring the Jonin's intense gaze, and growled, "Forget that, Kakashi. My fight isn't over yet. The Dobi just got lucky. All I have to do is..." Kakashi clamped his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and commanded, "Enough, Sasuke. Stand down." Sasuke reluctantly complies, but not before giving the Dobi a fierce look and making a declaration. "You will never beat me, loser. You are just a weakling that nobody, not one person cares about." Then he turned away from the blonde teammate and slipped out of Kakashi's grasp. The Jonin let out a deep sigh at this, but he was able to hear Naruto whispering, "Just as sensei said." For a brief moment, Kakashi wondered if his sensei's son had actually said that, but then he snapped back to see the same expressionless expression on his face due to the hint of sorrow in that whisper. He thought for a few seconds, then set it down and yelled, "Come, Naruto, you have drills to do." Without saying anything, Naruto pursued his teammate and disregarded the Jonin's glare until he got to the other team members. Then he disregarded both teammates' death glares. Sakura's was because he nearly injured Sasuke, and Sasuke's was to remind him of his position. A huge no-no in her opinion. Kakashi led them through fundamental formations once more over the course of the following 2 hours, but this time he attempted to have Naruto use his Byakugan to scout. This, however, was unsuccessful because the blonde continued to pretend to be ignorant and to know that he had a dojutsu, even though his pupil-less eyes were obviously a blue Byakugan. Naruto asserted that he was not a Hyuga and lacked any special eyes to aid in scouting, regardless of what Kakashi did. Instead, he questioned why the Uchiha wasn't using his unique eyes for scouting. After all, the all-powerful Sharingan is able to detect chakra traces and see through illusions, right? After training, it was clear that Sasuke and Sakura would most likely stab Naruto in the back before rescuing him if necessary. To Kakashi's dismay, any camaraderie they had formed during the exams had long since burned up and faded from their minds. He had nominated them specifically to strengthen their bond and boost their confidence in working as a cohesive team. Kakashi yells at the conclusion. That's enough for today. Once more, Naruto is the target of his teammates' glares as they all depart from the nearby trees. The blonde ignores them and approaches his Jonin team leader, as instructed by his sensei. When Kakashi saw this, he let out a small sigh. They had deteriorated from their initial state as genin. There are two sides to Naruto's transformation, the exams and Anko's mental adjustments. The blonde is far superior to where he was before as a shinobi. There's no question about that. He plans for the most likely outcome, is quiet, and considers his options before acting. A strong base for a shinobi that will only improve over time. However, the flip side of that equation is his total disregard for his teammates. However, it appears to be reciprocal. Frequently, he simply works with his clones to coordinate and finish the task. Sakura and Sasuke are both enraged about being replaced by mere copies, and the latter has attacked them 8 times. Kakashi will eventually have to deal with the fact that he is unable to determine whether he believed it to be the real one or not. Kakashi tells them all just as his team has gathered around him, death glares still in full force. After this session, I do not feel comfortable with taking any of you on missions. So for the next few days we will be meeting up here at the same time. Any questions? Sakura glares at the blonde and asks, does he have to come? The mask-wearing man sighs. Kakashi responds after letting out a sigh. He is a member of this team, Sakura. He adds after giving them one last glance. You are dismissed. See you tomorrow. Before the duck butt and Banshee left Naruto behind, they both gave him another vicious glare. This actually worked out for Kakashi, but before he could respond, a different voice called out. Yo Gaki. When the silver-haired Jonin turned around and saw Anko fall from a tree, Naruto was already halfway there in answering her. Sensei, I thought. Anko shrugged and said, woke up early. She then briefly glanced between Kakashi and Naruto. Then she inquired, you finished here? Naruto nodded and said, yeah, he dismissed us just before you got here. However, Kakashi interrupted, actually Naruto, I wanted a word. The final Hatake went on. Anko and Naruto both looked to the elite Jonin. Alone. Anko dismissed him with a wave. I taught him everything he knows. Besides, he'll just tell me later. Kakashi said, he is my student, Anko. She nodded nonchalantly and crossed her arms under her enormous bust. The silver-haired man sighed when he saw that she wasn't scared to stay, then turned to face his pupil and carried on. During the spar, who taught you the kunai shadow clone and the wind style breakthrough? Grinning, Anko snapped to her Gaki and inquired. Oh, you finally pulled it off, huh, squirt. Before responding, Naruto gave a noncommittal shrug. Well, I had to use 3 clones to get the same effects, so I wouldn't say I've mastered it. Before offering, Anko tapped her chin thoughtfully and hummed. In that case, we could focus on wind chakra transformation. Then drill on the hand signs again. Anko shrugged in response to Kakashi's accusation, so you taught them to him, Anko. They're only D-rank techniques. The snake mistress shrugged once more before Kakashi said, you should have spoken with me before teaching him anything. Well, you were busy teaching the Uchiha and he had asked me for help becoming a real shinobi. With a casual shrug, she found herself idly running her hand through her Gaki's soft golden hair. Anko added after a pause. So, I did just that. In a month, I made him a somewhat competent shinobi. Kakashi started, still, he is my student. However, Anko and Naruto waved him away with a unique Jonin response. Yeah, got it. We gotta go now, stuff to do and all that. The 2 other people present explode in smoke and reveal themselves to be shadow clones before the Hatake can say anything. With a sigh, Kakashi turned to face the sky and wondered once more where he had gone wrong. Why had his team ended up this way? The place of Anko, Hidden Leaf. Naruto was filled with the place he thought of as a second home as he entered the secret house within the Forest of Death, shielded from the village at large. Anko whispered to him as his sister figure looked back at him. "Welcome home, Naruto." Naruto smiled back. "I'm home, Anko ne." Before long, the two were working to finish preparing dinner and then sharing a meal at the table, which was a first for them both, a vital component of their partnership. One that seemed to repeat itself over the course of the next few days. In addition to spending time with his sister figure and enjoying a feeling he once thought he would never experience, Naruto himself didn't mind this at all because it allowed him to spend time growing stronger and moving steadily. Training Ground 3, Hidden Leaf. After 4 days. When Kakashi saw Naruto's expressionless face, completely oblivious to the death glares from the other two genin present, he let out another sigh for the nth time. Since the exams ended, nothing had improved, and his patience were being put to the test. They gathered around him once more, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed 2 men standing near the training ground's entrance. It was evident that the 2 men standing off to the side near the tree line were Hyuga, as they were dressed in combat robes. One was obviously Neji Hyuga from Guy's Team 9, and the other was unidentified, but Naruto was able to identify him when his students followed his gaze. Uncle Nishi, Neji. Kakashi glanced at his blonde student for a moment before turning back to face the 2 who had approached after being acknowledged. He spoke when they were close. "Hyuga-san, can I help you?" It was Nishi who spoke in a composed manner. "Yes, Hitaki-san, we are here for Naruto-kun. We have clan matters to attend to and require his presence." Kakashi did not think that the clan itself was also involved in his students' training until recently, which was a little worrisome, even though Naruto had not demonstrated any of his Hyuga abilities to him. At least for him. So he speaks. "I am sorry, Hyuga-san. We are not yet finished here." It was Neji who responded. "From what we have seen, Hitaki-san, the teamwork drills are not going well and thus a waste of time. Time better utilized in real training." Nishi spoke next, supporting his young clansman, while Kakashi glared at the genin. "He is right, Hitaki-san. It is rather obvious that this team is not working and a new approach should be taken. While you handle that, I will be training my nephew on our clan techniques." Sasuke moved forward and declared before Team 7's Jonin leader could raise any more objections. "Then you should be training me and not the loser." The lone Uchiha's stern, defiant expression caught everyone's attention, but neither Hyuga paid him any attention, instead turning to face their fellow Byakugan user, Neji, who was speaking while folding his arms. "You have my condolences." Not that either of them cared, but Naruto's acceptance with a nod only made Sasuke more enraged and hateful of them both. Kakashi intervened and spoke sharply before another altercation could start. "As I said, Hyuga-san, we are not done yet." Nishi firmly said, "This was not a request, Hitaki-san." Despite not moving at all, his posture and demeanor became sterner. "As a clan matter, you cannot object to our request." "He isn't a member of," Kakashi started, but he was cut off when Nishi held up a scroll, and the Hitaki became quiet after examining it more closely. It was a document declaring that, as of 3 days ago, Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga had been accepted into the Hyuga clan. Kakashi looks at his blonde pupil and sighs once more. "Naruto, you may go." While Nishi took out the scroll and said his final words, Naruto bowed his head and walked away with Neji in silence. "I shall be reporting the ill-equipped nature of this team to Lord Hiashi. For the benefit of my nephew, I cannot in good conscience allow him to remain within this team." Kakashi gave the man a stern look and answered. "He is my student. Do not threaten me, Hyuga-san." Nishi reports, shaking his head. "I do not make threats, Hitaki-san. Good day." After finishing his speech, the elder Hyuga man walked off in the direction of his 2 charges, who were waiting for him at the grounds entrance. Kakashi sighed once more as they formed a group and left. Sasuke's growl interrupted his thoughts. "Who does the Dobi think he is? Dismissing me like that? I am a Uchiha and he needs to remember his place." Sakura yelled, "Exactly," to get the Jonin's attention, and he shook his head at their typical antics. Kakashi finally gives an order. "Well, you are both dismissed. There isn't anything left for us to work on for today anyway." Sakura hurried after him as Sasuke walked off in a huff, leaving Minato, the final team member, to consider his options. Perhaps a mission with high stakes will compel them to get along. Perhaps joining forces with another genin team would be enough to provide him with a model to follow. Kakashi sighed once more before body flying off to talk to the Hokage about it. He ought to be able to offer him some guidance. Hyuga's hidden leaf. With a slight frown, Naruto walked next to Neji and before Nishi. He thought about the train wreck of a team he was on, idly following their route and ignoring the unclean side eyes. It is undeniable that they are jerks, even though Ankone had removed his rose-tinted glasses to show him the truth. He is aware that he has changed and is not showing off any of his new abilities, but that is all because Sasuke Tem has the ability to mimic anything he sees. Heck, after witnessing Bushibrow's taijutsu once, he only managed to pass the preliminary exam by imitating it. He received harsh training from Ankone. There are no two ways to cut it. You'd think Asuna Puppeteer was in charge of him, so you can understand why he didn't want it stolen and copied by some pink-eyed jerk with a stick so far up his ass. Naruto's attention was drawn to a minor disturbance farther down, as well as to Nishi and Neji. Yes, it was teams 8 and 10 at the barbecue in Akamichi. The three Hyuga noticed Shikamaru and Shino's Chunin jackets and blinked twice at that. It appears that the promotions were given out today. Neji and Nishi remained silent, but Nishi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked up at the non-stern-looking man who was silently supporting him rather than showing sympathy. Neji nodded his gratitude and turned to face Naruto, who could see his disapproval of the situation despite his expressionless face. Once more, the three moved away in silence, and the excitable genin did not notice us. Secret Leaf. Hyuga Substance. Dojo Training. With their uncle figure seated off to the side, the two genin rank Hyuga stand across from one another in the Hyuga compound's training room. Neji had asked Naruto for assistance and asked Nishi to grade their work in order to create a new form for Neji. In an effort to find a different route, Team 9 Hyuga believed that asking Naruto for help would be a brotherly gesture. The two have been working hard to create its kata, with Neji seeking guidance from his sensei after learning that he also possesses a fire nature and hoping to make something of it. A few days ago, during their first training session, the elder brother questioned the younger brother about why he rarely uses the standard form of the gentle fist. His answer led Neji to pursue this course at this time. So there they were, Neji in his unnamed low-fire stance and Naruto in his water-like viper stance. The foundation revolved around a raging fire that wavered and flickered but never went out. In his mind, Naruto had given it the Rising Phoenix style, but he will wait for the older team to give it a name before naming it. After examining both positions, Nishi declared that he was genuinely excited to see what this younger generation had to offer. Begin. Neji launched two upward thrusts at Naruto as soon as he moved forward, causing Naruto to move aside. The two teenagers step around each other in reverse of one another and strike out again, almost like a mirror. Neji's style is more powerful and much less subtle than Naruto's, which is more focused on evasion. Neji retaliated with another thrust attack into Naruto's center of gravity after the twin upper thrusts caused him to swirl on his back foot. It was like a flame returning to its center after being blown away. Naruto dodged the fast attack, but he was forced back by the unexpected elbow strike, a new attack from this new style, even though he managed to land two jabs on the arm nearest to him. It succeeded in throwing Naruto off balance, but because he retreated quickly, Neji was unable to take advantage of it. Both repositioned themselves after a brief moment, grinning at the intriguing altercation that was taking place. Nishi could also see how the new fighting style was evolving and how it was different from the traditional gentle fist. Despite the gaps in stances and holes in the forms, they were working together to create something fresh and unexpectedly complementary under his watchful eye. Team 7, Hidden Leaf. Kakashi was at his wits' end a month after the exams ended. Over the course of that month, Team 7 has not improved and may have even gotten worse. Naruto has grown increasingly mysterious since completing his Hyuga training. Even when sparring with him or Sasuke, his face hardly ever breaks from that Hyuga face of impassiveness. The Uchiha detests the fact that he only ever employs the fundamental academy style and is still able to outlast his interceptor fist without losing. It's easy to understand why Naruto only ever employs that simple style. After watching the tapes of Naruto's battle with Neji, Kakashi can clearly see that Anko's Hibi style is a major influence on his new taijutsu style. Sasuke will be held accountable as the Uchiha's sensei if she discovers that he took any of it. Assuming she isn't defeated by Naruto, it is reasonable to assume that the blonde is now much stronger than his teammates, who are probably aware of this fact to some extent and despise him as a result. Sakura, well, she goes without saying, and Sasuke despises him for becoming so powerful in just 1 month. Since the Hokage had called them for the joint mission he had requested, Kakashi is now guiding his adorable little genin towards the Hokage Tower in an attempt to make them overcome this fact and establish a new dynamic. Hopefully, witnessing a well-organized genin team in action will compel him to take initiative and adjust. He and another Jonin will be there to cover any errors, so everything should be alright. Office of the Hokage, Hidden Leaf. As directed, Kakashi leads his team into the office, where Team 9 is waiting for them along with his ostensibly appointed, eternal rival, Might Guy. Hiruzen immediately noticed how disorganized Team 7 appeared as he watched the second team he called in for this assignment take over. The team appears to be neatly divided, with Naruto on one side and his two teammates on the other, as Kakashi had reported. Although the two gave each other a silent acknowledgement while standing next to Neji, it appears that the blonde has perfected the art of the Hyuga face of impassiveness. Undoubtedly, this is an intriguing development. Hiruzen nods and takes out his pipe before speaking to them after they have all turned to face the elderly Hokage. Thank you for coming, Team 7 and Team 9. Everyone nodded, so he went on. We have received a request to bodyguard an actress during her shooting of her latest movie Within the Land of Snow. Her name is Yukie Fujikaze. When the old man mentioned that land, Sakura's eyes appeared to sparkle while Kakashi's hardened. The old man gave a subtle nod to support his suspicions. Then, while speaking, Hiruzen took a scroll from his top drawer and set it on his desk. This will be a C rank mission, with the possibility of climbing to B rank, which is why we are sending both teams. Any questions? With no response, Hiruzen nodded and gave the order. Dismissed. Kakashi turned to his team right away and gave them instructions. Meet at the gate in an hour. Bring your cold weather gear. Sakura reported, Hi sensei. Sasuke grunted, and Naruto simply blinked before silently turning around. Neji catches up and asks as the blonde approaches the door. Are you going to speak to uncle? As they left the room, Naruto said, yeah. It surprised everyone that Neji and Naruto, the loners on their respective teams, were having a calm conversation. The blonde went on, figured he'd know what I would need. To the surprise of both his team and the Hokage, Neji nodded and walked alongside him. A wise choice. Kakashi sighed as the door closed and then turned back to face the Hokage, who speaks first. I take it things haven't gotten better. Hiruzen gives Kakashi a nod and says, no they haven't Hokage-sama. Perhaps this mission will provide new insights into your team as you wish for. It seems that young Neji has a rapport with young Naruto. Use that to your advantage. Guy speaks as Kakashi nods. Well, actually, Jonin pointed out the bowl cut to the other two men, who told them. It seems that Neji took his defeat at Naruto's hand really well. Like him, Neji has begun to develop a new form of gentle fist to more accurately fit his body type as Naruto has. Hiruzen asked, and two eyebrows went up. He has been allowed to. Guy bellowed and gave a serious nod while shedding young, manly tears. His youth is overflowing. Kakashi asks nonchalantly, ignoring the waterworks, then how is he on good terms with Naruto? And manages to interrupt Guy's childish tirade to clarify. Well, from what I can tell, the two have been working on it together and testing their new style on one another. He continues after receiving nods from the other two. In the months since Neji first asked me about fighting styles, his new form's holes have been worked out and the stances refined. In a few more months and experience, it shall be a truly youthfully devastating style unique to him alone. Hiruzen nods and smirks at that, making a firm claim. That sounds wonderful, Guy. You must be proud. He bellowed out, bringing Guy to tears of youth and manliness once more. He is in the springtime of his youth. As he continues, Kakashi draws the Hokage's attention to his hard gray eye while skillfully ignoring the waterworks. In other news, he says, this mission wouldn't have anything to do with that princess, would it? Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe, met his gaze, and there was a brief period of silence before he returned the favor. More than likely, yes. Hyuga's hidden leaf. Naruto and Neji are moving slowly through the village after getting their cold weather gear back. They were a little early, so they didn't have to rush to the gate and had time to adjust to their new loadouts. When they reach the colder climate, Naruto intends to keep his thicker, wool-lined hoodie closed, replacing his dark one. Additionally, his upper right arm features the Uzumaki swirl, while his left arm now bears the Hyuga sigil. A gift from his uncle and a recent development. His kunai holster is fastened, and he is wearing his typical black Anbu pants, which are held in place by his orange belt and orange tape just above his black combat boots. Beneath all of that, He had been given a complete set of skin-tight body thermals, which were apparently standard for all Hyuga in cold climates. In order to use the gentle fist in any temperature, these also lead to fingerless gloves. Neji wore the same thermal underwear as Naruto and wore a thicker version of his typical attire. All of his equipment was also fastened with orange tape because he had borrowed it after running out of his own. Nishi, his uncle figure, had told him that the snow would make it easier to find him in the event of an avalanche or something similar, either to persuade him or to at least calm him. So he was no longer whining about it. They are about to turn a corner on Main Street when they hear a call. Naruto. They look over and see Inoichi Yamanaka waving at him while his daughter frowns at the two other genin. Naruto smiled softly and returned the call. Inoichi-san. It's been a while. Inoichi offers and shakes hands with the genin before asking, casually responding, that it has. So, I heard from Anko that your training is going well and you'll be moving on to poison soon, right? To the surprise of Ino and Neji, Naruto nodded in response. Yeah, she thinks I'm ready to start working with low-grade paralytics until I get my Senbon accuracy up a bit more. Inoichi offered, nodding his approval. In that case, after your first lesson feel free to drop by and we can start on that training we talked about. Maybe over a cup of tea. Naruto responded with a broad smile and an enthusiastic nod. That sounds great. Thank you, Inoichi-san. When Inoichi sees that Neji and he both have travel packs, he smiles at his fellow blonde's excitement and inquires. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were heading out on a mission. With Naruto's explanation, both boys nod. Yeah, it's a joint mission with Teams 7 and 9. See possibly B rank depending on how it goes. Neji gave voices and a nod of approval. It is why Lord Hokage is sending us both. With Gai-sensei and Hitaki-san present we will be able to handle anything. Inoichi gave that a contemplative nod. On top of that, Naruto and his tenant's power makes them far more formidable than the majority of Chunin teams currently lacking. In addition, both of these boys are Chunin in every way except name, and their prospects are only going to get better. Ino then decided to talk at this moment. If it's such a high rank, surely they'd just send a Chunin team instead of two genin teams. Why is Lord Hokage dispatching you guys when my own team has an actual Chunin on it? Neji interrupted Inoichi as he was about to chastise his daughter. It is not up to you to decide who does what, Kunoichi-san. This is what Lord Hokage decided and we shall not fail. The fact that he didn't even use her name made Ino flush, but fortunately her father interrupted her. He's right, Ino. No doubt the Hokage has his reasons. Besides, these two are both very competent shinobi. They will be fine. Neji nodded to the man, then turned to face Naruto and spoke. We should get moving or we will be. At that moment, a group of samurai on horseback, of all things, dart past the foursome and make their way out of the village. They see Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee pursuing the lead horse, who just so happens to have a woman clinging to it, amid the confusion. Tenten suddenly lowered himself in front of the two boys and told them. Neji, Naruto, we need to catch them. Both Hyuga-trained genin immediately nod and follow the weapon user, leaving an extremely perplexed Ino and a mildly amused Inoichi who asked if he could obtain a copy of their mission report. It will undoubtedly be funny and enjoyable to read. Main gate. Hidden leaf. To find out what the hell was going on, it took 10 minutes to gather everyone at the gate. The actress was reportedly filming a runaway scene when Sakura and Sasuke encountered her. However, it appears that she attempted to flee, so the crew pursued her. Lee saw them and joined in as they attempted to capture her. Tenten watched everything happen and then spotted Neji and Naruto, so he asked them for assistance. With a well-planned ambush and skillful use of shadow clones, those three were able to subdue all parties. When Guy and Kakashi showed up, they revealed that the woman was their target for protection. The actress from the Princess Gale films is Yukie Fujika's. Sakura claims that she is currently one of the most well-known female leads. Despite knowing all of this and having seen all of her films, Naruto kept it to himself. After all, neither his Hyuga mask nor the crazy one he got from his sensei work with it. Sporting light-colored eyes, long black hair, and a blank face at the moment. Although it was a commendable effort, it was nothing compared to the Hyuga grade ones made by Naruto and Neji. She had brown gloves on over her hands and was dressed in a pink jacket underneath a green blouse. With that all said, Kakashi had gone over the mission with the 6 genin, pausing at his troublesome blonde before concluding. We are to ensure nothing happens to her whilst we are working as her escorts. Any questions? Sakura raised her hand and inquired. Can I be her bodyguard directly? I would love to get some. Tenten glared at the younger Kunoichi and snapped, this isn't a game, Pinky. The girl with pink hair gave the older teen a fierce look in return, but Lee spoke up. Our youth shall burn brightly. If we cannot protect her we shall. Ahem, Yukie said, clearing her throat and attracting expectant glances. Can we get moving? I have a schedule to keep. I won't be writing the entire Snow Clash, I'll just highlight the key points. For instance, Neji takes over most of Sasuke's roles because he and Naruto get along better. Snowy land, unpredictable iceberg. When the production team's ship reaches the waters near the land of snow, the producer orders a stop after spotting a big iceberg that appears to be the ideal location for the movie's opening confrontation. Naruto, Neji, and Sasuke use their individual dojutsu to survey the area as the ramp is lowered. Since his Sharingan is obviously better than the weak Byakugan, the Uchiha didn't want to be left out. Both Byakugan users stiffen as soon as they set foot on the iceberg, alerting the two Jonin. A group of shinobi snowboarders emerge over the far-off hill as filming begins, and Neji gives the order as they get closer. Lee, protect the ship. Tenten, back us up. Then he and Naruto sprang forward, and Guy came right after them. Kakashi gives an order while glancing at his last genin. Sakura, get everyone back to the ship. Sasuke, defend their retreat. Sakura leaves right away, but Sasuke frowns and asserts, I can fight, Kakashi. Before disappearing in a sudden burst of speed, Kakashi commands, this isn't a discussion, Sasuke. The Uchiha growls in exasperation before witnessing the fight between the Dobi and that Hyuga. Sasuke smirks, turns on his Sharingan, and observes. Neji and Naruto stand back to back with their Byakugans flaring with chakra after the first fight, which knocked the grunts off their boards, the older boy remarked. Just like practice. Naruto smirks and takes a stance, saying, yeah, we got this Databayo. At that moment, the first of the 12 rush in. The blonde moves first, launches a 12-hit combo, and then slides beneath Neji's subsequent 6-point strike. We're down 2. Neji takes the lead as 3 more charge them, kunai out, and the teen Hyuga slides past but lashes back forcefully, like a candle in a light wind. He sailed past them, scoring 6 points for each of them. A pair of Narutos show up and strike them all with 16 palms before they can bear themselves again. As a kunai hits the man's neck, Neji dodges a wide jab, and Naruto spins around the hunched-over genin, giving his opponent a quick 8-point blow before finishing him with a double palm strike. The kunoichi aimed for his back was caught in the leg and throat by 2 kunai that flung themselves behind him. The blonde's attention was caught by the roar of a snow dragon, but Neji reappeared and yelled. Rotation. Neji successfully defends his teammate, but as he stops, he sees Naruto and a clone destroy 2 of the 4 snow ninja that are left in a textbook 16-point fashion. More concerningly, he witnessed Tenten defeat the final 2 with his Byakugan. He watches as a massive snow-made whale tumbles down from the top of the hill. Neji gives the order as Tenten rejoins the 2 boys. Time for us to get back to the ship. As the 3 dart back towards the ship, which has fortunately moved off and is almost at a safe distance, Tenten joked, seeing the same thing as her teammate, and Naruto nodded. No need to tell me twice. When the 3 reached the shore, they surprised Sasuke and Sakura by running across the water without missing a step. They then made a single leap back onto the ship. Both Guy and Kakashi land in a matter of seconds. The initial engagement went well. Prison in the land of snow. Later on, when Naruto opened his eyes, he was struck with memories of outrunning the train that was carrying Koyuki. He looks around, shaking off the memories of the rebellion's slaughter, and discovers that he is upside down with a device on his chest that locks away his chakra. Oh, and he's hanging upside down in metal chains. Naruto mumbles a sigh. Great, Enko Ne is totally going to kick my ass if she finds out I got blindsided like that. His blue eyes were drawn to the princess, who appeared relieved that he had indeed awoken, when a familiar voice said, "Oh, you're awake." Naruto nods, smiles, and responds, "Yeah, give me a sec." His apparent indifference to their capture and his present limitations caused Koyuki to raise an eyebrow. She has nothing better to do than watch this young ninja examine the chains and the chakra sealing device, which frowns and sparks a few times. It suddenly explodes after a moment, and he manages to free himself by backflipping to his feet with ease. Naruto looks around for a moment before focusing on the actress and inquiring as he stretches out to regain feeling in his limbs. "So, You ready to leave? At that, she blinks, uncurls from her spot on the stone slab that was meant to be a bed in the room's corner, and asks. Are you serious about all those things you said? Naruto nods and grins as he says this. I told my teammate once, you know, the one with the white eyes like mine. He went on after pointing to his own eyes and receiving a nod from Koyuki. He used to be a real bastard, you know, still is, but he's getting better. As he speaks, Naruto gradually opens his eyes and looks around the structure. But, when we were fighting in a tournament recently, he kept on blabbing on about fate this, fate that. He laughed as he thought back to the beating that seemed so long ago, but he quickly returned to the topic. So I said to him in the middle of our fight, and I quote, you say this fight was fated for your win, I say fuck your fate. I shall grab it, beat it down, and then reach for another. Naruto looks dead in her eyes, but he speaks the words she needed to hear with all the resolve that will make him famous, the unwavering will, and the unfailing heart on full display. If you don't like your fate, then fight for a better one. You can only run away so long before it catches you, so. He grins confidently and extends a hand. If you need a hand to fight, then I'll lend you the strength, and together we can change your fate and the fates of everyone that calls this place home. Koyuki tentatively, extremely hesitantly, reaches for the extended hand. Heat generator, land of snow. Later on, Neji calls out, Kaden, revolving heaven. As he defeats the twin black ice dragons and saves Naruto once more before making his declaration. Go, Naruto. Naruto takes advantage of this opportunity to charge across the frozen lake beneath the rainbow created by the frozen mist and pulls a kunai that starts to ripple with the Kyuubi's flames. As the brat gets closer, Dodo gets stronger and gets ready to use more hand signs to put an end to this farce. Naruto was so focused that he didn't notice the kunai flying by him and thwarting the enemy's attacks. Tenten's ranged support provided flawless interception. Mid-dynamic entry, Lee is seen fighting with two of those armored guys on his left and Guy on his right. Kakashi was fighting and controlling a large man with whom he had previously had problems. The blonde container heard Koyuki cheer as he approached. You can do it, Naruto. I believe in you. This caused Naruto to roar with a smile on his face. It ain't over until justice prevails and evil is wiped out. This will be a good story, with this being its happy ending. As the blonde roars, he thrusts his kunai forward, causing it to explode in scarlet flames that follow a rainbow of colors that cover his entire arm and go straight into Dodo's chest, shattering 2 ice walls in the process. Rainbow Fox Claw. Both parties are blown back by a huge eruption. Koyuki caught Naruto as he slowed down after he was seen skipping and sliding across the frozen lake. When Naruto finally opens his eyes, he sees the Kazuhana's now crying light eyes, which are much lighter than his own, and he smiles as he speaks. See, you can change your fate, if you tried. Koyuki nodded as she held him in her lap and examined his ripped, scorched, and battered clothing before softly responding. You are by far the strongest ninja I've ever known. To her astonishment, Naruto smiled broadly and giggled lightly at that. Yeah, I know, I could have told you that. She whispered to him and smiled as well. Thank you, Naruto. Hokage Tower and Hidden Leaf. After 2 weeks. The Elder Council welcomes Naruto as he enters the Hokage office, where the Hokage is waiting for him along with Kakashi and Guy. This is going to be really awful just by virtue of the Elder's presence. His wounds from the previous mission have long since healed, and he was back in his regular equipment with no more cuts or bruises. However, as a keepsake, he still had the photo of Koyuki kissing his cheek in the hospital in the Land of Snow. She became extremely busy after that, so he's glad he was awake for it. Naruto reports as he stops in front of the Hokage, standing at attention with a flawless expression of indifference. You wished to see me, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen sighed inwardly and gave the boy he recognizes as his grandson a single nod. The old Kage has observed the changes in the boy in front of him ever since his parentage and bloodline were revealed. He has reportedly become estranged from everyone except Anko and the members of the Hyuga clan. Using his shadow clones, he prefers to function independently of his genin team and doesn't really contribute as a member. Since then, his team's training has stagnated, utilizing only the fundamental academy methods, weapons, and shadow clones. According to Kakashi, he probably doesn't want Sasuke to copy them, which makes some sense, but he should have faith that his teammate won't steal his. However, Hiruzen reflects that it is a wise move based on that boy's most recent psychological evaluation. Regarding Naruto, He has divided his training between the Hyuga and Anko and has declined to discuss his specific abilities. He only provided generalizations about his abilities in his own report on the most recent B-rank mission in the Land of Snow. When combined with the contradictory reports from both teams, it creates a concerning situation for this young child. Hiruzen lined up his ideas on the subject and started talking. Naruto, I have called you here due to the lack of information regarding your activities during your last joint mission with Team 9. Everyone was staring at Naruto, and he didn't even flinch. When the Hokage saw this, he went on. For example, it says here that you disobeyed your Jonin-sensei's order to return when the enemy had already been retreating. Instead you gave chase. Care to explain? Naruto opened with a composed tone, as his sensei had taught him to do when he was angry. They had taken our protection target hostage, Lord Hokage. Right now, it won't give them anything to cling to in relation to his own emotions. He went on. Due to the airborne nature of their departure, tracking would have been difficult if not impossible. Here, Koharu spoke, interjecting needlessly. Your team comprised of 2 Byakugan users. Are you saying that you lack tracking capabilities? That is rather absurd. Thus, I made the decision to charge the enemy lines and attempt to stow away. Naruto went on as if the old bat hadn't interrupted, aggravating her severely, but he didn't give a damn. Seeing as both my smell and chakra are well known to my team, tracking was all but certain. Hiruzen asked instead of nodding. Then, what about the initial ambush? On the icebergs? Naruto said sharply, I was simply providing backup for Genin Neji Hyuga. Guy nodded as he saw his team and the blonde working together. With her eyes focused and alert, Himura then asked, despite the fact that he isn't your squad leader. Not even a breath of dignity was given to him by Naruto. Then Hiruzen struck a pose. Then, what about the argument that required both Jonin leaders to separate you and Genin Uchiha? Naruto reported blandly, it wasn't an argument, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at him, so he went into more detail. Duckbutt demanded that I teach him my fire channeling technique. I refused. Pinky demanded I do. Told her to choke on a dick. She lashed out. I dodged. Duckbutt tried to sucker punch me. I broke his nose. After that, he shrugged as though they were having a casual chat. Hiruzen sighed wearily and pinched the bridge of his nose before responding. You can't just punch people who get on your nerves, Naruto. Once more grabbing the old man's attention, Naruto reported, I didn't punch anyone, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen muttered, oh right, Kakashi's report said it was an elbow strike. Naruto bowed his head and made an offer. Never saw it coming. Koharu said, you are a danger to your team. Her fellow elders nodded in agreement. Guy was the first to speak. In all due respect, Lord Hokage. Naruto-kun worked well with my team and my genin have nothing but praise for him. It is clear that this is an isolated incident. Koharu reasoned, and Himura added, all the more reason to make a point out of it. Make an example out of this and prevent another flare-up in the future. As he explained, Kakashi added, from what I have seen. He attracted attention, as that, although showing great potential, Naruto is isolating himself from his teammates. I understand that they are not exactly the easiest to get along with but, he should give them a chance. Himura adjusts his glasses and says, be that as it may. He then turns to face his former teammate. He still struck the Uchiha. A fellow Leaf Shinobi, he must be punished to discourage such action moving forward. Hiruzen lets out a heavy sigh and calls. Genin Naruto Uzumaki. Due to actions taken during your last mission, you will be docked half the pay and a note added to your file. Do you understand what that means? Naruto quickly reported, yes, Lord Hokage. Guy was about to protest when the genin went on. Is that all? Everyone, especially Kakashi and Hiruzen, stared at him in shock. Why didn't he argue against it with them? After a few moments, the genin turned around and departed, and the Hokage nodded. Guy was upset, Kakashi was unreadable, and the elders appeared pleased when the door closed. The hidden leaf. Anko's location. When Naruto bursts through the door, the special Jonin looks up from the couch and sees her Gaki fly straight past her. She saw something that truly concerned her, so she leapt up and followed him. He was sniffling into the sheets when Anko followed him into the bedroom. She sighed as she glanced down at her inappropriate clothing. She was wearing a tank top and track pants without a bra. Her Gaki needs her, so screw it. As they moved into their shared bedroom, Anko examined the occupant while perched on the edge of the bed. After a brief moment, she also enters and gives Naruto a hug, which he reciprocates. Next morning, Naruto opens his eyes and realizes that he has never felt so at ease. Oh, Anko is giving him a hug. It makes sense. However, she speaks first before he has a chance to extend. Feeling better. Naruto hummed and then whispered back, tightening his grip on their already entwined hands. Yeah, gotta write up and stuff. Before she hummed and inquired, Naruto clarified, Duckbutt and Banshee tried to double-team me. Taught them why they shouldn't. Then. The blonde hummed once more before mumbling, knocked Pinky out and broke Duckbutt's nose. They deserved it. This time, he hummed back, feeling her shift against his back a little more than Anko had requested. So, no Chunin promotion for a year then, huh? Naruto nodded and she sighed, which made him blurt out, seems so. Sorry Ne-chan, I lost my cool and. Naruto finally turned back to see her gentle smile as she spoke after pausing to feel her other hand running through his hair. It was understandable that you would. They struck first right. Naruto nodded and corrected, tried to. She smiled and nodded in agreement before continuing. Good, no gaki of mine gets sucker punched and not return the favor. Naruto chuckled lightly at that, and the two of them spent the morning lounging in bed and chatting. Training Ground 3, Hidden Leaf. After a week. Kakashi looks at his team in blankness. His team has never been this disorganized and willing to destroy one another, even after, or maybe even because of, the events of the Land of Snow. He can now read Naruto's and Sasuke's skills fairly well, and they are separated by a cavern, despite the fact that he has also assisted Sasuke with his dojutsu. However, it balances out because Hiashi has also been teaching Naruto about his. However, he reasoned that letting them fight might help ease their tension. He will simply intervene before things become lethal. Kakashi sighs and yells, okay, let's finish up with a small spar. Go on, Naruto, Sasuke. Let's see how far you've come. Sasuke moved to an open area while grinning. With a quiet sigh, Naruto trailed him slowly, wondering if Neji had finished his training. He might be able to practice his Phoenix Fist a little more and have a good spar later. It's nearly there, and. Suddenly, almost without thinking, Naruto blocked Sasuke's opening kick. It appeared that the spar had started without his knowledge, indicating that he had been preoccupied with his thoughts. It was difficult to ignore Sasuke's deft maneuver as he took a step back, striking out at his leg in a manner that only he and his sensei had ever done. Naruto's eyes hardened and bulged out as he slapped away the thrusting hand, indicating that his Byakugan had been activated. Since this was the first time Naruto had done this in a sparring match since the exams, it was understandable that his Jonin leader took notice. Naruto remained on the defensive and watched as the smirking shit for brains Duckbutt moved fluidly, his body straining all the way, but it only made him angry and confirmed what he already knew. His moves from that last mission must have been imitated by this fuckface. Not only his, either. Exactly as Neji had pioneered against him, Sasuke ducked under his feint and struck up. As the Uchiha moved with a back heel kick that would be his first and last error, Naruto sidestepped the blow. Naruto used his right arm to block the reverse heel strike, then struck Sasuke's upper thigh with such force and speed that the birds in the area could hear his femur snapping. Sasuke let out a scream and didn't have to wait long for Naruto to drop into a familiar stance while he yelled. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Naruto launched himself forward with lightning speed, hitting his opponent's left shoulder with the call of before the Uchiha had even fallen over. 2 palms. Dislocated, Naruto called as his next 2 blows moved to his left chest. 4 palms. He went on, ribs cracked, then moved farther down. 8 palm. At this point, Kakashi caught the 8th blow and grabbed Sasuke to keep him safe from the other blows. Naruto, stand down, now. Naruto glares back at the man who dared to stop him, his rippling, barely controlled dojutsu adding to the glare. He stole them. He stole all my hard work. Sakura shouts, Sasuke-kun. As she rushes to his side and captures Kakashi's attention, which shifts from the furious Uzumaki to the bruised and bleeding Sasuke. With at least 1 broken bone and undoubtedly internal organ damage from the gentle fists, the damage appeared to be fairly extensive. Sasuke, damn it, you are not allowed to mimic an Ali's move. Sakura interrupted Kakashi as he turned to face his blonde student, who seemed to grow angrier the more time he spent with his teammates. You damn monster, how dare you do this too? She choked on the unholy amount of murderous intent Naruto was spewing before she could finish. He was obviously fed up with this shit. The blonde gave a hiss. Pinky, Shut your mouth. The young kunoichi was so scared that she was unable to move and was now drenched between her legs. Fortunately, because of the strength and volume of intent, in the training ground, Anbu, Jonin, and a few Chunin emerged. They were all prepared for battle, and the Hokage himself would soon arrive. The intention abruptly changed when they arrived, but Naruto continued to glare at his teammates. Hiruzen Saratobi, a professor, quickly put everything in order after observing the circumstances. Report. After glancing at Naruto, who had retreated a step and was obviously still extremely angry, Kakashi turned back to his Hokage and reported as directed. Lord Hokage, I had ordered my Genin team to undergo a spar to measure their current fighting capabilities. However, while distracted, Genin Uzumaki was caught out by a new move Genin Uchiha had made. It was no new move. Naruto spat like acid, attracting everyone's attention with his glare at the boy who was being attended to by the newly arrived Mednin. He snarled, "He stole those moves from me, Neji, and the Hyuga." How dare the boy? Every Hyuga in the crowd glared at Sasuke now. Be that as it may, Kakashi smoothly continued, attempting to ignore that for later. That is when Genin Uzumaki activated his dojutsu and went on the brutal takedown with a high block to a palm strike that seemed to have shattered his teammate's femur, then moved into an 8 trigrams, 16 palm. The neighboring Hyuga grinned. Undoubtedly, their newest clansmen were keeping the Uchiha in line. Excellent, excellent. Naruto remarked while glaring at the Jonin. You got in the way and stopped me at 8. Given the condition of the Uchiha and the fact that he hadn't even completed the combo, many people in the crowd swallowed at that point. Once more, the Hyuga in the audience were beaming with pride at one of their own performances in this area. The council will be happy. Hiruzen nods once and then inquires. So, after you intervened? Kakashi nodded, then looked at the still furious Genin he was standing in front of and continued. Genin Haruno came running over to tend to the downed Genin, while I ensured the fight had ended. Then, when she called him, and I quote, "You damn monster," he then silenced her with the killing intent you all sensed. Hiruzen accepted all of this with a nod and considered his options. This is a very bad situation. Here, neither side is tidy. By stealing portions of the Gentle Fist and its variations, the Uchiha have violated clan law. His head will be desired by the Hyuga. However, Naruto used lethal force and might have put an end to his fellow Genin's career. He will probably be removed from the shinobi program and put on trial for endangering a clan heir, according to the civilian council and elders. Danzo will undoubtedly take action and persuade the blonde to support him. Such a move will also not be taken lightly by the shinobi council. By defending clan secret techniques, Naruto did nothing wrong in shinobi circles. They will rebel and create a new rift if he is punished. However, civilians will also be in arms if he does not take action right away. All of these ideas occurred in less than a second, and although Hiruzen knew this would be unfair, he did it to prevent a civil unrest from starting inside the leaf. It appears that young Naruto will have to make another sacrifice. The Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, took a breath before making his call. In that case, I have no choice but to suspend Naruto Uzumaki for the next 2 months from active duty. The group of skilled shinobi let out silent gasps of surprise. No one felt more betrayed by such a decision than Naruto and the Hyuga. He didn't do anything improper. Even in his fury, he took care to prevent any potentially fatal injuries in order to eliminate the possibility of such a result. He could have easily severed the Uchiha's spine, exploded his heart, or even destroyed his mind from his point of attack, which was his back. As usual, the village outcast, he is held accountable for everything. Regardless of the truth, one is always at fault. To his astonishment, however, Hiyashi materialized at his side, touched his shoulder, and then retaliated. Lord Hokage, I must object to that decision. Hiruzen turned to face the head of the Hyuga clan and was about to inquire when Inoichi Yamanaka joined Naruto. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akamichi, and Sume Inazuka soon followed him. At that, the Hokage raised an eyebrow and then inquired. You all believe this to be a bad call? Shikaku was the first to speak, nodding. Considering what Jonin Hitaki had reported, this was a spar. Therefore, normal punishments regarding friendly fire are temporarily lifted, and by clan law, Genin Uzumaki did nothing wrong. Knowing this, Hiruzen nodded, but a civilian Chunin, one of the shinobi in the crowd, stepped forward and responded. That may be true, sir, but he isn't a Hyuga. Hiyashi corrected the idiot and pointed to the hoodie his stepson was sporting, saying, "He has been a part of the clan for some time now." There was a red swirl on one side and a gray Hyuga sigil on the other. "You can only have such if the clan has given you permission to wear it." The clan chief went on. As such, he had been acting in the interests of his adopted clan, and I, as his clan head and stepfather, will stand with him as I always will. Everyone gasped at that statement. This proved to everyone where Naruto obtained his Byakugan. If he is Hiyashi's stepson, then his late wife was involved in the boy's birth, so legally, his mother's spouse was granted custody of the child with minimal opportunity for protest. Hiruzen scowled at that, not having been informed beforehand, because the Hyuga will undoubtedly be furious over this entire situation now that Hiyashi has made that claim, not lightly nor without the consent of his own council. "He's getting too old for this shit." Great. The next person to speak was Inoichi. "I may not know the boy personally, but I know Anko, as a member of my department, would have drilled into him the rules and regulations of the village so he would not strike beyond the acceptable rules allowed." When he was done, he folded his arms. "I will investigate this personally." Choza, Shikaku, and Hiyashi nodded to the Yamanaka head, and soon continued. "Yeah, the pup no doubt held back, all things considered." As she went on, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the obnoxious little Uchiha with a chilly twinkle inside. Considering he took on the likes of an S rank and forced him to flee, the little punk is only breathing due to the pup's self-control. Many of the shinobi in attendance were unable to refute that reasoning. They had all witnessed the boy battle one of their best rogue shinobi and emerge victorious. An impressive accomplishment. Hiruzen believes he had no other option and gave in because he sensed that even his Anbu agreed with the clan heads. If he disobeyed long-standing regulations, things might get worse than a spar getting a little too intense. The Hokage said, clearing his throat just to get the clearing's attention. "Very well. As you have pointed out, in shinobi law there is nothing that can hold against Genin Uzumaki Hyuga. However, he shall still be given a suspended 1-month probation and removal from Team 7. Kakashi was the only one who objected to that, and he inquired, "Isn't that a bit?" Hiruzen yelled, "Kakashi," and made the Jonin stop talking. Then he said, "It is clear that you are unable to train these 3 genin properly. Even in your own reports, you have reported the fracturing and breaking down of camaraderie between your genin. Others have also reported it as so." Many Jonin nodded in agreement, especially those with genin teams who had either seen it or heard rumors about Team 7's lack of cooperation. Kakashi was forced to nod. Despite his best efforts, the situation has only gotten worse. This is his most recent effort. Hiruzen gives the copycat ninja instructions after observing that the wounded genin had already been transported to the hospital, where he would undoubtedly receive treatment for his more severe wounds. With Genin Uzumaki Hyuga off your team, you can focus on getting them to work together until a replacement can be found. Am I clear? Kakashi reported, nodding. I understand, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen then turns to face the clan leaders, more precisely, Hiyashi. Please take your stepson back home with you, Hiyashi. No doubt you will have words with him, yes. As he answered, Hiyashi nodded and gave Naruto a quick shoulder squeeze for support. That I will, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen turned to face the assembled shinobi and gave an order, tilting his head in agreement. All of you are dismissed. Return to your duties. Sakura, who was still experiencing mild shock from everything that had just transpired, and Kakashi were the only people left on the training ground after that order. Secret Leaf, Hyuga Substance. Before making an announcement, Hiyashi opens a door and leads Naruto inside. This will be your room here in the compound. It has been stocked with all the amenities you should need. The blonde nods as she observes the robe-like clothing in the closet. Every Hyuga robe is a stereotype. After a moment, Naruto remarks while turning to face his stepfather. Am I expected to wear those? When Hiyashi pointed to the clothes, the older man nodded and smiled amusedly. It would be best, yes. If only just on the grounds, joint training sessions, and formal clan events. Beyond that, feel free to wear what you feel most comfortable. Naruto nods, thinking that's the best he could get, and it's not like he has to wear them constantly. So he answered, Thank you, Hiyashi-san. Hiyashi stepped back out, cocked his head, and started to shut the door, but paused, he added. In case you are wondering, Naruto. My room is next door, Hinata's is beyond it and Hanabi's is opposite hers. When the door finally closed, Naruto nodded and walked over to the bed. He flopped on the bed and thought about the day's events while staring up at the ceiling. He was eventually kicked off that toxic team. Although it has only been a month, he has officially been placed on reserve and removed from active duty, can complete a lot of training in that time. Perhaps Ankone will finally teach him about poisons so he can practice throwing Senbon. Then perhaps he will follow up with Inoichi. Develop your flower arrangement abilities. Check to see if he can expand his fighting skills. Perhaps he will discover something in the Hyuga archives. Regardless of his feelings, they have made a claim on him, and his uncle has only been encouraging throughout it all. Hiyashi as well, so perhaps he ought to accept it and make the most of his circumstances. Here, spend some time with his family. That's preferable to sulking for the next month, though. Hidden Leaf, Hyuga compound. Since there will undoubtedly be a council meeting regarding the earlier incident and he will probably need to defend himself against those stupid civilians, Hiyashi moved back towards the exit after escorting Naruto to his new room. The Hokage will probably make stupid overtures in an attempt to appease them, which he will have to firmly reject. One of the elders called out to the Hyuga clan leader before he could leave. Hiyashi, a moment. Hiyashi turned around, confronted his father, and waited for him to approach before answering. Elder, I do not have much time. Without hesitation, Hizashi said, then let us keep this quick. That boy you have claimed as. In his presence, Hiyashi firmly declared, he is my son, Elder. He did not allow anything to veer off course or show disrespect for his late wife's legacy. Hizashi scowled but went on anyway. I hear he has been suspended from active duty, further disgracing our fine name as. After cutting the old bag off, Hiyashi asked, have you heard the reason why? And decided to educate the man after he shook his head. Naruto was sparring with his now former team, when the Uchiha started using our gentle fist, his viper, and Neji's new style. Hizashi scowled, but Hiyashi spoke before he could. Thus, in accordance with clan law, Naruto struck out to cripple him with full force and performed a textbook 16 palm but was interrupted by Jonin Hitaki at 8. The younger man added with a smirk on his face. Yet, he still managed to cripple the Uchiha for at least a month, maybe 2. That is, as he went on, Hiyashi firmly said, fear not. I have no doubt that my boy will be a very successful and strong shinobi moving forward. One of our strongest with little doubt. The clan chief stepped forward and gave the elder, who was clearly illiterate, a stern look. You must decide whether or not you want to support him or be another step for him to overcome, father. After all, as my son, he is also your grandson. Hizashi was left thinking about his own decisions as a result. Council room, Hidden Leaf. As Hiyashi had anticipated, an Anbu had shown up en route to the tower to inform him of the emergency session before he proceeded with his journey. As he arrived, he saw that every civilian was there and giving him a serious scowl. His expression of disinterest served its purpose. Sume at his side nodded to him as he sat down, and he did the same. Inoichi arrives last, followed by the other clan heads over the course of the following few minutes. Hiyashi nodded in response to the Hyuga's nod as he passed. Hiyashi thought the elder's arrival was excessively haughty, but it doesn't really matter. The Hokage finally showed up last, quickly settling into his seat before requesting the entire room. Why was this meeting called? Mabuki Haruno, the spokesperson for the civilian council, stood up and made a firm statement, as is customary whenever such a meeting is called regarding the demon boy. Is it not obvious, Lord Hokage? That troublemaking child has struck out at Uchiha-sama. He must be removed from the shinobi program and put on trial for endangering. Suspecting this, Hiruzen held up a hand to halt her. He pointed to the clan council and said, when she stopped talking. As this is a shinobi affair, we have already seen it handled. All of the shinobi council members nodded, but one councilman, Tahini Genshiro, a bakery owner and investor banker, got up to speak to the Hokage. He was a stocky 5'5" with untidy brown hair. You say that, Lord Hokage, but it has come to our attention that the boy has recently received a write-up for a previous offense regarding Lord Uchiha. Hiyashi had never heard of such an event before and was now interested in what had happened before. Nishi and Neji's observations had informed him of his charges team's incompetence, but he didn't realize it was this severe. Fortunately, Inoichi's hardened expression came next. If I may, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded to the head of the Yamanaka clan, sighing, knowing he would regret it, and Inoichi responded with his own ideas. In both cases, Genin Uzumaki was not in the wrong. Yes, he really did call it, Hiruzen thought and inquired. How so, Inoichi? But it was Shikaku, with his head in his palm, who answered. Well, as we are covering the second incident, let us cover that first. The Nara head gave an explanation after everyone nodded. Genin Uchiha and Genin Uzumaki Hyuga were engaged in a spar under the instruction of their Jonin leader. Thus, any injuries thereby obtained are at their own risk, barring deadly force. Tahini made a claim and jumped right in. Lord Uchiha is in the hospital, so it is clear that that boy is guilty of using deadly force. Hardly. Soom shot back, folding his arms and averting his gaze for a moment, but Inoichi corrected the naive civilian. From what I have uncovered, counselors, is that from the position of both participants, if Genin Uzumaki Hyuga had intended to kill the Uchiha, he would have. What are you saying? The pup didn't use deadly force, obviously. Soom snarled low at these stupid pigs and space wasters. She added when they turned to face her. Considering his strength, killing the punk would have been easy, but he didn't. That brat should consider himself lucky. I would not have been so lenient. Now Himura raised his voice and asked, adjusting his glasses. You cannot be serious, Soom. What has young Sasuke done to earn such a response? Now it was Hiyashi who answered. He copied my clan arts and attempted to use them during this spar. My stepson merely acted within his rights as a member of the Hyuga clan to protect our secret arts. His words, which were straight from the horse's mouth and confirmed what many had heard from the rumor mills and others, were followed by an odd silence, that what was said earlier was not misheard by them. Regarding the parental rights Hiyashi had asserted over that boy, Mabuki in particular was remarkably quiet. The first time she saw it, she remembered what her daughter had said when she was dropped off by her sensei, in shock from an accident. The elders were aware that their Jinchuriki had Hyuga blood in him and that his Byakugan was a dead giveaway, but they were all unaware of the person who had bestowed it upon him. After all, Enko's counterintelligence work on her testing of her new family member had been extremely thorough. Danzo was already attempting to determine the most effective way to take advantage of this information, but he needed to exercise caution. The beast may act against his interests if there is any foul play. However, now that the Hyuga have it under control, he might have a new path next to the snake's rejected pupil. Since Mabuki was not going to break the silence, Tahini confronted the Hyuga. You claim that thing as. Hiyashi said calmly, if you do not intend to use his name. However, no one dared to think that he was narrowing his eyes at the civilian as he went on. Then do not speak of him. Unfazed, Tahini went on. You claim him as one of your own. As a stepson no less. Hiyashi looked over the civilian side of the council and said firmly, I do. And I have the relevant documentation to prove it without a doubt and have the backing of my own clan council. Thus, any further transgressions against him are transgressions against us. Kaharu answered that, can you please provide said documents to this council, to prove your case? No, Hiyashi said coolly and without hesitation, avoiding giving the elder a close look. According to Kaharu, the elderly woman gave the young man a disbelieving glance. This was not up for debate, Hiyashi. Inoichi sternly explained, drawing attention to his hardened gaze as he stared down both the elders and the civilians before continuing, that is a clan matter. It seems like you all have forgotten that you do not command us. We serve the Hokage, not you civilians. Leaning forward on the desk, Soom added helpfully with a fanged grin, drawing frowns from the three elderly coots. Nor you advisors. Before he spoke, Himura cleared his throat. As advisors to the Hokage. With his arms crossed, Inoichi remarked, does not grant you access to private information. He then turned to face the Hokage, and Shikaku continued. You lost your security clearance for shinobi affairs when you retired, did you forget? Tahini cleared his throat, bringing attention to himself and moving on, breaking the embarrassment. Then, in that case, with both this case and the last. The Uzumaki has struck out at. Hiyashi looked at the Hokage, who appeared to be about to reply when Inoichi interrupted, and replied, I have not received any reports about this apparent previous incident. It's from the Land of Snow mission where both Teams 7 and 9 were deployed to escort an actress. AC rank turned A rank. As Tahini continued, the entire room nodded. He struck both Lord Uchiha and his teammate, Counselor Haruno's daughter, injuring them both. Due to this, neither were able to aid for the remainder of the mission. As if preoccupied, Shikaku's eyes conveyed something that immediately unnerved the civilian. The fact that you know this means you have been given information you shouldn't have access to. The other civilians were immediately reminded by a quick look at the others that they were up against all of these skilled and seasoned murderers. Hiyashi then asks after letting them perspire for an uncomfortable period of time. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen added to the man's statement with an undetectable sigh. Well, Hiyashi, the reports of Genin Uzumaki Hyuga's actions during the A-rank mission are not entirely clear. Not even in his own report, as he gave generalities at best. Due to this and his act of a physical altercation with the other members of Team 7, a note was made on his file. The other members of the Shinobi Council raised their eyebrows when Inoichi revealed he was also docked half the pay. The man explained himself with ease as he shrugged and leaned back in his chair. I ran into Naruto and Neji as they were about to leave, when those horses ran past us all. Seemed like it would be an interesting mission report, so I read them all when they came in. Remembering them, he laughed and continued. I was not disappointed. Before Shibi asked, Inoichi received a lot of nods. What caused such an altercation? It seems illogical not to understand such a point. That attracted attention to Himura, so he added, the fact that he struck a clan heir and assaulted a fellow leaf shinobi is why the boy was punished. To dissuade such notions from him moving forward. A simple but effective punishment. The civilian side gave him satisfied nods, but Shibi re-asked. What caused such an altercation? This time, the Yamanaka gave an explanation as the Abarim clan head turned to face Inoichi. From my own information, it would seem that Genin Uchiha and Haruno attempted to blindside him. As he answered, a small smile appeared on his face. The problem was, Genin Uzumaki Hyuga's reflexes are far sharper than theirs, and training under my subordinate has made sure that he wouldn't miss his target. As she continued, Sume's laughter was so loud that it drowned out the other Shinobi Council members. Serves him right. Wait, he got attacked then punished for defending himself. With a serious tone, Kaharu said, drawing deadpans from the shinobi present, he was not attacked. Even Hiruzen gave her a sidelong glance, questioning whether she had really grown too old, but in the end, he let his shinobi handle this. They appear to have this under control. Before concluding, Shikaku sighed at the foolishness on display and dryly confirmed, no, technically he wasn't hurt. But he was attacked. You were simply punishing him for having quicker reactions and better aim than his teammates. Shibi concurred with his fellow clan leader, saying, illogical. Despite his fellow's silent disapproval on the matter, Hiyashi was the next to speak. Even after denying his promotion, you then give him this mark to prevent his participation in the next 2 Chunin exams based on this vague technicality. Himura added, the facts remain. Kaharu refused to back down and speak for themselves. The punishment must stand. Kotobuki Takuma, the leader of the Restaurant Workers' Coalition, declared angrily, just as Elder Danzo warned last time. Standing at 5'11", he was a tall, thin man with olive skin, black eyes, and gel-combed hair. He leapt to his feet and added, slamming both hands against the desk. That boy is a loose cannon. Clearly. Even a deaf person could hear the threat in Hiyashi's calm words, watch your mouth, counselor. Sume went on. That pup has more self-control and discipline than most. Then, with a blank face, she tilted her head while maintaining a murderous gleam in her eyes. And should we suddenly turn the other way, I wonder what he and you may discuss in person. Kotobuki gritted his teeth to hide his fear at the thought. He knew that he couldn't defeat that demon fox by himself. Since she was filling in for her father, who was in the hospital, Yuma Murai, the head of the Attire Association and currently the youngest member of the Civilian Council, showed little interest in the boy. As she spoke, her brown eyes stood out due to the amount of makeup on her face, which was rather pale given her tanned complexion. Are we not blowing this out of proportion? Shibi nodded and said, grossly off topic. Then she turned to face the Hokage and inquired, what is the justification for such a harsh sentencing on both accounts? Hiruzen considered the best way to respond. There was a lot of tension here, and supporting either council could have unfavorable long-term effects. He is well aware that Danzo will have more influence over the Shinobi Council if he supports them. On the other hand, the Shinobi Council will become more uncomfortable if they support the civilians. Can they be influenced by Danzo or his former teammates? It is not impossible, but it is unlikely. Having said that, his grandson has been given the short end of the stick in all but blood, but he is powerless in this situation. Even though they play hardball here, the shinobi are aware that without the civilians, conditions inside the leaf become intolerable for everyone. However, Hiruzen has no intention of keeping Naruto on the reserve roster, and his punishments only appear severe on paper. He will put him in as soon as another team is available. Since he cannot send him to the upcoming Chunin exams in Kurigakure and he is unsure if Suna will hold thereafter, it might not be in time for a safe Chunin exam. Naturally, Iwagakure is another no, but Takigakure is feasible but will need a team. Given that he is now a member of the main house of the Hyuga clan, Kumogakure may also cause problems. However, once Jiraiya returns and persuades Naruto to train him, none of that really matters. In order for him to become a well-rounded shinobi, his student usually takes his apprentices on training trips. When they return, he will be at the Jonin level and can simply promote him. That makes him realize that he needs to speak with Anko and receive a thorough explanation of Naruto's abilities. Within 2 breaths of those thoughts, Hiruzen responded. The write-up was to indicate just how serious the actions taken were out in the field. Yes, Genin Uzumaki was struck at first and only retaliated. However, if he has the speed to do that, then he could have easily evaded and then reported it. Soom snorted, fully aware that nothing would have come of it. Since the other members of the Shinobi Council were also aware of this, no further remarks were necessary. Hiruzen sighed once more and went on. The second was due to already being warned about such conduct. Yes, it was a spar. However, it was not the first time he had resorted to deadly intent during such a time. I was left with little recourse this time around. However, the Shinobi side members who were present raised their eyebrows as he concluded, indicating that they did not trust him, given that Naruto had not broken any laws and that they had all persuaded him not to do so. Hiruzen moaned to himself, wondering if he ought to call on his pupil to accept the hat. If he didn't see through the disguise of his rogue students, his time has long since passed and he is growing too old for this nonsense, but his shinobi did. Shibi raised an eyebrow and drew everyone's attention to himself, asking, then shouldn't Genin Uchiha also be punished for attacking Genin Uzumaki Hyuga? He gave a thorough explanation after noticing the confusion. From what has been unveiled, the initial punishment was to enforce notions that choice has consequence. If that is established, should not both parties be punished? At that, everyone blinked, so engrossed in Genin Uzumaki Hyuga's severe punishment that they failed to notice the person who initiated both. The old crones, with the exception of 2, had hoped to divert attention from that as they usually do. Shikaku responded with a nod. That is a valid point, Shibi. Inoichi looked at the Hokage and continued, I concur. As I have already conducted an interview with the Uchiha. Tahini yells, how, he's still asleep is he not? The shinobi in attendance only give him a grumpy look because it is clear to them. Inoichi stated without regret that he felt dirty for having been in that boy's head. I can say with certainty that Genin Uchiha was striking out with intent to maim and destroy his former teammates' ability to fight back. The apparent corruption of his mind is also worrisome. He will need to return and perform a thorough workup. Naturally, Hiruzen sighed inwardly as he asked, when was this, Inoichi? The Shinobi Council raised eyebrows at Inoichi's quick response, since the exams. Shikaku muttered, he's been aiming to cripple his teammates since the exams. After giving his friend a nod, Inoichi turned back to the Hokage and repeated himself. Ever since their first training session post-exams and Genin Uzumaki Hyuga refused to use his new fighting style unveiled in said exams, he has been trying to push him to use it to copy and then beat him with it. Suspecting that, Hiruzen nodded, and the Yamanaka went on. But what seemed to have been the catalyst for his desire was he was indeed bested by his teammate using the basic academy style. Soom snorted loudly at this, trying to contain her laughter. She sucked at it, but she wasn't by herself because Shikaku at his side could feel Inoichi's lip twitching. Even though Hiashi maintained an expression of indifference, the elders in attendance could not help but notice the laughter in his eyes. In an attempt to avoid expressing his personal opinions, Inoichi kept reporting in a monotone. And then, despite using AC rank fireball near enough to point blank without being point blank range, Genin Uzumaki Hyuga managed to escape via substitution. Then, counter-attack using kunai shadow clones and AD rank wind breakthrough to completely paralyze him in fear. The Mind Walker finishes with a frown. Genin Uchiha hates being seen as weak but hates that his fellow Genin made him feel fear. Particularly, one that he sees as beneath him. Choza looked up from his thoughts and at the Hokage as he finished, saying with a firm expression, that is going to be a problem sooner or later. That attitude will only be a hindrance to any team that Genin is placed in. Soom adds with an expanding smirk as all of the shinobi nod in agreement. He should be punished too. To dissuade such notions from him moving forward. A simple one that should be an effective punishment. She was deliberately repeating their words to add value, and when the elders scowled, obviously realizing that their words were being used against them, she knew she had struck a nerve. Kaharu fired back. Has he not been punished enough? Early estimates suggest that Genin Uchiha will be out of action for about 6 weeks. Inoichi raised a brow and corrected, 3 at best. Prior to the meeting, he had literally just left the hospital after delving into Genin Uchiha's mind to make a few corrections and retrieve the intelligence needed for this defense. Shibi spoke now, nodding. Then, he should also receive the same punishment. Outraged, the majority of civilians leapt to their feet. There was nothing wrong with the Uchiha. Hiruzen let out a sigh and explained. Shibi, Genin Uzumaki Hyuga was placed on probation and back in reserves as he was removed from Team 7. Removing Genin Uchiha from the Team 2 will resolve nothing. Shikaku offered, the half pay for the next 3 missions and a week of probation. Since he would be leaving the hospital in 3 weeks, an additional payment would put him on par with Naruto. The loss of cash flow would also be roughly compensated for by 3 C-rank missions at half pay. After giving it some thought, Hiruzen concluded that the compromise wasn't too bad and that neither boy would be significantly impacted. He sighed and looked at the red-faced civilians before speaking. Very well, that is reasonable. Lord Hokage, Hiruzen inhaled, turned to face Hiashi, and gave the order. Though, I expect to see the documentation you mentioned earlier, Hiashi. Hiruzen declared after the addressed person gave one nod. Then, this meeting is adjourned. Secret Leaf, Hyuga Substance. Hinata was returning to her room after taking a bath following her mission when she noticed a door on her right that was slightly open and emitted a soft light. The library was that. She paused out of curiosity to see who was working at this hour, only to discover a certain mop of sunshine at the desk with a lamp by his side. Hinata's cheeks start to flush as soon as she realizes it was Naruto-kun, Naruto ni-sama. It looked like he was studying something. Why was he reading the history of the clan, blinking? Is he attempting to gain a better understanding of the clan? Perhaps she could assist him. Hinata shook her head, glancing down at her inappropriate clothing, and hurried back to her room. If she wants to talk to Naruto ni-sama, she needs to look more presentable. The young heiress missed her grandfather's arrival and he silently watched her go. He looked into the library after she had left and saw the boy diligently researching their history. He appears to be concentrating on the era of the warring states and the conflicts they fought. Wondering, is he trying to find something? A closer look reveals that he is examining their winning tactics, but some of the scrolls appear to be from their previous opponents. It's possible that Hiashi was correct and that he will soon have to make a decision that will either benefit the clan or himself. Naruto sighed and walked to his room after putting all those scrolls away, complaining about how much time that had been wasted. Perhaps he ought to ask Neji or Nishi about the Hyuga's ranged combat tactics. There was nothing about fighting at range that he could find. He blinked as he instinctively grabbed the person who was going to bump into him by the shoulders as he turned onto the corridor. After a brief moment, Naruto recognized the person he had captured and inquired. Hey Hinata, are you okay? Hinata quickly turned red in shock at nearly bumping into Naruto-kun, Naruto ni-sama. Fortunately, she had changed into her usual robes, which she rarely wears outside of the compound. Before he spoke again, she was still on the verge of fainting. Actually, I have been meaning to ask someone about the clan and maybe you could help me. Hinata focused on her breathing and used all of her willpower because her brother or crush needed her help right now. She swallowed nervously, then nodded docilely and received a smile in return for her efforts. Relax, Hinata, this is something you can accomplish. This is something you can accomplish. Naruto asks the question that has been bothering him after noticing her nod. Well, I have looked through the library already, you see. With a furrowed brow, Naruto folded his arms and released her shoulders before continuing. And well, I think I have close-ranged combat skills at a good level. So I was thinking, what about mid to long range? Sure, I have kunai, one-wind jutsu, and shadow clones, but it's still a weakness. Hinata nodded, understanding what he was trying to ask but remaining silent as he went on. So, I thought that maybe there was something the Hyuga had regarding it but couldn't find anything. Do you know, Hinata? He raised an eyebrow and gave Hinata his full attention when she said, well, normally, the clan teaches mid-range, when you get to, Chunin rank, Naruto ni-sama. She lowered her face, squeaked, and fiddled with her fingers. Vacuum palm is the traditional method within the gentle fist. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, wondering if that was it. However, according to Hinata, that was only for mid-range. Maybe he ought to speak with Nishi or Hiyashi first thing in the morning. It was getting late, and tomorrow he will, oh, I see. He has no team. It will take some time to get used to that. Naruto sighed, turned back to Hinata, and offered with a gentle smile. I see. Thanks Hinata. We should get to sleep as it is rather late and you probably have team practice tomorrow, right? Hinata shook her head and answered in a daring move, at least for her. 3 days off. My sensei gave it to us after completing our escort mission. Naruto grinned once more and nodded before speaking. Congratulations, Hinata. At that moment, the little heiress's ears practically exploded with steam. She just received praise from her Naruto-kun. She had only just begun her day. Naruto's addition saved Hinata. In that case, maybe we could spar tomorrow. I know Neji won't be back for the next 2 days, so I could use a new training partner. Since this was a crucial moment for her and she couldn't fail, Hinata was frantically trying to avoid fainting. In spite of everything, she gave a firm nod, and Naruto smiled back before continuing on his way. Great, I'll see you in the morning then. She watched as he passed her father's room in the hallway, opened the door, waved back, and went inside. The thought that Naruto-kun, Naruto-ni-sama, Naruto-kun's room is just there caused her to collapse back against the wall as soon as the door closed, her face so red that steam was visible escaping her hair. 2 doors down from hers is his room. Just in time to shut the door and squeal loudly before collapsing on her bed, Hinata dashes back to her own room. In fact, she talked to him. Next morning, when there was a soft knock on the door, Naruto jumped up, pulled his kunai out, and looked at the door once more. He lets out a sigh and rests his head back on the pillow, flashing his eyes briefly. He called out after a moment of hearing the muffled voices. Hinata, Hanabi. The youngest of the siblings burst through the door, yelling far too loudly for such an early hour. Ni-chan, you are actually. Before Hinata sees Naruto-kun turn out of bed and yawn, she squeaks, Hanabi, calm down. After a brief glance back at her Nei-chan, Hanabi turns to face her eldest sibling, who has just finished yawning, and asks. How long have you been here, Ni-chan? Naruto finished adjusting his t-shirt and suppressed another yawn before responding, since yesterday. Then he turned to face the young girl and inquired. So, why are you making a fuss this early, huh? Breakfast is ready, Hanabi chirped, nodding slowly as he turned to face Hinata, who reddened under his blue eyes. You came to get me. The heiress glanced down at her protruding fingers and nodded quickly. Naruto finds himself engaged in another round of staring as he turns to face the younger of the two. This time, Hanabi was going to prevail. She won't give up. She has a reputation to uphold, even though he is her big brother. As the silence deepened, Hinata looked up to see the stare down and felt both alarmed and perplexed. At the end of 2 minutes, Hiyashi showed up to see his daughter's forfeiture and the stare down ending in front of Naruto. His youngest puffed her cheeks before declaring, and the blonde smiled in a way that reminded the older man of his sister-in-law once more, with a hint of Kushina. This is not over, Ni-chan. Mark my words, I will defeat you. In response, Naruto said, damn right, Sarah's reincarnation without a doubt. Oh, dear little sister, you shall never win against my might. With all the strength her petite frame could muster, Hanabi glared, but all it did was make the blonde grin even more. Hiyashi cleared his throat, attracting attention to himself as he declared, believing that if he did not step in now, Hanabi would encounter her aunt's tendencies through her second son. Come, children, breakfast awaits. Dojo training. Nishi joined Hiyashi on the side, and Hanabi sat opposite her father to her uncle, watching Naruto and Hinata in the circle getting ready for the fight. In response to Hinata's typical soft fist, Naruto assumed his viper stance. Everyone was aware that she wasn't a good fit for the style, but this was a necessary step. It was therefore not surprising that Naruto was quick in his evasion and even faster in his counterattack when she activated her Byakugan and launched forward in a textbook opening strike. To everyone's surprise, however, Hinata managed to escape his retaliatory action unscathed before launching another attack outside of the accepted kata. She appears to have been practicing outside of the standard attacks as well. Naruto reacted in a split second, slapping her surprise attack away and regaining his balance before launching a faster retaliation. Here, Hinata allowed her body to do what it wanted and partially avoided the triple jab, only to be caught by the last one as she tried to gain a better footing. However, Naruto refused to give up and kept pushing back. Hinata's evasion, led by her instincts, was difficult but better than anticipated. She continued to be graceful and agile, which made Naruto less reticent than he had been at first. He had to work very hard to get any hits himself, even though she was unable to retaliate. Naruto was reminded of his sensei by the degree of adaptability. Because he was more experienced in this type of fighting, this was the only reason Hinata lost this time. Hiyashi yelled, "That's enough." Both fighters instantly stopped. Unaccustomed to such prolonged movements in the heat of battle, Hinata was panting heavily. Naruto was grinning broadly at her as he deactivated his Byakugan, so she wasn't upset about this loss. Hanabi was close enough to vibrate in her seat and maintain her expression of indifference in her father's presence when they both turned to face the audience. When Nishi saw his sister's two children move and fight as she did, he smiled more proudly than the two older men, who both had knowing smirks. She would be incredibly proud. Hiyashi stood up, took a scroll out of his sleeves, and spoke. "It is now clear that the standard gentle fist does not suit you, daughter. This is the scroll for your mother's style of it. As I have discussed with your brother prior, it should be far more comfortable and effective for you." As Hinata took the scroll in a respectful manner, her eyes were fixed on the parchment that her late mother had undoubtedly spent hours creating and hoped she and perhaps Naruto Nisama would carry on her work. She swallowed hard, turned back to face her father, and bowed completely while whispering, "Then, thank you, father." Hiyashi gave a firm nod, then turned to face Naruto and told him, "You two are progressing well, Naruto. With your next month clear of missions, we shall step up your own training to see what exactly you can do. Be prepared." Naruto simply nodded in a composed response. "I won't let you down, Hiyashi-san." Hiyashi added, nodding in agreement. "Before that, however, I need you to accompany me today to deliver our results of your ancestry to the Hokage." Naruto swallowed uneasily and was about to protest when Hiyashi calmly clarified by raising a hand. "Naruto, listen to my words before you panic. I said, our results. Meaning the Hyuga ones and not yours with your sensei. I want you with me to ensure that none listen in with your eyes." Naruto relaxed and gave a composed nod before responding. "Okay, I get it. I will get changed." Hanabi leapt from her seat and asked, "Can I come?" Catching Hiyashi and Naruto's attention, Nishi did offer before they spoke. "I will stay here and help my niece get started on her mother's style." The head of the clan nodded, then turned to face his youngest and said, nodding, "Very well, I expect you on your best behavior, Hanabi." Hanabi stood up as well, nodding repeatedly. Hyuga's hidden leaf. As a result of Hiyashi's strong demands and Hanabi's entreaties, Naruto wore a more Hyuga-like ensemble this time, with clean cream robes and hair that was more hygienic, pulled back, and styled in a low ponytail. Why are little sisters so demanding? According to him, they were meant to be adorable and naive. A certain Nara sneezed somewhere along the way back to the village. As soon as they left the compound, Naruto became aware of the changes. Instead of glaring at him and his group, the civilians were staring at them. When Hanabi took his hand and walked calmly beside him, some people looked twice. Hiyashi wasted time breathing in their direction and didn't even give them a sidelong glance. The few Hyuga bowed as they went by, and the shinobi nodded in recognition after them. They were able to match Naruto's smile with ease. After he put down the duck butt, it appears that his clansmen have accepted him much more than they did previously. Yes, it was consoling, but he pondered absently what it might mean in the future. Despite the fact that some people were staring at her suspiciously, Hanabi was genuinely delighted, possibly even thrilled, to be able to spend time with her new brother. In contrast to her father, who no longer really holds her hand, his hand was large and soft. Thus, this was excellent. Hokage Tower and Hidden Leaf. All three Hyuga sensed a change as soon as they entered the tower, but they were unable to identify it. The employees were behaving normally and unconcerned. Hiyashi muttered as the two younger ones turned to face the older. "Stick close and stay together." They moved quickly through the tower and arrived at the Hokage office, where they were asked to enter. As anticipated, they were at last in front of the Hokage, but their presence had already irritated them. Unwanted, but not surprising. According to Hiruzen, the Hokage soon broke it. "Thank you for coming, Lord Hiyashi." The Hokage's eyes shifted to his two charges, Naruto and Hanabi, who were both formally bowing, but the younger was still holding the elder's hand after Hiyashi nodded. If you ignore the fact that both of them had blank faces, it was actually pretty cute. Hiruzen continued, "Naruto, Hanabi-chan, good to see you too. They both nod but say nothing. With a sigh, Hiruzen turned back to the man he had called upon and spoke in a composed tone. I can assume you have brought the required documentation, yes. After giving a nod, Hiyashi turned to face the three advisors, and made it apparent that he had a question without saying anything. It was Kaharu who responded. This is vital information that we should be aware of. Two of the elders frowned when Hiyashi said firmly, this is a shinobi matter, elder. The Hyuga clan leader gazed at the Hokage, and as the silence grew louder, the Hokage finally let out another sigh. Hiruzen gives an order while glancing over his shoulder. Leave us. Himura started. You cannot be, but Hiruzen's narrowed eyes caused him to stop talking and nod. While they all made their way to the door, Naruto kept a close eye on Dazno, his face unreadable except for the growing slit and flowing red that were impossible to miss. The old-timer will wait until his plans are in place because he knew that now was not the time for a confrontation. Hiyashi gives the order as the door closes and the privacy barrier is raised. Naruto, if you would. Without saying anything more, Naruto used his Byakugan to scan the closed office and discovered a mole. In the bookshelf was another shinobi with a blank mask. Hanabi. The young girl let go of his hand and stood next to her father without saying anything. The next instant, Naruto was leaping at the bookshelf with a flaming kunai in his hand. Despite having a burning arm, the root Anbu was able to get away and land a straight blow into Hiyashi's waiting 128 palm strike. Hiruzen leapt from his chair and let out a bark. Anbu. However, the body caught fire as soon as they got there, and even after it was extinguished. With a sigh, Hiruzen dismissed his Anbu once more, and they departed, taking the body with them. Naruto and Hiyashi both performed another sweep when the barrier rose again, and when it was obvious, they both nodded and deactivated their dojutsu. Smirking, said Hiruzen, you have fine eyes there, Naruto. Naruto simply nodded in response, taking Hanabi's hand once more, but he said nothing as Hiyashi moved forward, a Hyuga scroll protruding from his sleeve. He started as the clan chief gave it to the Hokage. This is the only copy we keep. As you can see, half his DNA makeup is that of Hyuga ancestry. Hiruzen had never seen anything so strange in his entire life. On the basis of this analysis, Naruto has two additional mothers, namely Sarah and Reiha Hyuga. The latter was the late wife of Hiyashi. This demonstrates that the leader of the clan is unquestionably the boy's stepfather, whom he regards as a grandson. The Hokage, however, desired a second opinion. Hiruzen says firmly, looking up. Most interesting, however, I wish to get a second opinion from my former student. Naturally frowning, Hiyashi asked in a monotone. Lady Senju is not in the village. That will take time that is unnecessarily wasteful. Hiruzen started to say, it is true, I will admit that however I can't just give you sole custody over, but Naruto, the only blonde, interrupted him abruptly. Lord Hokage, I am a shinobi. The newly adopted Hyuga continued, attracting the elderly man's attention. This headband means I am an adult. As such, I am, and have the capability of making my own choices. Thus, you cannot give or take custody over me unless you intend on classifying my status as a war slave. Which, mind you, has been illegal within Fire Country for some time now. Hiruzen was taken aback by his grandson's remarks, which implied that he didn't think of him as a human being. From where did he get this idea? Hiyashi was taken aback, but he naturally kept it to himself. He was unaware of Naruto's extensive knowledge of Fire Country law and other topics outside of shinobi affairs. He was proud that the blonde's lack of respect and bravado, which he had considered before the exams, had been shaped into such a razor-sharp tongue against their enemies. The clan chief was looking for new tactics the Hyuga had for long-range battles, so he was unaware that Naruto had only learned about war slaves last night. They had to release them before they could join Konohagakure and Fire Country, and the phrase, war slaves, was mentioned a few times. Hanabi simply tightened her grip on her new brother's hand. She didn't fully understand what was being discussed, but she also didn't want to lose her new brother. Hiruzen had to ask, clearing his throat in surprise. Naruto, you think I see you as a slave? Where did you get that idea from? After an uncomfortable period of silence and indifference, Naruto finally responded. I never said that, Lord Hokage. All I did was point out that I am an adult and can, and have, made my own choices since donning my headband. Any connections to such a station are your own projections and not my own. Hiyashi could hardly contain his smile behind his own Hyuga stoicism as he quickly realized the ruse. He believed that Naruto only possessed his wife's chakra nature and flexibility, but he was mistaken. She has the ability to smile gently while guiding others into their own traps. Reiha-chan, your legacy is still very much alive and well. Hiruzen chose to cut his losses and retreat after realizing that the road ahead was dangerous. He adds, looking at Hiyashi. As such, I will be recalling my student, and when she arrives, I shall have her examine this. Displaying the scroll, but Hiyashi said, shaking his head. I cannot allow that to leave my custody, Lord Hokage. When Lady Senju returns, she may come and retrieve it, but until then I must insist. After a brief period of silence, Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and inquired. Do you believe I cannot keep it safe? Naruto said blankly. Hiyashi was unsure of how to say it without coming across as rude, but thankfully his son had his back. All things considered, no. With brows in his hat, Hiruzen abruptly turned to face Naruto and inquired. Naruto Uzumaki, that isn't. The old man was further stunned by Naruto's correction of the Hokage, Uzumaki Hyuga, but no longer cared. Actually, it has taken a while for this to happen. Ankone had told him some things that the old man forgot, or, more accurately, didn't intend to tell him, despite the fact that the old man was the only person he had growing up. To begin with, there were numerous clans who were eager to adopt him. The Hyuga, the Ibaram, the Nara, the Inuzuka, and, most unexpectedly, the Uchiha. Everyone was rejected. Then there were Anbu Black Ops members who wanted to adopt him. All denied once more. There are many Jonin, a few Chunin, and a dispersed population of civilians as well. Everyone was rejected. The Hokage was aware of this, but he insisted on living in the orphanage and, after he was expelled, in his tiny apartment by himself. What the hell? His eyes water and his chest hurts when he considers what he now knows about himself and the fact that the Hyuga, or more precisely, one or both of his mothers, tried to adopt him and were turned down. How dare this elderly man violate the parent-child bond and legacy? Hiruzen became stern and started reprimanding after he cleared his shock at being corrected. Naruto, you mustn't interrupt people when they are talking. I am just looking out for your best interests and... With no due respect, Lord Hokage. Naruto said, startling the two Hyuga in attendance and making the Hokage look back at him in disbelief. He went on, you have no place in this discussion. This is a clan and family matter. You cannot interfere in clan affairs, and you are not my family either, so you have no stake there to stand on. That felt like a dagger to the elderly Cage, who was currently experiencing the effects of his advanced age, but the air changed before he could react. All three Hyuga automatically opened their eyes, with one saying something adorable. Byakugan. The windows of the Hokage tower suddenly blew out when a bolt of lightning struck. While staring up at the peculiar chakra phenomenon, Hiyashi had also embraced both children, but Naruto had brought Hanabi into a protective hug, and she clung to him in return. After everything had calmed down, the privacy seal was broken, and Anbu and an astonished visitor entered the room. Dragon was the first to report. Lord Hokage, are you okay? Hiruzen replied, fine, Dragon, report. The professor then gave an order, and the Anbu gave a precise response. A lightning strike has hit the tower. A lightning jutsu, unsure, there wasn't any clouds in the sky or, Kurenai said, interrupting Dragon's report, as a Jonin showed up out of the blue. Lord Hokage, I believe I know what it was and who did it. The young Jonin sensei caught everyone's attention, including Naruto and Hanabi, who had just been freed from their father's grasp. Hiruzen barks, his gaze narrowing on her. Explain, now. Kurenai reported, nodding. I have only seen this kind of attack once before, and the only person who could pull it off was a member of the Kurama clan. Once, I tutored their heiress, and her unique bloodline enabled genjutsu to become physically harming. A few seconds later, Hiruzen asks. Then, this heiress, oh, I recall her now. Yakumo Kurama, yes. Kurenai added, nodding, yes, you had me seal her powers after she lost control over them. I suspect that said seal has either weakened or broken completely. So, Naruto found himself in a startled conversation with his tenant, who had suddenly become quite talkative, as the adults talked about this. No disrespect, Kyuubi-san, but why should I be concerned with? The Kyuubi grunted in response, barely opening one lazy eye to look at the entertainment package in front of him. Stupid boy, you should be concerned because I told you to be. Do not make me repeat myself. Then Naruto sighs and asks. Then, you want me to what, exactly? Find this heiress and defeat her. I wish to know what this person is capable of. Yes. Do as I say, as the agreement clearly says. Naruto sighed once more, nodded, and responded, fully aware that it wasn't exactly prudent to oppose one of his benefactors. I will see what I can do, though, that old monkey might make a stink about it. The old fool. The beast opened one eye again and answered, snorting. You already tore his ego down once. It should be child's play now. It paused, remembering what it had witnessed the day before, and then added with a smile on its face. Oh, and before I forget. Drawing Naruto's attention back to the enormous fox from the stone floor, he could see the gleam of teeth in the shadows, signifying a smile as it spoke. I am pleased by your actions against that spawn of those pink-eyed monkeys. Oi! Naruto's grip was stronger than the fox anticipated, and its own eye narrowed at the rude youngster. The shinobi continued, do not disrespect the monkeys like that by lumping that asshole with them. They are actually strong and can be reasoned with. After a few minutes, the fox started laughing, and Naruto smiled before joining in as the Biju answered. You make a valid point, boy. An oversight on my part, I should not have been so hasty. I fear that even the maggots might take offense to being lumped into the same category, thus I must find a suitable replacement beneath them. Naruto nodded and crossed his arms, but before he could say anything more, he was reminded of the outside world. Hiyashi, Dragon, Kurenai, and the Hokage were all staring at him. Naruto blinks owlishly and asks, can I help you? Hiruzen was about to say something, but Hiyashi interrupted him with a sigh. I want you to aid Kurenai-san in finding out what is wrong with the heiress of the Kurama clan. With your eyes, no illusion will blind you, and your prowess in battle makes you capable. Naruto nodded in response. If that is your request, Hiyashi, Chu-san. Even though it was difficult for him to say, he had to make the elderly man understand. In addition, he made the decision to make the most of this circumstance last night. This clearly meant that he had to put up with his stepfather's attempts to make decisions for him. Didn't make admitting it any simpler. Although he didn't express it, Hiyashi was both happy and surprised that Naruto was making an effort to recognize and accept his role as a parent. Especially when officials like this are around. The Hokage was clearly a man to be taken seriously as a political figure, and this small gesture would demonstrate the legitimacy of their relationship. It was only at this moment that Hiruzen realized Naruto had not called him Hokage Jiji in his own polite manner for several months. It must have been, perhaps, since before the exam finals. In any event, even though he was obviously having difficulty, hearing him refer to Hiyashi as father in that manner indicates that he was making an effort to strengthen their bond. It's undoubtedly a concerning situation that will require attention after this emergency is resolved. Kurenai Yuhi has heard a lot about Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga over the years, but until recently, she didn't give it much thought. Since the tests, more precisely, after training with Anko, he has developed into a truly formidable fighter, to put it mildly, although his unexpected victory over Kiba caught everyone off guard. Like the rest of the village, she was taken aback by his secret weapon of a Byakugan, but she felt calmed when she saw Hinata, whom she considers a little sister, arrive at training the next few days grinning wildly. The young heiress only disclosed the boy's relationship to her in private. He is technically her older half-brother. Kurenai assumed Hinata would feel conflicted about it, but she appeared more committed and determined to keep him happy. Maybe her student has found this new path because of her little crush. We are still in the early stages. Hiyashi turned back and spoke, distracting the Jonin from her reverie. Anything else, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen said, no, Genin Uzumaki Hyuga will accompany Jonin Yuhi for this C-rank mission. He then turned to face the scarlet-eyed woman, who nodded in response. Kurenai, do whatever it takes to fix this situation. We cannot afford casualties at this time. Am I clear? Kurenai reported, saluting. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and turned to face Naruto. Naruto, you are still on probation, so behave yourself for your Jonin leader. They all noticed the underlying tone of mistrust directed at the Hokage despite Naruto's stoic, flat response, I understand, Lord Hokage. At this point, it was obvious that he did not like the old cage, and no one really blamed him. Eastern Forest's hidden leaf. Kurenai watched her temporary subordinate out of the corner of her eye as she leapt through the forest. He was dressed in a more traditional Hyuga uniform rather than his typical combat gear, but he didn't seem to mind. She saw that he had a mesh undersuit on when she opened his gear before leaving. Then, he had a completely different attitude than what she had heard in the rumors. He is quiet instead of noisy. Anko did admit that he was still a little impetuous and prone to acting without thinking or speaking to people during their most recent get-together. Although she is working on it, there is something to be aware of. Naruto drew Kurenai's attention back to the task at hand and her accompanying genin by saying, "Yuhi-san, I am picking up movements." He then nodded and continued. "Looks like a squad of 5 shinobi, Chunin level chakra." Kurenai was perplexed as to why anyone would be out here in this remote area, but she chose to blink. Suddenly, a surge of chakra washed over her, and she instantly dispelled the genjutsu that was attempting to settle. She gave the order after glancing back at Naruto, who had obviously already dispelled it. "Follow my lead but keep your Byakugan active." Naruto made a squad of 5 shadow clones that hung back, but he nodded and silently followed as they got closer to the targets. They would descend safely away from the 5 unknowns, and Kurenai would inquire later. The group leader approaches the newcomers and asks, "Kurenai-san, what brings you here?" The Jonin instantly recognizes him and responds accordingly. "Unkai Kurama, may I ask what you and your clansmen are doing in this part of the village?" Naruto muses as he examines the tallish man, who has short brown hair that reaches his neck and covers his ears, as well as small black eyes that seem rather chilly right now. This Unkai character seemed to be a little stuck in the mud. Unkai responded curtly, raising a brow while keeping his hands clasped behind his back. "I suspect the same reason you are. I had heard of the attack on the cage tower and recognized the signature being used, so I am hoping to reason with our heiress." Suspecting that but not Naruto's interjection, Kurenai nodded. "Unkai-san, you have no intention of talking, do you?" Kurenai glanced back at her support and noticed that his Byakugan was still humming with chakra. At that moment, the Jonin realized he was probably watching their chakra channels and picked up on the lie she was being told. It's unfortunate that she believed she could distinguish between lies and the truth, but Unkai appears to be exceptionally talented if he managed to trick her. Unkai gave the young, blonde Hyuga a rather contemptuous look. He eventually responded, stating that he was unquestionably a Hyuga despite having blonde hair. "I suggest you know your place, boy. This is clearly a clan matter and the Hyuga have no stake in this." Kurenai confirms, "No they do not." She then narrows her eyes at the man in front of her and her subordinate. "However, as her former sensei and the orders of our Hokage, we have been dispatched to handle this flare-up with Yakumo. Thus, you are interfering with official duties of Leaf Shinobi if you do not stand down." With his clansmen all poised to attack, Unkai asserted authoritatively, "The Hokage has no jurisdiction here. This is a clan affair and thus falls beyond his jurisdiction. It is basic knowledge that all Leaf Shinobi should know." Kurenai nodded and offered back, silently preparing her own chakra for action. "Again, under normal circumstances you would be correct. However, your own history and attempt on said heiress's life means that her custody is with the village and not the clan." The man's expression conveyed his disapproval of that specific decision, and her eyes narrowed. Kurenai concludes, "Stand aside, Unkai, we shall handle this." Unkai sighed, nodded, and retreated a step, but neither Naruto nor the Yuhi seemed to be duped. Shuriken flew at the Leaf duo after taking one step forward, but kunai from up in the trees caught them. Not less than Naruto's shadow clones. Unkai reports to his clansmen amid the confusion. "Hold them off, Shota, Ameda, with me." Before jumping off with 2 more. As the remaining 3 charged, Naruto assumed his viper stance and Kurenai started to cast her genjutsu. The lone genin muttered, 8 trigram, 16 palm. But before both blondes could launch at the opponents on either side, leaving the middle target to the Jonin's genjutsu, another clone descended at his side and instantly matched him. With a final 6-point blow and a double palm strike, the real Naruto was able to completely subdue his opponent. His target kicked and expelled his clone after only 16 palm strikes. She managed to stay upright despite the damage, but when she turned, the original, who had whispered, had a kunai at her throat. "Stand down." Looking back, she saw that her clanmates had already been subdued. 4 more blondes were dragging the 2 who were waiting in ambush towards her, and the Jonin had already tied them up with ninja wire. She lifts her hands and nods, sighing. "I surrender." Hidden Leaf. Remote house. Kurenai was worried about the lack of security when they arrived at the target area because an anbu was supposed to be placed here. However, she felt a powerful and pervasive genjutsu sweep over them both as she guided her temporary genin in the direction of the house. Several attempts to flush her chakra did not appear to have any effect. Kurenai frowned, but Naruto interrupted her by raising his voice. This is super strong stuff. Will you be alright, Yuhi-san? She didn't see the genin when she looked to her side, but she could hear him and responded. Naruto, I can't see you but I can hear you. In that case, she said abruptly because she was worried and couldn't hear him either. I am not sure if you can hear me, Naruto, but I can't hear you anymore either. Kurenai paused once more as the sky appeared to grow darker, night taking the place of day, and the long shadows cast by the massive full moon seemed ominous. Even she wasn't sure how to handle this. She felt something touch her hand, and when she looked, the sensation of Naruto's chakra briefly shook the area before stabilizing. She says, holding his hand tightly, hoping he can still hear her. Naruto, can you guide us into the house? I can't trust my senses anymore, so I am counting on you. She felt him pull her along at a steady pace in an instant. Kurenai ignored what her eyes and ears were telling her as she maintained her pace around trees and over hidden obstacles. She had to have faith in her subordinates' eyes even though she thought they would miss it since they were walking to the right of the house. He abruptly stopped. Before she could ask, she felt his thumb tap her multiple times, leaving her momentarily perplexed before his hand appeared to rise. There must be stairs, I see. Maybe 4 stairs, since he tapped her hand 4 times. She took a tentative step forward and lowered her foot gradually. There was a step, of course. Before he pulled on her once more, there was a single tap after 3 more. Everything is fine, she nods, beginning to comprehend everything. Kurenai never imagined Naruto would be so successful, especially since she was so close to being worthless. After another stop, the Jonin waited for a tap, and sure enough, there was one, so she stepped up and then down. It was probably the entrance, and it was a tiny step. They were inside, all right. She saw a kaleidoscope of colors with crude drawings of bears, stick figures, and large quantities of ice cream instead of the interior of the 2-story wooden cottage. Since there was no floor or ceiling to serve as a guide, the room appeared endless and genuinely confusing. Another chakra flush, but this time the illusions didn't even flicker when she attempted the second and third, both with Naruto's help. She idly wondered how the hell he was seeing through this, given how powerful it is. On the inside of the house, Naruto and the Kyuubi, more precisely, the drooling messes on the floor known as shinobi, were moving back and forth. The Kyuubi exclaimed, barking with delight. Truly pathetic. This power is potent, I admit, however these humans are weak. Be thankful, boy, that I am aiding you in this endeavor. Your eyes are powerful, but even they would have difficulty were it not for my grace. Naruto sighed once more, looked at the woman holding his hand, and responded. I am thankful, Kyuubi-san. Between this Jonin and these Chunin, it is clear that this Yakumo character is someone I do not want to cross. He added, looking forward again. Especially seeing as genjutsu is my weakest area. His tenant added, sensing the nod. If I was at my full might, this would be nothing to us, however, proceed with caution. The physical nature of this bloodline may still cause ill effects. I do not wish to have my name tarnished by incompetence on your part. Naruto continued on, guiding the elderly Kunoichi through the living area as his Byakugan flared with scarlet chakra. The medical ninja and the obviously unconscious or possibly comatose Anbu are walking toward the stairs, where the chakra flow is coming from, around the destroyed table. But he momentarily froze, his eyes widening in shock as they rounded the corner into the kitchen area. He hadn't really looked at what was in front of him because he was so preoccupied with seeing through this chakra mist. 2 mutilated bodies that appeared to have been thrown around and torn apart were present. He was startled out of his reverie just in time to hear the beast state when the fox whistled. Impressive. They were 2 of the 3 monkeys that fled before. Means the last one, Unkai, I think his name was, must be up ahead. Naruto guesses, senses his tenant nod, and moves to the stairs, but Kurenai inquires. What's going on? You stopped suddenly. Thinking about how to respond to her, Naruto put his second hand on top of the one she had gripped and gave it a calming rub because chakra touching is the only thing that can break through the genjutsu the woman was still under, if only momentarily. Fortunately, she appeared to realize and bit her lip before responding with a nod. Okay, Naruto, I am trusting you. Naruto turned around and made his way to the stairs, relieved. He paused at their base and considered the best way to explain this next dilemma. There are roughly 7 flights of stairs, a landing, and then another flight. From this angle, it's impossible to tell. She gulped as he tapped her hand 7 times while shrugging. Kurenai took a breath, then put both of her hands on his and whispered. 7 stairs, means a flight of stairs, so I'll do my best to follow your hand, okay? He shook his hand as though it were a handshake, and she quickly picked it up again, nodding. Naruto muses that she isn't a Jonin for nothing. They climbed the first 7 without any problems despite being slow, and the next 7 were a little faster. Naruto noticed 3 doors on the upper floor, 1 on each side and 1 at the far end of the hallways. He could sense that the Biju was pumping more chakra through his eyes to make up for the much thicker chakra downstairs, pushing his own chakra farther and farther to the side. He hopes that this won't become a problem in the future. Since there are no records of Hyuga being Jinchuriki, it is impossible to predict what might occur. Being a test case is awful. Naruto took 3 steps toward the room on the right, following the mist of chakra, but stopped when the door opened and Kurenai tensed up, seeing something that only she could see. Because he was protected from the Genjutsu, Naruto didn't. She let out a sudden scream. Wait, let Yakumo go. As Kurenai stepped forward before her guide, she was jerked back and glared at her presumed Naruto's location. We have to hurry. Hiride is planning on killing the others if we don't hurry. This helped the Kyuubi understand what was happening and alerted his host. Ah, so that is what this is. Interesting indeed. Boy, this will be a foe unlike anything you have gone up against thus far. Brute force will not work here. Instead, you must show your resolve. As he moved forward and let his charge lead them into the open doorway, Naruto grinned foxily and received a matching smile in return. You know full well that is my forte. There was a double bed, a wardrobe, a chest of drawers, a large window, and a door leading to the balcony outside in this rather typical bedroom. However, the numerous paintings that were expertly painted to the point of photorealistic perfection and scattered across most surfaces were what drew Naruto and his tenants' attention. They turned to see a girl of a similar age, curled up in the corner, clutching her hazel hair with obvious signs of duress, after hearing a whimper in the corner on the left. Kurenai spoke up to the misty chair in the middle of the room, with Unkai sitting on it and wearing smoke restraints, surprising Naruto. Unkai, no, don't, if you do that. With half of his hair missing and the other standing on end, seemingly electrocuted, the man was covered in burns. She was probably speaking to the girl's genjutsu representative, who abruptly stood up at the sound of the woman's voice, since he didn't seem to be responding. As she looked over, Naruto noticed that her fear gradually transformed into rage as her hazel eyes met the woman's. Yes, history, of course. She froze, though, when his pale violet eyes met her hazel. Naruto asks, his head tilted in bewilderment. Something wrong? Sorry, I didn't catch your name. The girl asks, blinking at that. You're not in the genjutsu. In response, Naruto calmly shook his head. No, I'm not. I managed to resist it though. I am more curious as to how you were able to. The girl blinked once more, seemingly forgetting what had made her turn back in wonder and cower in fear. It was difficult to determine. Finally, she inquires, how are you? Kurenai abruptly moved in front of him, continuing to face the smoky chair and the man inside as she spoke. Leave him out of this. Your quarrel is with me. When Naruto saw the utter hatred in the girl's eyes, he raised an eyebrow and asked. Take it she's done something to piss you off, huh? The girl snapped back to him at that point, nodding briefly before continuing to explain. She, was my sensei when I was younger. But, she got jealous of my genjutsu mastery after my bloodline activated. He nodded, and she went on. I, managed to master everything she taught me, but my body was really weak, and so she told everyone that I was too weak to be a ninja. Naruto looked at the kunoichi he was still partially shielding, his hand in a vice grip, seemingly shielding him from whatever she was seeing. He growled and spat the final part like venom. He answered after a brief pause. I don't really know much about Yuhi-san here, but I do know a bit about incompetent sensei. At that, she arched an eyebrow and responded arrogantly. Says a boy from the Hyuga clan. Those robes are like. Naruto snickered lightly and shook his head, which made the girl even more enraged and made her glare even more intense. He stopped laughing when he suddenly felt Kurenai tense. He explained, glancing at her and then back at the girl. Let me introduce myself, then I can tell you my story. She nodded, allowing Naruto to proceed while maintaining his hateful expression. Up until the Chunin exams, my name was Naruto Uzumaki. I had no clan, no family, and my training was neglected due to my own unique power. Much like yourself. The girl asks, perplexed. But, you are a Hyuga, right? Naruto nodded with a furrowed brow, but as he explained, it was obvious that he was uncertain or hesitant. Yes and no, it's complicated, but long story short, I kept these eyes secret from everyone after I discovered them by accident when learning about the clans of Konoha in a book. But they are rather obvious. Naruto laughed, nodded, and let out a sharp breath. Well, you are right but also wrong. When deactivated, they are just a solid blue and nothing else. Add on the fact that I have bright blonde hair and a rounder face than most don't bother looking too deeply. She answered, nodding in comprehension. I see. Naruto drew her attention to him as he continued his story, saying, anyway, to cut a long story short. I am hated by most people in the village as I am the container for the tailed beast. Container? She asks, obviously not realizing the seriousness of what was said, so Naruto modifies his explanation and corrects her afterwards. Since his chakra is large but not infinite, time was of the essence. Did you read about the tailed beast that attacked the village nearly 13 years ago? He went on when she nodded. It isn't dead. The fourth Hokage sealed it away inside a newborn that was born that day. He pointed to himself and nodded as she gasped. Yes, that was me. The problem is that no one really knows how seals work and just assumed the fourth Hokage turned it into a human form to strip away its power. That's not wanting to reopen old wounds. Naruto continued, right, it was hard, yada yada yada. Short of it is, I was hated and was thrust into the life of a shinobi. He went on when she nodded. The Hokage in his infinite wisdom kept me away from anyone and I was forced to grow up alone. In the academy my training was purposefully sabotaged, test papers tampered, and basically everything including the kitchen sink was thrown at me. The longer he talked, the more the girl detested the idea of the village officials. Naruto went on ranting. When I finally got on to a team, after being betrayed by one of my teachers, another story for later. She nodded, grinning at the idea of a second meeting, but he cut off her inquisitive face. Naruto continued, my sensei constantly showed up late, was dismissive about everything I said or asked of him. He always said I wasn't ready, not to rush, and to wait until he thought I was ready. Naruto snarled and shrugged, yet he constantly taught my teammates new tricks and advice. He only taught me wall climbing as we needed it during a mission. That was like 3 months after he got us and the only skill he did teach me. After taking a breath, he turned to face her again and saw the disdain in her eyes, but it vanished when he grinned. Then, after he dismissed me for the exams, I went and found my own sensei. She's super cool, ya know. Okay, really scary at times, but she was like me. No one trusted her so she acted all crazy and stuff. I was loud and she was crazy. A strange mix, huh? Why was she? She accepted Naruto's offer by nodding. Another time and another person's story. It isn't my place, he went on. Ever since, me and my Nei-chan have been training together and proven everyone else that they were stupid to treat us like that. That we are better than anything they thought we'd be capable of. Naruto puffed up his chest and declared, I made my sensei into my big sister. I made my first friend too. Like real friend who was like me and her. We were all lonely and facing the hatred alone. But, together. The Kyuubi inside of him was proud of his foxy smile. We proved to the world that we were more than they thought we were. That we are better than them for not sinking to their level and just being us. So, what do you say? Want to prove everyone wrong and rise above their stupid titles and expectations? Then he extended his free hand to her. Prove to everyone who ever doubted, criticized, or looked down at you that you don't need them to succeed. That you can and will prove them wrong. Even Kurenai, who was now watching with her breath caught in her throat, could feel his resolve cutting through the intricately woven genjutsu. The girl in question repeatedly glanced from the hand to his eyes, but as she reached for it, something seemed to grab hold of it. She yelled at what Naruto could only assume was the eyed Kurenai that had been mentioned earlier, and the fox inside verified it. This bloodline is really something. It's physically manifested her instinctual fears and playing on its host's insecurities. In simple terms, boy, her mind is playing tricks on her. With a nod of comprehension, Naruto moved forward, unintentionally attracting the attention of his hidden adversaries. I am not saying that it will be easy. That it will take away your fears. Heck, I am still scared that one day my adoptive family will abandon me. That my sister might end up not coming home or my new little brother will revert to his murder everything mindset. He finished with his hand still extended. But, every time I see them, I make sure that they know how much they mean to me. That I am proud of them and hold them close. That they know they are my precious people and that will never change. I am always looking for more precious people to protect so I can get stronger to keep my family safe. Naruto chirped, his smile dazzling. What do you say? Wanna join? The sound of glass shattering reverberated through the air as she sobbed, and in a matter of seconds, she grasped his hand with both hands and nodded frantically. You promise? Naruto said, nodding and grinning broadly. It's a promise of a lifetime. The blonde experienced a brief surge in the girl's chakra through their intertwined hands before it returned to its normal flow, and the fox confirmed with a nod. It seems, she has regained control of her bloodline. It isn't fighting her anymore. Not bad, boy, I expect her to do big things. When Naruto nodded, the air between them appeared to become fluffy and sweet, but Kurenai's words cut it short. Yakumo. The girl, who was now identified as Yakumo Kurama, looked at the older woman's body and the hatred reappeared. A frown appeared, and her hand, which was still holding Naruto's, flinched. The girl with the hazel hair cut herself. What do you want, Yuhi-san? Naruto was curious to see how the Jonin would respond to this, and the tone was icy. Kurenai gave a thoughtful response. I'm sorry I let you down. I never thought. Likely your problem. Naruto finds himself making meaningless remarks as well, attracting the attention of both women. He went on, shrugging and accepting it. Like Hatake, you probably thought you were acting in the best interest of your student but never really took the time to ask. You just assumed you knew better. Kurenai considered that as Yakumo nodded in complete agreement. With a moan, Unkai regained consciousness, shattering all of this. Everyone looks at him, and Naruto inquires. So, what do we do about this guy? The other two scowled as Yakumo revealed, he said he wanted to kill me for the betterment of the clan. She added, looking at her new friend. He also sent someone earlier and in desperation, I broke the seal and everything. Naruto reported, self-defense. Kurenai was unable to object either. He added, pretty cut case. Besides, you only attacked the assailants. The others were knocked out and breathing from what I saw. Kurenai snapped back to the genin and asked, but Yakumo nodded. Attacked? Who else is here? Naruto reported, shrugging. A single Anbu, 2 medics, and what I assume were those 2 others this guy brought with him. The Anbu and medics were knocked out pretty hard but the other 2, gonna need a closed casket. Remembering the mess in the kitchen, he shuddered. At that, Yakumo bowed her head in shame, her cheeks were a little red, and the Jonin was now naively interested. Kurenai decided after a short while. Okay, let's secure Unkai for transport and get back to the Hokage to give our reports. Hokage Tower and Hidden Leaf. Yakumo was carried on the back of the original Naruto, while the others, including the Anbu and medical shinobi, were carried by his clones. The slightly green Kurenai, damn her curiosity, returned before the late afternoon. Before going to the tower, they first went to the torture and interrogation division to turn over the troublemakers. After processing the inmates, Inoichi decided to accompany them since his shift had already ended for the day and his Ino should be returning from her mission shortly. They would have to be dealt with by Ibiki. Finally, Inoichi says as she enters the Hokage's office. So, in that case, come by the shop either tomorrow afternoon or the morning after and we can get started. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in response to Naruto and Yakumo nodding, but it was Ino from Team 10 who yelled. Daddy, what the hell? The present Team Kurenai blinked at that, then turned to face the room and saw that Team 10, or Team Asuma, was there. Probably returning from the most recent C-rank mission. At last, Inoichi responded to his daughter. Oh nothing, sweetie. Just making plans to test Naruto and Yakumo's flower arrangement skills. Every member of Team 10 raised an eyebrow at that, unaware that their classmate possessed such abilities, but Yakumo's words drew attention. I just want to see if I can paint them though. Inoichi and Naruto nodded, and Kurenai had to suppress her laughter at the stunned looks on everyone's faces. Hiruzen cleared his throat and spoke again, drawing the attention of the room. Well, Team 10, another excellent mission. Your pay will be deposited by tomorrow noon the latest. He went on after noticing their nods. You are dismissed. Shikamaru and Choji immediately turned to go, but Ino went up to her father and inquired. What are you doing here, Daddy? Inoichi nodded at Kurenai and Naruto and then shrugged when he was done. Just wanted to hear this report from Kurenai and Naruto's mission. Need to know what to look for when interrogating the prisoners they brought in. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at that, then turned to face the new Jonin and inquired. Prisoners Kurenai, it may have been AC rank but you didn't leave the village. Asuma, who was waiting for Kurenai in the back, and Ino, who was standing next to her father, both noticed that. Especially after Kurenai nodded, Naruto released Yakumo from his back and she stood next to him, holding onto his sleeve in a cute way. Everyone sighed when there was a knock on the door just as she was about to say something. The Hokage let out a cry. "Come in." Nishi and Hiashi entered, both wearing stern expressions. Yakumo and Hiruzen observed that Naruto appeared to unintentionally relax significantly upon their arrival and turned back with a newfound sense of confidence. He was prepared. Carefully, the Hokage asks, "Hiashi, what brings you here?" Hiashi reports stoically, "I spotted my son's return and wanted to be present for the debrief, Lord Hokage." Asuma and Ino, who had not yet been informed of the latest, raise an eyebrow. The head of the clan went on. "Especially seeing as he is still on probation, I need to ensure that he behaved and returned promptly." At that point, both Team 10 members' second eyebrows joined their first hairlines. What on earth did they overlook? With a nod of approval, Hiruzen turned to Kurenai and gave orders. "In that case, please give me your report on the mission, Kurenai. Please, leave nothing out." Kurenai stiffened, nodded, and started recounting the entire mission. The first encounter in the woods, the journey to the cabin, and the resolution from what she could decipher. Both Hyuga men were filled with pride when they learned that Naruto had successfully fended off a genjutsu strong enough to destroy the local master of the art. The others were shocked, but Naruto kept quiet about it. In actuality, with the help of his tenant, he came dangerously close to giving in to it as well. He wouldn't have lasted that long if Yakumo herself had been genuinely concerned about him rather than the region. It was powerful material that demonstrated the girl's future potential. When Kurenai is done, everyone looks at Naruto, and Hiruzen asks, "So, what happened in the cabin after Kurenai lost perception of your surroundings?" Hiruzen would give Naruto the Hyuga mask because of his perfect replica, but he did respond cautiously. As Yuhi-san reported, "I was able to see through the illusion but only barely. It took all my chakra to do so." Everyone noticed his emphasis on "my," and the adults understood exactly what that meant and now knew how he managed to avoid it. However, Hiashi and Nishi were interested in how the Kyuubi chakra affected his Byakugan and whether any negative consequences would result. Especially since his eyes are their most valuable resource and the strongest they've had in a long time. Naruto went on, "After we established rudimentary communication between us via finger taps, we proceeded through the two-story cabin. I noticed immediately upon entry that the three shinobi there were simply knocked out, drooling on the floor sure, but breathing." The cages nodded, and he went on. "So after we got up the stairway, I noticed the potency had increased and my eyes were beginning to strain, so time was running out." Nishi and Hiashi exchanged glances but said nothing as Naruto went on. "So when we entered the room, Unkai was presumably tied to a chair. I say presumably, as I was outside the genjutsu so it appeared as kinda misty outlines of chakra. Kinda of hard to explain it so I assumed it." Kurenai confirmed, "It was a chair." Yakumo nodded, and Naruto went on. "Whatever Yuhi-san was doing didn't seem to be working and my time was running out so I instead spoke directly to Yakumo-chan here. I managed to convince her that she could prove everyone wrong if she tried and I would help her if she needed me to." Inoichi grinned and nodded. After all, he has read the Snow report and reported the same thing when he was apprehended. In some way, he was able to help the actress accept her role and overcome her trauma. In his capacity as a psychiatrist, he is extremely interested in what he says to these individuals to help them face their fears in the heat of the moment. Hiruzen nodded, aware of his penchant for generalization, and will thus wait for the physical report that will inevitably be devoid of any specifics. At last, he responded, "Very well. However, that leaves us in a tough spot. If the members of the Kurama clan did try and assassinate little Yakumo here, then we can't have her return there either." "If I may," Naruto asked once more, attracting attention. Hiruzen anticipated this and agreed. The younger blonde man made the announcement. "Why not have Inoichi-san watch over her for a while?" Inoichi and Yakumo were the only ones who were taken aback by this, as they all assumed he would ask her to stay with him in the Hyuga compound. "I wonder," Hiruzen says. "Oh, why not with the Hyuga?" Naruto explained, nodding. "Although, that was my original idea and intent, after meeting and conversing with Inoichi-san, I realized that his clan would be more suited to care and train Yakumo-chan than the Hyuga." The professor asks because it seemed like everyone in the room was becoming more and more intrigued by his logic. "Do explain why you think that is the case." Naruto nodded once more and explained his logic. The Hyuga clan is a very physically demanding clan as the strengths are primarily based around taijutsu and use of the Byakugan. Not really suited for Yakumo-chan. Everyone nodded, so he went on. The Yamanaka clan however is just as much mental capabilities as it is physically. Although Ino was taken aback by her classmates' evaluation of her clan, she listened as he went on. Inoichi nodded his agreement, and due to that, Yakumo-chan can get a better all-round training and they could help if her eye decides to pop up for a round 3. Inoichi nodded, obviously considering this suggestion, and Naruto added, and I'd, huh. Yeah, that would be right up our alley. Thus, she would feel a lot more secure in her abilities and focus on growth instead of possibly hurting herself or those around her as she does. Naruto ends with a shrug. It is really just that simple. Even Hiruzen was unable to comment on the sound reasoning and logic. Even Asuma gave a nod of approval. Kurenai was generally shocked that she hadn't previously considered asking the Yamanaka clan for assistance in this matter. If she had, all of this might have been prevented. Hiruzen lit his pipe, much to Naruto's chagrin, thought about it for a moment, then turned to face Inoichi and inquired. Well Inoichi, what do you think? Inoichi nodded his acceptance and offered with a relaxed smile. Well, it is a sound argument and we do have a spare room so sure. It sounds like an interesting idea to get little Yakumo up to scratch. When Ino learned that her fellow heiress and her fellow clansmen had been fighting an Eid alone, she nodded in agreement, looking unusually serious. She will do everything in her power to assist, but that is wrong. When Naruto notices that, he turns to face Yakumo and asks. Well, Yakumo-chan, it is my suggestion but it is your choice after all. What do you think? The young woman is the center of attention as she glances at Naruto, her new friend, her former sensei, and the two blondes on the side who are grinning softly. After a short while, she says what will define her going forward. Secret leaf. Hyuga substance. When Naruto suddenly picked her up from behind, Hanabi squealed, Naruto ni-chan. She was initially startled but became excited when she realized who had grabbed her. The blonde answered with a smirk. I'm back, Hanabi-chan. The young Hyuga ignored the fact that her father and uncle were coming up behind her older brother, instead beaming and nodding wildly. However, Hiyashi grinned inwardly when he saw his daughter fully embrace her older brother, even though it appeared that he was doing the same. It was pleasant to observe. Sadly, time does not wait for anyone, so Hiyashi spoke up and broke the tension. Naruto, Hanabi, dinner is almost ready. Please go clean up and join us in the dining room. Together, the two young Byakugan users nodded and looked at their father. Hi, Chu-chan-san. Even though Naruto already knew where to go, Hanabi was quick to grab his hand and drag him quickly toward the bathroom. The blonde didn't feel the need to stop her and followed her silently. However, they failed to notice Nishi's look at his brother-in-law's face and made an offer. It seems like my nephew is growing attached to you, Hiyashi. Hiyashi returned the look, gave a thoughtful nod, and answered. I believe so too, though, I also believe it is largely down to his own efforts to place distance between himself and the Hokage. It makes me wonder. Nishi took a deep breath, leaned his head thoughtfully, and let the clan leader continue. Why not join us for dinner, Nishi? Bring your wife, daughters, and son. Hiyashi smiled before making the offer because Nishi was taken aback by the request and blinked at it. It has been a while since we have been able to relax together as a family. I think we should be more mindful of that term and follow the example of my two children, yes. Nishi grinned slightly, nodded slightly, and answered. That is an excellent idea. Though, how will the elders? Hiyashi firmly informed the man, directing his attention to his firm face as he removed his arms from the joined sleeves of his robes. I have already warned them about their behavior in regard to my son, Nishi. Clan leader Hyuga added as he shook hands with his brother-in-law. I believe that Naruto is opening up a new path for us and I will not allow them to stand against his efforts. Nishi raised an eyebrow. Hiyashi confirmed that the silent question was clear. Yes, Nishi, his connection to you is why I am doing this. He holds you in high esteem, much like Neji also does. Thus, I too wish to ask that you aid me in this endeavor to guide the Hyuga down another path. Nishi took the hand and made a comment after giving it some thought. Very well, Hiyashi, though, I am sure you understand that we alone are not sufficient for what I suspect you are planning. When he said that, Reiha Hyuga's brother noticed the sparkle in the clan head's eyes. Suddenly remembering that his sister had fallen in love with this man for a reason, he found himself grinning a little. Nishi posed as their hands dropped. Then, there is a plan in place. Hiyashi gave a subtle nod before revealing. Our joint charge's eyes are the strongest the clan has been blessed with, even more so than even young Hanabi's, whom now holds the second strongest. He nodded for the clan head to continue, and he started walking down the hallway with Nishi following. I happen to know that the elders plan on linking him to the clan via arranged marriage. Do they have candidates already? Hiyashi nodded and said, they do. His brother-in-law gave him a subtly scowling look. He clarified that this was to be expected. They have narrowed it down to 3. Mai Hinata, Asara, and Sumirs. Though, they haven't dismissed the notions of additional maidens from the branch house. Asara, is she not nearly twice his age? Hiyashi added, nodding that he understood his companion's outrage at that fact. And a traditionalist, through and through. She will likely be used to try and control his actions to turn him into nothing but a breeding mare to create a new branch family under the elder's control. Nishi responded sharply, frowning appropriately this time. That is rather barbaric. As they entered his office hallway, Hiyashi said, it is not what I want for his future. Naruto's uncle then continued, then, you plan on your daughter. Hiyashi sighed softly and shook his head before continuing. As much as I would like to push that forward, it would also be our greatest folly. It would give the elders plenty of opportunity to push her into the branch house, killing her dreams and making sure she would suffer in silence. She would become a tool to control Naruto and he would be powerless to stop them. So Nishi sighed and asked, then, Sir Mears then. When they arrived at the clan head's office, Hiyashi turned and made an announcement with a twinkle in his eyes that surprised his fellow. The room was sealed with a privacy seal. Not Sumir's either. No, Yunko has been making advances on her for some time now and as such, that decision would be to our detriment too. Nishi raised an eyebrow once more, obviously curious about what he was doing, so Hiyashi told him. I have only just spoken to them recently, but I have recently shared tea with Okamoto and he has not been dismissive of cooperation. When a second eyebrow reached Nishi's hairline, she realized there was only one more person and raised her voice. You wish to have Naruto wed young Asuka. Hiyashi explained, nodding. Okamoto can come off as a hardliner, many believing him to be the pillar of the traditionalists, however both I and my late brother know that those are not his words. He is a Hyuga first type of individual, believing that the clan must remain strong, even among our allies within the leaf. Nishi asked because he could see that, to a certain extent, even though some of his policies might be a little too much. But his stance, is it not contrary of what my nephew represents? Hiyashi nodded in agreement, but he added with a sly smile. Partially. However, he has been paying far more attention to my son than I anticipated and may have suggested that his potential is promising. Nishi asked, to be sure, as her eyes widened in surprise, not thinking the old-timer would bother with such things. He has been watching. Hiyashi smirked slightly and gave a rigid nod before making a firm announcement. Most definitely. His normal objections regarding foreign blood were, conveniently, forgotten when he discovered his non-Hyuga pedigree. Nishi frowned and realized that, despite the fact that it aids them in this way, he and his clan head both found that statement to be bitter. So, you wish to introduce Asuka and Naruto? He asked more after Hiyashi nodded. How do you plan on doing this? Surely you know that he is not one to accept things being decided for him. Hiyashi nodded and said, I am more than aware of that, yes. Naruto has most definitely inherited his father's intelligence, your sister's sharp tongue, my sister-in-law's habits, and Lady Kushina's temperament. Thus, being honest with him is our best bet. The clan head smirked amusedly as Nishi flinched at the list and its contents, so the uncle inquired. Then, you will explain why he needs to befriend Asuka then. Hiyashi nodded and described his strategy. Tomorrow I plan on having Asuka and her grandfather Okamoto join the morning training session. As she is his senior by 2 years, and a Chunin, Naruto beating her swiftly will sway Okamoto's opinion enough that I believe it would be safe to suggest that they spend more time together. Nishi whispered cautiously, risky. Hiyashi nodded, acknowledging this but paying attention as his brother-in-law continued. I take it this is why you have been pushing him. Hiyashi nodded, and he went on. Then I shall join you along with my Hirose. The clan head raised an eyebrow in response. I did not know your eldest was on the cards. Nishi's face was taut as she reported. Ideally, she is not, however, I also know that despite her annoyed act in front of her cousin, she respects and holds him in high esteem. As a father, I want the best for her future and I know my nephew would never be anything but a gentleman to her. Looking dead in Hiyashi's eyes, he continued. She comes off as haughty, arrogant, and somewhat portentous, but she has a gentle soul beneath that hard shell of an intellectual young woman. Naruto has picked up on that, I have noticed, and so I am not so hesitant to put her name forward to increase our odds against the elders. Hiyashi then said, bowing his head in appreciation for the assistance. I thank you for your faith in my abilities to make things better for us all. Nishi nodded nervously before answering. It is rather easy to see that your final objective in dislodging the Elder Council is not my nephew, but rather your eldest daughter. Am I wrong? Hiyashi gave a stiff nod and clarified, seeing no use in keeping his cards hidden from his ally. With all the ripples my son has been making, the elders are rushing to find a way and to try controlling the narrative and to gaining agency over his actions, drawing attention away from her. Lack of progress, as they say. With a full-bodied sigh, he turns to face the man as a father, not the leader of the clan, and informs him. Hinata needs more time to improve. Hanabi is distracted from her own training thanks to Naruto's sudden arrival in the family. With her new style, and drive to prove herself to him, Hinata is rapidly becoming a far greater fighter than ever before and in time, not even the elders would be able to touch her. Nishi answered, nodding. I will push her in her mother's style as much as possible. However, her confidence will need to be worked on too. Hiyashi bowed his head reluctantly as he considered the best course of action. She requires something that will demonstrate her development and capacity to keep up with. He said, nodding once more. Perhaps, assign her a mission with Naruto and Neji from the clan. The three together are our future, yes. After giving that idea some thought, Nishi nodded and answered. It will have to wait until after my nephew's punishment is lifted. Hiyashi nodded to confirm, giving Hinata time to get up to speed. The other man nodded in return, and Nishi was notified. In that case, I shall not dally with my instruction of my niece. Supper. On his right, Naruto sat next to Hiyashi, while Hanabi sat next to him, practically glued to his side, and her sister, Hinata, sat across from the blonde. The oddity of this arrangement, however, was that Nishi sat right across from his nephew, his wife by his side. Yuma Hyuga was her name. If Nishi was the cool-headed uncle, she is the tough guy who uses an iron grip to keep everyone in line. Of course, this is done elegantly because she is a Hyuga lady. Yuma, who has a round face, chin-length hair, and straight midnight hair, as well as sharp features and a maternal aura, appears to be a good person, but Naruto knew better. Since Anko's training from hell, she has become his greatest fear. Yuma's hard attitude has caught him off guard on multiple occasions, even though she is a rather delicate 5'3" and has a petite figure for a Hyuga. Anko's words, not his, meaning she was more curvaceous than like, according to his sensei at least, 70% of the village and jugs on the lower end of the D bracket. She appears to be able to act simultaneously on several frequencies, as Naruto puts it. She once caught him and Anko practicing making traps in the Chunin lounge, which was undoubtedly not a joke, and his sensei appeared to be having a nice conversation with her. He saw something entirely different at the same moment. She was threatening to behave and stop wasting time on such things while giving him a bloody murderous glare. Threatening his ramen, taking away his orange equipment, and promising to discipline him when he got home. He was as pale as his half-sister and as meek as a man told to charge the 9 tails by himself when Anko turned back to him after Yuma had departed. Regarding the Biju, he had enjoyed the entire situation and had always paid attention whenever the two had met in the village. He always paled when the two were near, but nobody seemed to notice. Apart from her oldest daughter, that is. Speaking of the oldest daughter, Hirose Hyuga was seated next to her mother at the moment. At 11 years old, she resembled her mother almost exactly, but with waist-length hair. Naruto believes that in a few more years, they will probably be mistaken for sisters, if not twins. He suspected that if she weren't a Hyuga with perfect vision, she would probably be the glass-wearing librarian type. She exuded confidence that bordered on arrogance and was completely stoic. However, she would sometimes frown at him and his immature demeanor whenever they met. Hirose keeps telling her cousin that her mother wouldn't be so frightening if he would just act more appropriately. However, she consistently recommended specific books that would probably provide Naruto with the information he was looking for whenever he needed it, regardless of how imprecise his justifications were. He genuinely feels that he is to blame for her mother's harsh treatment of him, even though he knows she isn't as horrible as she seems. Nakata Hyuga, Hirose's middle child, lived next to her. Her hair reminds Naruto of her father Nishi, and she shares many characteristics with her mother, just like her older sister. She has frequently been disregarded and is expected to follow in her older sister's footsteps with half the support, just like all middle children. Since Naruto is there and he firmly feels that no 8-year-old should be looking like some old geezer, the usually bored expression she supports was vacant. Nakata is still quite quiet and reserved, but she is still a child just like everyone else, and her cousin always brings that out. Because of her disposition, Nakata is also surreptitiously learning the water variant of the gentle fist, with Naruto serving as her tutor whenever he pays her a visit. Mura Hyuga loves his new older cousin just as much as his older sister, but he isn't scared to show it. Mura, who is only 5 years old, is as active as Naruto and considers the blonde to be his favorite playmate, treating him more like a brother than a cousin. Though his energetic side is unknown, the youngest person present later is a perfect combination of his parents. After saying that, Naruto was about to yawn when he felt Yuma's eyes suddenly focus on him. He suppressed it so expertly that only she saw it. However, a surprise visitor abruptly opens the door and attracts the interest of both families. The newcomer was addressed by Hiyashi, who asked with a hint of surprise. "Elder, did you need something?" Hisashi Hyuga, the father of Hiyashi and his twin brother Hisashi, the grandfather of Hinata and Hanabi, and later Naruto's adoptive grandfather, quickly nodded and intervened. "Yes, Hiyashi, I am here, not as an elder, but rather as a member of this family. I hope that this is not an inconvenience to you all." Everyone's gaze shifted from the elder man to the clan chief, who had maintained his formal demeanor in spite of his own inner astonishment. However, following a brief pause, Hiyashi bowed his head and provided information. "It is not an inconvenience at all. Please, join us for this meal." With a stiff nod, Hisashi walked over and observed the children moving to a single spot so the elder could sit next to the clan chief. The elder looked at the man across from him as he sat down and nodded gently. "Nishi-san." Nishi gave a nod in return. "Elder Hisashi, it is an honor." Hisashi nodded stiffly once more before responding. "As I have mentioned previously, I am not here in my capacity as clan elder. Feel free to address me accordingly." Nishi nodded once more, enabling the older man to look to his right, where the clan's conversation was now sitting. Naruto stiffened beneath his stare, uncertain of how to respond at the moment. After giving up on one grandfather figure and attempting to embrace a father figure, this man suddenly entered his life. The fact that Yuma is staring at him to behave is even worse. Give him a break already, damn it. Knowing that his son was in the dark, Hiyashi made the introductions and gently cleared his throat when he saw the marble statue of Naruto. "Naruto, this is my father, Hisashi Hyuga, and leader of the clan's elder council." Naruto turned and made a textbook formal, seated bow while speaking in front of Yuma, who was always on guard. "It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Elder Hisashi. My name is..." Hisashi interrupted the boy's attempt at formal conversation, saying, "Naruto Hyuga Uzumaki." He interrupted him because it was acceptable but not nearly as sophisticated as he would have liked. However, he added quickly because he thought that might be interpreted as impolite. "Rise, young one, I am aware of you and your training in our ways. I am simply here to share a meal with my family and, as a member, I expect much from you." Despite the fact that his son's impassiveness is undoubtedly his greatest talent to date, he hums at the end with a deliberate nod, ignoring the slight change in the boy's expression. Next morning, Naruto was startled awake by a soft knock on his door, placing his hand on his kunai, which he always kept under his pillow. His Byakugan momentarily flared as he gazed at the door. He lets go of his weapon with a creaking moan, then sits up and yells, "Hanabi-chan." When Hanabi thought she had permission, she threw open the door, ran inside, and leapt into her brother's bed while yelling, "Naruto-ni-chan, it's breakfast time." Naruto yawned, nodded, and swung his feet over as he answered, "And you came to get me up, right?" Hanabi nodded as she sat on his bed and watched him change, though she added, "Ni-chan, are you training with Oni-chan again today?" "Probably." Hanabi intervened, hoping off and claiming as Naruto reached for his hoodie. "Not that one." The blonde muttered a deep sigh. "Hanabi, I played along with you last time but..." Her brother sighed deeply as Hanabi whispered, "But, I heard that the elder was coming to see your training." Naruto did, however, put his hoodie back next to his trench coat after making the observation that he hadn't worn it much lately. "Thank you, Imo Udo." He gives her a gentle smile in return and watches as she nods, her eyes widening even more and her whole body lighting up. Hanabi hurried forward and got going right away. "You're welcome, but you really should wear this one, Ni-chan." "Not that one." Naruto simply followed his vivacious younger sister's advice even though he thought it would be a pain in the ass because he had seen how she seemed to instantly relax around him. He doesn't want to add to his youngest sibling's hesitancy, which already exists with Hinata, for Hanabi. Dojo for training. After waving Elder Hisashi away, Hiyashi started escorting Naruto to the training dojo as soon as breakfast was finished, sending Hanabi to her lessons and Hinata to Nishi. The head of the clan spoke abruptly as they were walking. "Naruto, regarding our original deal." The blonde noticed this and gave him a sidelong glance before Hiyashi went on. "I need you to befriend someone else in the clan. This is vital for my plans on saving you and Hinata from the elders permanently." Naruto said humbly, "I take it there is a plan then." "A solid one." The man with brown hair nodded. Hiyashi added, looking at his son, "Nishi and I have been working on it diligently. But, before the elders assign you a wife, we plan on beating them to it with who we are about to meet." Incredulous, Naruto halted in place and muttered, "Wife." Hiyashi stopped and explained, looking amused. "We spoke about this, Naruto. You will have to marry within the clan, that is inevitable and we did shake on it." Before he asked, Naruto nodded and let out a deep sigh. "Then, who are?" Hiyashi approached him and said, "First of all, Naruto." He didn't finish until their eyes locked once more. "We will not force it. However, keep in mind that the elders will the second you turn 16, if not before. This is for both our plan and your protection. The candidate they are considering will be only for their benefit, not yours." Naruto nodded cautiously in response. I see. Then, this one who you chose." Hiyashi replied, "Well, I chose the one we are about to meet." He then turned to face the nearby training dojo and saw his brother-in-law coming with his oldest child at his side. Naruto heard him finish as he followed his gaze. "Nishi, as a backup, is entrusting his eldest to you." Naruto swallowed nervously as he realized how much was at stake if his uncle was going to this extent. Hiyashi muttered, "Although we are positive that you and my pick will become friends, then naturally on to more, we also cannot leave this to chance." Naruto reported in a low voice, somewhat concerned about this, "But, what about Hirose-chan's feelings? She just met me as her cousin, you know." Hiyashi then put a hand on his head. This brought the younger man's attention to his stiff-spoken father figure. "Do you really think that your uncle would be so dismissive of his daughter's opinion?" Then, realizing that this was going to be strange, Naruto silently followed him as he left. Hiyashi added before they got to the other pair, "Just focus on being friends and getting on with your cousin. Leave the rest to me, okay?" Naruto simply nodded in response, saying, if that was the case, he can do that. "Okay, that I can do." Nishi spoke up as soon as they were close enough. "Hiyashi, Naruto." Hiyashi looked at the young girl by his side, nodded, and made an offer. "Nishi, Hirose, your arrival is rather prompt." Naruto grinned and nodded at his cousin. Hirose simply nodded in return, but he could see the roll of her eyes beneath the facade of apathy. He'll never understand how she did that. Both men encountered the two individuals they had anticipated as well as two new faces for the two youngest when they entered the actual dojo. An elder sat on the mat at the far end of the dojo. His perfectly trimmed graying brown hair and sharp square face, which bore scars from numerous hard-fought battles, gave him the appearance of a tough, unbreakable man. He was dressed in training equipment that appeared to have been well maintained but just as worn. His eyes remained as sharp as any shinobi, warrior, or leader could ever hope to have when he opened them. His eyes met Naruto's, and when he considered staying put, his instincts and he were in perfect harmony. After 2 solid minutes, the old man finally nodded and broke it with a blink. Naruto snapped out of it at that moment as well and followed his example by blinking. The elder got up and said something with a sigh. "Hiyashi, your boy's potential is as we discussed. I look forward to seeing it up close." Hiyashi gave a formal, stiff nod before moving to the side of the room so Naruto could finally see the other person in the room ahead of them. She was a sturdy 5-foot-tall woman of obvious Hyuga ancestry, roughly the same height as him. Currently sporting a firm face with sharp features set into a rounded face and long brown hair up in a ponytail. Her pale eyes had a faint hint of violet in them as she met his gaze. She gave Naruto the impression that she was a much more assured, firmer version of Hanabi or perhaps even his cousin Hirose. The fact that she is at least a year older could be the reason. Hiyashi broke the silence by making the introduction after noticing that the prospective couple was already assessing each other. Naruto, allow me to introduce Asuka and her grandfather Okamoto. She is 2 years your senior and of Chunin rank. I bow formally, Naruto declared. Well met, Asuka-san, Okamoto-san. Even though his expression of disinterest remained unwavering, Okamoto simply nodded in response and said. Likewise, boy, I am interested in seeing how much a challenge you give my granddaughter. Asuka bowed back and made a formal offer. Likewise, Naruto-san. She continued as she stood back up and fixed him with her gaze. My grandfather has told me of your potential and has tasked me with testing it thoroughly. Please, do not take me lightly. With a steely undertone, Naruto informed her as they entered the sparring ring. I would never dishonor you or myself by doing so. Asuka gave a single nod before continuing. Then, come at me with everything you have. When she assumed the typical opening stance of the gentle fist, her Byakugan slowly activated. However, Naruto sensed that it was more than it appeared, so he assumed his all-seeing viper stance, his Byakugan flaring to life as he calmly replied. As you wish. However, she tacked on after noticing her secondary wind affinity. Wind Princess. Although Okamoto was impressed that the boy could actually see the latent nature of his granddaughter's chakra, Hiyashi and Nishi were both taken aback that a Hyuga with a wind affinity existed. Naruto saw Asuka's fleeting, tiny smirk before it disappeared behind her indifferent facade, and he too grinned behind his own. There's no doubt that this will be fascinating. The youngest person in the room was listening intently to her cousin as they gazed at each other in the weighted silence. After being informed of the reason behind this, Hirose silently supported her favorite cousin while being acutely aware that it might also determine her own fate. However, it doesn't bother her. Naruto is a little slow and rough around the edges, but that can be worked out between her and her mother, so he's not the worst husband she could have had. It is still early in the process and probably won't occur until she is much older. Hiyashi finally let out a cry. Begin. Chakra flared around their hands as Naruto and Asuka charged at each other simultaneously. She went straight while he went low and to the right, but she used her right hand to slap away his first blow, take the second, and avoid the third. Both of them continued to strike as they slid past one another, with Asuka hitting twice and Naruto avoiding both of them. This put him out of position, and he was only able to counter with one-arm shot. After deflecting the single blow, she quickly countered and received a blow in return. Neither halted nor retreated from this close-range battle. Naruto struck out 6 times in quick succession this time, and Asuka attempted to block them all, but only half of them made it to her thighs. Fortunately, 2 of hers found their way to his left chest as retaliation. However, Naruto made her pay for those blows by striking her arm 3 times in a single blink. She deflected his palm strike and hit him once more, this time close to his right elbow. The 2 pushed forward once more, exchanging blows and narrow evasions or deflections so quickly that Hirose was unable to keep up with their movements. They both used palm strikes to push each other back just far enough to strike. Both of them assessed their own positions after this brief pause in the fast-paced movement. Despite having fewer tenketsu closed in more critical areas, Naruto had sustained the most damage. Overall, Asuka had taken more of her tenketsu hits and the most crippling blows. Naruto was far superior to his opponent because he had a healing factor in addition to significantly more chakra and stamina. Asuka was exhausted, but not defeated. Everyone knew that she would have done much better if she had been competing against someone else. Asuka twitched uncontrollably, bringing Naruto within range. His feint drew out her interception, which he stepped around and hit. Her left side was now exposed despite the fact that her second interception and deflection were expertly timed and stopped additional damage. Rather than aiming for the most agonizing blows, Naruto used a quick 3-strike to shut down her mid-thigh before sliding his foot to stabilize and landing another 3 close to her armpit. She rolled forward to spin around, but Naruto was on her again, and only 2 landed. She looked up, and Asuka froze as he aimed his next blow at her forehead. She was unaware of his high burst speed. However, Naruto grinned as he made a comment while facing away from her grandfather when the match was called. Your variation focuses on interceptions and counter-strikes. Asuka responded as stoically as she could, yours is evasion and rapid strikes. Naruto nodded and took a step back, noticing the amused undertone and the upward tremor in the corner of her lip. She accepted the blonde Hyuga's hand as he pulled her to her feet as the chakra began to fade. They were both about 5 feet tall, as Naruto estimated, and he put it on hold while he talked. Thank you for the spar, Asuka-chan. I hope we can do this again. Asuka responded with a nod and a squeeze of their still-held hands. That would be fine, Naruto-san. I have learned a lot from this experience. Naruto wanted to grin once more, but he could see everything, and the entire clan, or rather, both of them, was currently observing him. As they turned back to face Elder Okamoto, they noticed his own Byakugan pulsing after a throat clearing brought them both closer to him. Before they deactivated their own compound, the two recently sparred saw the majority of Byakugans deactivate the compound. However, Okamoto turns to face Hiyashi and says, "There's no room for debate. Hiyashi, I do believe that your boy would benefit from my guidance. His defense is clearly lacking and I will address that directly." Even when his stepfather gave him a stoic nod, Naruto dared not respond. Nishi, Hirose, and Hiyashi all stood together as the former responded. "I see no problem with this arrangement, Elder Okamoto. Though, I would ask that you keep an eye on him for the rest of the day." Okamoto reported with a serious nod. "Fear not, he will be safe in my care." Hirose caught her cousin's eye as the adults were speaking, saw his silent plea, and somehow managed to communicate without saying a word. "Do not mess this up. You can do it, right?" Hirose watched as her father's resignation took hold of him, and she made a self-promise to at least bring him lunch later to lift his spirits. The three departed, and Okamoto turned to tell his newest pupil. "Boy, I am now your sensei and I expect you to address me as such. Am I clear?" Despite his wounds, Naruto had to stand up straight due to the force in his voice and his commanding crossed-arms stance, and he reported sharply. "Yes, sensei." Asuka was silently impressed by his refusal to back down in the face of her grandfather's audacity, but she didn't think about it as he looked at her and gave an order. "Asuka, your performance was sharp but needs more speed. We shall address that now too." Knowing better than to argue with her grandfather, who had reared her, she gave a sharp nod in response. "Yes, grandfather." Yamanaka Flower Shop, Hidden Leaf. Naruto winced as he pushed open the door to the clan of mental warriors' flower shop and held it open for his babysitter. Asuka entered at his prodding, and he was aware that she was anything but that, but he was not going to mention it. Naturally, the bell's ringing attracted attention because it was intended to, and his former classmate's voice called out from the counter. "You're here, Naruto, and you're not wearing orange." Naruto was about to reply with a heavy sigh when his companion cleared his throat in a very gentle yet delicate manner, reminding him to remember his manners and respond politely, "Yes, Ino-san. I have to always act appropriately as a member of the main house of the Hyuga clan." "Ah, I see." Ino, who was leaning on the counter with her head on her palm and grinning slyly, thought it was hilarious that the loudest knucklehead ninja she had ever encountered appeared to have a handler. "You certainly have your work cut out for you," she said, glancing at the ostensibly attractive Kunoichi and her formal robes. "Not at all," Asuka answered coolly, collectedly, and with a straight face before turning to face her charge and, if her grandfather is to be believed, potential life partner. She could have done much worse, and if he becomes even half the man his father was, she will be the envy of all women. "Naruto-kun is a little rough, and not in need of much instruction," she concluded, with reference to the Yamanaka once more. "Just occasional reminders of his station. Inoichi-san said to come this afternoon. Ino-san, is he around?" Naruto inquired, but Ino hummed and put that away for later. However, the man in question entered the store through the back door before the Team 10 genin could react. Inoichi remarked, "That I am, Naruto." However, he raised an eyebrow at the second Hyuga standing beside him. Naruto was quick to make an introduction, saying, "Let me introduce my clanswoman, Asuka Hyuga. My friend and sparring partner." Inoichi looked at the other Hyuga, who was about the same height and had a very feminine appearance with long, straight brown hair, pale eyes, and a round face. She was pretty stereotypical of Hyuga women and had a stern appearance, but as often as he deals with Hiyashi, he can tell that she is much gentler than she looks, and that she seems to genuinely respect Naruto and is not here against her will. He assumed she was the child's driver or guard in this situation, but she appears curious about Naruto's purpose and came to investigate it with him. Inoichi nodded after this shortest of examinations and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Asuka-san. As the head of the Yamanaka clan, my name is Inoichi Yamanaka. However, I assume you were already aware of that." When she nodded, he continued, "Well, anyway, you arrived just when we needed it, since we had just completed our mental training and were on to the flower arrangements. Hurry up and finish." The oldest blonde in attendance told them and motioned for them to follow. Without saying anything, Naruto took a step forward, ignoring the startled expression on Asuka's face as he did so. However, Ino also suspected that the Hyuga was taken aback by her father's statement because she had hesitated a little before following. To be honest, Ino was also a little taken aback by her father's decision to train the dead last member of her former class, even though his performance on the exams undoubtedly demonstrates that Naruto Uzumaki is much more than he once was. Oh wait, or is he now Naruto Hyuga? She sighed as she opened her magazine and thought about her former classmate a little more. Looking back, she never really gave him much attention other than the typical flirting he did with Sakura, her best friend and rival. Even so, how could she have been unaware that his solid blue eyes were actually Byakugan? However, Hinata didn't either, and she has one too, and none of the Hyuga noticed. I suppose this is to be expected because many people have pupil-less eyes, including her and the majority of her clan, so he concealed it perfectly in plain sight. Perhaps he has other secrets. Furthermore, wouldn't that imply that one of his parents was also a Hyuga? If so, why did he grow up alone and despised? He had the thick red chakra that gave her the creeps, and the other one had yellow. Naruto had 9. Oh, he did that power-up on his fight with that Tsunagai during the exams. Ino blinked at that. Another blink. Wait, does that imply Naruto is somehow involved in the village attack that occurred almost 13 years ago? Ino looked back at the back entrance where her dad had taken her former classmate, but her eyes were far away as she thought about it. Perhaps she should just ask Shika. He probably knows what the hell is going on with her fellow blonde. She dismissed the idea and went back to her magazine. Ino turns the page and sees an orange embroidered sundress, which makes her snort and quickly cover her mouth. Did she really just? The bell chimed at this moment, and she heard a voice she really didn't need to hear at this moment, of all times. Ino pig, did you just snort? Gardens of Yamanaka. A bit earlier, leading his newest pupil out into one of the gardens his clan kept, Inoichi soon came back to find his other new pupil in charge, unwinding as she painted carelessly. Though he didn't really mean to, he silently approached and looked over her shoulder at the canvas and was impressed. The clan chief had been informed of her exceptional genjutsu abilities and cautioned about the risks associated with her bloodline, but they had undoubtedly failed to inform him of her expert use of a paintbrush. Perhaps he could have her paint the shop's front for a fee. He felt the two Hyuga by his side idly, and Asuka was the one who whispered, "How elegantly beautiful." Yakumo Kurama was startled out of her painting trance by this, and she jerked back to discover her new teacher, Inoichi, Naruto, her first friend, and an unidentified Hyuga girl. She also unintentionally threw up her painting supplies. Inoichi and Naruto both quickly grabbed the two brushes and paint plate before they hit the ground and became soiled, and they both laughed nervously before returning them in unison and saying, "Are bad." Taking her equipment back and removing her hand from her chest, above her pounding heart, Yakumo gave a stiff nod before yelling and glaring at her friend, who was a complete moron. "Naruto-kun. Why did you frighten me in that way?" Naruto shot up his hands in response, saying, "That wasn't me. Asuka-chan here just complimented you on your work," he said, pointing to his other friend. "That's all." Yakumo feels a little inadequate in relation to the unidentified Hyuga, who is now known as Asuka. This seems to have been noticed by her fellow female, who gave her a subtle smirk. The heiress scowled and folded her arms in return. Sensing the silent tension, Inoichi and Naruto's danger senses triggered simultaneously, and after exchanging glances, the older blonde decided to take action and say, "Well, in any case." Before continuing, the clan head said, "First, we should show you around at the various flowers and plants to have you learn about each one and their characteristics." Naruto's eyes held a silent gratitude as he held everyone's attention. It is now obvious what her objective was, and to be honest, she doesn't like her at all. Naruto is her first friend, and he hasn't even introduced her to the others yet, and now this hussy comes in like she owns him. They nodded and left after the older man, with Yakumo watching and scowling as the Hyuga chick gave her a quick side eye. Ino yelled loudly, "Naruto!" shattering the Kurama heiress's somewhat tumultuous thoughts. The scream of the Yamanaka princess stopped all movement in the clan compound, but the boy and his Hyuga friend just raised an eyebrow as they and the girl's father looked back the way they had come. The platinum blonde, as expected, stormed out of the door leading to the shop, a head of pink hair in her shadow. When Naruto saw this, his Hyuga face of indifference came back with a vengeance, his eyes moving glacially, his posture perfectly stoic, and Asuka at his side. However, he also noticed that she had taken a single step ahead of him, which was hardly perceptible but a clear sign of intent. The two main members of the Duckbutts fan club, the blonde and the pink, were now stomping toward him. Ino stopped in front of her fellow blonde and yelled, "You hurt Sasuke-kun." Inoichi was about to interrupt, blinking at that, when Naruto gave an honest response, in accordance with the law, "Yes." "Explain yourself, now." Ino growled low and tapped his foot to a military rhythm. "You do not demand anything of my clan, little Yamanaka," Asuka said sternly before any of the men could reply. "Keep in mind where you are." For a brief while, Ino was stunned and unable to speak, giving Inoichi the opportunity to say, "Ino, apologize, now." The heiress turned to her father, perplexed, and he added, "Sasuke attacked Naruto first, then stole his clan arts, which is a direct violation of clan laws, and by all rights, he could have killed the Uchiha but only wounded him. Not to mention the fact that the Uchiha has been plotting to kill Naruto since the exams," Inoichi said, narrowing his eyes at his daughter, who gulped nervously. "Naruto is not at fault in this situation, but I have since erased the memories of the clan arts in compliance with the law and requested that he receive immediate mental health treatment. So I'm sorry. I apologize, Naruto," Ino said, bowing at the waist, "for making snap judgments." Asuka answered in Naruto's place because, in reality, he was still taken aback by Inoichi's actions against the Duckbutt. "I suggest you learn from this, Yamanaka-san," Asuka said. "Before you make unfounded accusations, get your facts straight." After letting the Hyuga Chunin glance at the Pinkett, Ino nodded and said, "As for you, girl, I strongly believe that you are out of your depth and should be retired from the shinobi program. You obviously lack the fortitude and drive to improve yourself," she said, drawing everyone's attention to Asuka, who was staring down at the Pinkett, who was in a state of stunned disbelief. "You still tremble in terror when allies are around. You have poor posture, a scrawny body, and pitiful chakra levels." Asuka looked at Naruto, who was staring at him with astonishment and indifference. "Pardon my bad language, Naruto-kun." With a final nod, Asuka went back to the genin and said, "It is obvious that you are the one who started this farce, so go. Take pride in your work and go train, or go home and cry. You are unsightly." At the end, she waved her away before turning away from Team 7's Kunoichi, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. Sakura, desperate, turned to Ino, who had not given her a glance, and then to Inoichi, who was also expressionless since he was unable to refute any of the assertions made by the female Hyuga. Sakura turned around and walked away in silence, swallowing deeply as she looked to Naruto for a final, perhaps misguided, glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Naruto found a floating bumblebee extremely fascinating, and her heart fell. Hyuga's hidden leaf. Naruto and Asuka leave the Yamanaka flower shop to head back to the compound, where the sun has long since set. However, the blonde was actually considering disappearing because he missed his sister figure. He didn't think he could be as diligent as his friend. Asuka stayed quietly by his side and appeared unaware of his thoughts during the leisurely walk, but as they turned onto the main path, she inquired, "Are you aware of my grandfather's stance regarding you, Naruto-san?" Naruto gave her a quick glance in response. "In truth, no, I am aware that this is a political move and stuff." She nodded, but he added after giving it another look, "Though, back there, why did you call me, kun, like that? I am sure you do not like me that way." Asuka looked back at him and answered, "It is as you say, Naruto-san. This is a political move. We must maintain an image of unity in the face of the other clans. My addressing you as such was to ensure that the Yamanaka were aware of such intent. To dissuade them from any foolish notions." Yes, that did sound improbable. Inoichi and Ino are the only Yamanaka he is familiar with. Inoichi is merely curious to see the abilities his sister taught him, and she isn't exactly his biggest admirer. Asuka clarified, sensing where his mind was. "Naruto-san, you may not believe this, but you are a very important person to us." He listened to her as Naruto looked at the woman at his side, who was dressed in the traditional cream Hyuga robes, which made her figure stand out in the low light. Not just as a political figure, but as a statement towards the future of our clan. At last, she looked up at him, her violet-tinted pale whites meeting his blue eyes. Now that they were looking at each other, Asuka spoke more softly. "Even if it is not with me, whoever you are bound with will have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. If I may be a bit bold." She stopped when Naruto nodded, and he turned to face her. Asuka spoke in a low voice. "It is common knowledge that, Within the clan, your eyes are quite possibly the strongest we have had in recorded history. Previously, it was little Hanabi and so, many were trying to push Hinata aside and gain agency over the younger heiress. Naruto crossed his arms and spoke in a similarly humble manner, looking around the street for potential listeners. So, this is a race to secure the most power based on eye strength. My stepfather chose you for me, to gain your grandfather's support for himself. Asuka answered, nodding slightly and smiling. Most certainly. As my grandfather holds almost as much weight as Elder Hizashi, it would be a potent union. However, there is a catch. Naruto clenched his arms and said, always is. His companion nodded and then stealthily looked around as well. A moment later, Asuka told, my grandfather is, rather insistent, that we keep our blood pure and free of outsiders. Naruto raised a single eyebrow at that moment, blinking, and she nodded, understanding the contradiction in that statement. I am acutely aware of that, Naruto-san. With a nod and a lowered eyebrow, Asuka went on. However, your pedigree is something even my grandfather cannot ignore. The fact that I am escorting you is proof of that. Naruto took a deep breath and kept his throat and eyes from rolling. Despite being impressed by his passive-aggressive response to his annoyance, Asuka continued to speak. I am aware that you may find that distasteful. Personally, I too was not entirely thrilled by this arrangement. Naruto asked, barely raising his voice above a whisper, observing the word choice. And now? He nodded before continuing, and this time she raised an eyebrow while keeping her hands on her sleeves. Okay, so I don't need to ask you if you are okay with it then. Asuka reported, although it is very early to comment on that. He nodded, so she made the offer. I can at least say that we are at least compatible with one another. You are rough, unrefined, and lack formality. Naruto simply shrugged, proving her point, but he also saw that she appeared mildly amused as she continued. However, you are also diligent in your efforts. Respectful to those who deserve it. You do not judge others beforehand and listen first before acting. A worthy leader candidate. Are you flirting with me? Naruto asked, his eyebrows raised, his tone amused, but Asuka's expression was blank. Now that he was listening, she didn't have to because he could see the laughter in her eyes. Asuka turned back to the path leading to the compound and started walking steadily. She added when he caught up with her, I believe that we can learn from each other, Naruto-san. He offered back, humming. As that's so. When they eventually arrived at the intersection onto the path leading to the compound, Asuka affirmed, it is. After all, I have the answer to the question you have been seeking within the history of our shared clan. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at her, both of them skillfully ignoring the onlookers. Naruto took a few more steps before making an offer. As that's so. Asuka interrupts Naruto's thoughts as two Hyuga Jonin come up ahead of the two, bowing to each other in recognition of the other, which is now a regular occurrence for Naruto. If you would like to join me tomorrow afternoon, I will be more than willing to show you the secrets of the clan I possess. What a tease, and Naruto was definitely intrigued now. However, she turned to face him and gave him a stern look that captured his whole focus before they turned onto the street leading to the compound entrance. Asuka spoke rather quickly after a few quiet moments. However, if you do join me, it will be you agreeing to my own terms and conditions. She stepped into his personal space and added firmly, her voice barely audible above a whisper, ignoring his raised eyebrows. My grandfather has controlled my life ever since my parents passed. He had been planning to marry me off to either Kita or Neji until you arrived. Although Naruto did a good job of masking his wince, she noticed it and nodded. One of the few Hyugas he was aware of, Kita Hyuga is essentially a Neji 3.0 with a hint of main house superiority complex. In addition, his probable rival in the event that the council is surrounded and demands a duel or something. Even though there are no specific rules prohibiting it, he would be unable to use his tenant's strength because they could contest the outcomes. To improve his ability to use the traditional gentle fist, Naruto has been training with Hiyashi, and now Elder Okamoto is also assisting him in getting ready. So Asuka went on, thus, Naruto-kun, if you join me for this training, then you agree to join my little rebellion against my grandfather. Agree to give me this chance to stand on my own and treat me as your equal and not just a trophy wife as Kita would. Naruto quickly rebuffed, frowning. You should know me better by now, Asuka-chan. He saw Asuka genuinely nod and smile for the first time since they had first met. Even though it was fleeting, the smile was undoubtedly genuine. It disappeared, and she continued. That I do. Which is why I expect you on time and in robes. Not your jacket. Naruto let out a quiet moan. Can't he wear these robes without any orange for once? Asuka turned to leave, amused, before she made the offer. Come, I believe my grandfather is awaiting us, Naruto-kun. Naruto complained as he trailed the assertive woman, only stopping when they arrived at the gate, and he matched her stoicism with an increasingly practiced ease. Hi, coming Asuka-chan. The guards give a nod and allow them to pass without any problems. Her grandfather was waiting for them, just as Asuka had said. Okamoto asked right away, Asuka, how did it go? Asuka led the two of them in a bow. All as expected, grandfather. Naruto-san's potential is truly vast, as you have predicted. The Yamanaka are also suitably cowed. Okamoto gave a rigid nod, then turned to face the boy and said. Good, remember that today, boy, you are my student and I expect you to live to my expectations. Am I clear? The old man grunted and turned away as Naruto smoothly explained, as the air we breathe. Then Okamoto gave the order. Come Asuka, dinner awaits. Asuka dutifully reported, Hi, grandfather. Then, she looked at Naruto, who saw her eyes and the look of annoyance that briefly crossed them before her mask of indifference returned. Naruto quietly sighed after they had both gone, then turned back to face the entrance. I suppose he ought to go see his sensei and return in the afternoon to meet the downtrodden granddaughter. Naruto stepped outside once more, ignoring the two guards as he quickly leapt up onto the rooftops and darted off, disappearing soon after leaving the immediate area. The place of Anko, Hidden Leaf. Before making his announcement, Naruto deftly dodges the thrown kunai and catches the second one to deflect the third. I missed you too, Anko-ne. Naruto caught her arm as it attempted to insert a kunai between his legs once more after he sidestepped and let the glump. He was grinning as he looked back at her, and Anko grinned back at her remark. Good, had to make sure those robes hadn't dulled your senses. Naruto rolled his eyes, understanding that her current aggressive behavior was a result of her excitement at his arrival. He does, however, reply. You would kill me if I did. I told you, I always listen to my precious people. As he makes his way back to the kitchen, Anko hums and pulls back the weapons, releasing her gaki so he can actually remove those stuffy-looking robes. This worked out perfectly because she couldn't let him see her silly smile at the moment, and it also gave her time to change the amount of food she was cooking. Anko saw that her gaki had joined her in the kitchen, dressed in a low-cut black vest, gray baggy pants, and bare feet. He was helping to chop the vegetables while wearing his lightweight mesh armor over his t-shirt and cream trousers. The sight of the two of them preparing their food together brought a smile to her face. As they finished eating, Naruto had near enough finished briefing his sister on the situation within the Hyuga clan, and in all honesty, Anko offered. Sounds fishy, this Asuka. Naruto said, looking up at the ceiling. Yeah, figured that. Based off your expressions. She snorted and briefly laughed. Anko swallowed her tea and then spoke. Go find out what this secret is, but if she touches you inappropriately. His attention was drawn to her squinted eyes and faint frown, which made him feel better because of the concern it conveyed. Naruto smiled in response. I will be careful, Ne-chan. Without expressing her worry or letting him know how much she is concerned about this political strategy Hiyashi is employing, Anko met his solid blue gaze with her own solid brown and gave him a stiff nod. She worries about things that, to be honest, kind of just go over her head. How in the world was she supposed to defend her gaki when she had no idea what it was? Anko inquired while they were cleaning up their dishes. Say, you staying or? Naruto's expression darkened as he whispered to her. Do you want me to leave? Anko snapped as she gave him a hard slap on the head for being foolish. Gaki, don't ever do that shit again. Got me. Naruto reported, laughing lightly. Hi, Ne-chan. She accepted the cleaned bowl. Anko accepted it with an exaggerated puff of annoyance, but for a few seconds she was unable to remove the smirk from her face. She was already sitting in bed and writing in a notepad when Naruto came into their shared bedroom after taking a shower and getting dressed. He asked as he climbed in next to her. What's that? Distractedly, Anko said, new poison formula I just thought of. He crossed out a compound that would conflict with the hemotoxic elements and substituted a nerve agent. He moved under the sheets and stretched out while she tapped the pencil against her chin, studying the formula. He was wearing that log-awful orange t-shirt that Anko swore she banned from her apartment, even though she was the one who gave it to him, and his barely audible yawn caught her attention. Oi, what did I say about that shirt? Naruto let out a loud moan. But, Nei-chan, Anko gave the order to bonk him because she was not going to put up with that. Go get that black shirt I know is in your drawers, and don't give that pout. Naruto got up to go get the designated top and complained, losing his pout and huffing. You were the one who brought this for me too. Knowing that, Anko smirked and turned back, sticking his tongue out, and barked angrily, it was meant to be a joke, Gaki, and you know it too. She then used his face to introduce her notepad before making her announcement. And when you come back, gimme my damn notepad. Naruto gasped under his breath and rubbed his forehead and nose bridge while changing into a new shirt. Then why'd you throw it at me? However, he shuddered as his sister whispered across the room and the thought of death itself sent a shiver up his spine. Was that back talk? No ma'am, Naruto dutifully reported, pulling down his now black shirt without even daring to look back at her undoubtedly glaring face. Yes, she was glaring at him as he turned around, but it came off when he picked up the thrown notepad and gave it back to her. As he returned to the bed, she grunted. Anko recalled what Kurenai had said yesterday as her face pressed against the pillow and she asked after putting it away and climbing in with her Gaki. So, I hear you went on a mission with my Nei-chan. Anko clarified, you have a Nei-chan. Naruto asked in confusion, and she nodded. She's got raven hair and ruby eyes. According to Anko, Naruto realized and his sister snorted, ah, Yuhi-san. What the hell is with the sudden formal tone shift? With a shrug, he answered. Dunno, with all the Hyuga training and stuff, kinda slips out. Anko smirked and shrugged casually, but he said, I bet. She asked after a pause. So, this mission was pretty exciting, right? Heard you saved her fine ass. Naruto gave an eye roll. Even though Anko-ne is occasionally a pervert, he won't say anything out loud because she is his Nei-chan and will instead reply. Yeah, I guess. It was pretty close though. Had to use the Kyuubi's chakra in my eyes to see through the genjutsu. As she asked, Anko stopped grinning and became serious. Is that safe? Have you gotten them checked out? She scowled as Naruto shook his head and sighed, but he gave an explanation. Been busy constantly. It's only the second day of my probation and I am even more busy than when I was supposed to be active. Anko would have snorted at his final deadpan, but he skillfully sidestepped the question, causing her to flick his nose. She pressed when he recoiled. Why haven't you got them checked out? The blonde gulped as Naruto pulled the covers up past his mouth and said, I have been busy, honestly. She narrowed her eyes at him. Anko told them after a few excruciatingly long seconds. In the morning we are going to get them checked out. But, did I stutter? She complained, causing the foolish Gaki to yell in frustration as she flicked his nose once more. Naruto laughed, still clutching his flaming nose. But I wanted you to meet my new friend. That Asuka girl, is she 14 years old? Anko frowned when Naruto said, 15, I think, but no. Why does her Gaki suddenly have so many female friends? From the mission with Yuhi-san, he explained, letting go of his nose. She was by herself, just like the rest of us, so I told her about my favorite older sister, my super cool sensei. Despite being extremely moved by the compliment, Anko was unable to express it to him, so he gripped and flicked his nose once more. I'm your only older sister, right? Damn it, leave my nose alone. All right. Yes, remember the rules of the pillow. No shouting, Anko hissed as Naruto yelled, only to be struck in the nose once more. Anko nodded in satisfaction before she said, okay, we'll stop by this girl you rescued and see what I have to do to fix her. He growled, and she raised her fingers, ready to flick, and he fell silent as a crypt. Naruto grinned once more, nodded once, and then became anxious. What's wrong with you? Anko frowned. Naruto muttered hesitantly, is it possible to, He spoke breathlessly, his face and voice falling. Get a hug again. Anko blinked owlishly, took a moment to remember what he was asking, and then sighed. She moved over and hugged him, and he hugged her back, muttering, you're such a baby sometimes. She grinned as he cuddled up to her, but Anko did eventually say, good night, Naruto. Night, Anko-ne, Yamanaka flowers and hidden leaf. The heiress of the Kurama clan was standing in front of Naruto and Anko, who were now wearing trench coats, chainmail, and identical smiles. Yakumo swallowed hard, bowed, and said, hello, Naruto-kun's older sister. He is my friend, and I am Yakumo Kurama, the heiress of the Kurama clan. My very first one. Anko answered after a moment, Well, I see. I've heard from my Gaki that you'd like to join our small group and could use some assistance. Yakumo said, nodding. Naruto-kun promised that I could be his friend and that he had 2 others like us. Anko folded her arms, looked up and down at the hazel-haired girl, then glanced at her Gaki, before saying, yeah, I see, thus, before anything else let me be upfront with you. After Yakumo nodded, she continued, your former sensei is a close friend of mine. Yes, she told me about your mission and my Gaki told me about it last night, Anko said, raising a hand to quell the shock and rage. I'm willing to assist when I can because I don't like what she did. Naruto smoothly added, remember Yakumo-chan, after noticing the thoughtful expression on his friend's face. It's your choice, she said, drawing her brown eyes on her first friend's face to observe his gentle, genuine smile as he concluded. It's up to you because I know how amazing my sister is, but you don't. Anko smirked as she ran her hand through her Gaki's golden locks, which are always so gentle and soothing. She wouldn't tell him that, or that she spent half the night after he went to sleep simply running her fingers through them and realized that she might have been a little tense yesterday. But instead of focusing on whether or not to train under this woman, Yakumo's attention was drawn to this simple act, which focused all of her thoughts on whether or not she could run her fingers through the sunshine hair herself. In fact, she had already made up her mind, so she said, I would like that, Anko-sensei. Good, Anko said, nodding and grinning gently. However, based on what I've heard, you need to strengthen your body, so we'll work on that gradually. Don't worry about scheduling conflicts because I'll work with Inoichi to resolve them. That being said, Gaki, since we're already here, why don't we start on the paralytics? Anko observed that Yakumo nodded, but her eyes kept moving from the kunoichi's face to the hand stroking the blonde hair, but he chose not to comment. It was impossible to miss the sparkle in her eye, and for some reason, Naruto recognized the thread and became a little afraid. Secret Leaf, Hyuga Substance. Naruto returned to the compound in time for his rendezvous after spending the morning and lunch with his sister and Yakumo in their basic level of training. However, he raised a brow in response and glared at the implication they were making, despite the guards' knowing smirks and raised eyebrows. At that, they all laughed a little. After dressing more like Hyuga, Naruto started to move around the compound. He soon saw Hanabi, his younger sister, and Hirose, his cousin, among the class members practicing in one of the training fields. For a brief moment, neither of them noticed him observing as they dutifully listened to the instructor. Their teacher did, but she didn't mention seeing him and instead concentrated on her 12 pupils. Naruto made a covert retreat, moving farther into the compound, past the outskirts of the branch house, and finally into the area that most of the elders call home. 2 main house Hyuga were standing guard at the entrance to the forested path, which was blocked by a white torii gate. That's like asking a group of jonin to take a child to school, really. Naruto was taken aback when he got close because neither guard even bothered to ask him to come. Instead, they simply nodded him through the gate, which he obviously returned and continued toward his goal this afternoon. The houses here were much older than those used in the main area, some far more ornate than others, and they bore insignias he remembers from the books on the warring era. Naruto strolled along the oak-paneled path, the trees and nature blocking out all but the sounds of a peaceful forest that allowed him to relax despite the nature of his visit to this part of the compound. He eventually locates the house he was searching for, though, and pauses at the entrance to admire the traditional rice paper walls, exquisitely carved woodwork, and classic stone masonry of the one-story structure. Okamoto is undoubtedly a fan of the old school, and this house seems to perfectly capture that. Despite the formality of his robes, which he didn't even want to wear, Naruto feels a little uncomfortable just standing in front of it. His unintentional sigh made the eyes that had been watching his approach crinkle in amusement for a moment, and their owner said, "Do not fret, Naruto-kun." Naruto turned to face the voice, only now realizing how preoccupied he must have been to miss the girl sitting on the front decking with a tea in both hands, staring back at him with pale eyes that had a hint of violet. "You are dressed accordingly and I doubt even my grandfather would find fault with your attire," she said, sitting formally and watching him as she finished, her long brown hair cascading down her back in a silkily embroidered twin plaits, resting against her elegantly feminine frame and allowing him to see her smiling rounded face without obstruction. After swallowing his spit and nodding rigidly, Naruto said, "I see, sorry, Asuka-chan, I was kind of just at a loss for words." Asuka offered calmly before sipping her tea and witnessing her guest's nod. After clearing her throat, she continued, That is a common reaction. Thank you for coming, and don't worry. To be honest, I wasn't sure if you would trust what I said or believe what I meant. He approached when instructed to do so, but his rigid nod was almost robotic in that it did not express his own opinions or his sister's thoughts on the subject. After finishing her tea, Asuka said, "My grandfather is not around, so we are safe to train here and away from the prying eyes of others." She then walked her guest around the house and to the training room at the back of their garden. "Is there a stigma associated with the secret you mentioned?" As they pause between the entrance and inner doorway, Naruto asks, "One of the things my grandfather disagrees with regarding the other elder counselors is the combat doctrine of the clan." Asuka sighs and looks directly at her younger, potential fiancé. "They all think that we can be identified by our eyes and soft fist alone." Naruto scowled in response, saying, "That is rather short-sighted, considering how far I could see without training." Asuka laughed at that fact, but she didn't reveal anything as she nodded and continued her explanation. "Even though my grandfather nearly has the power to persuade the council to comply with his demands, it might take longer than he has left to do so. For this reason, he and your father are setting us up to join our two factions in order to further their respective objectives." Following, his new friend reveals a long, partially enclosed hall with a forest backdrop beyond the several targets at the far end. Naruto sighed as she opened the inner door, realizing there is so much he doesn't really know and it's starting to irritate him, to be honest. However, Naruto believes he can see more targets beyond the tree line when he looks closer. By clearing her throat gently, Asuka was able to draw her fellow's attention, and his eyes widened when he saw the equipment she was standing next to. A set of ready-made yumi, a kind of longbow that was at least 2 meters long, though it appeared shorter and was obviously made from pricey woods. Asuka, who saw his surprise and honestly anticipated it, told him, "These are necessary for the traditional archery technique that we call Kyudo. The clan used to practice it during the first part of the Warring States period, but as long-range jutsu developed, it became less popular because it was quicker to use and didn't require years of training." "What kind of range are we talking about here?" asked Naruto, frowning because that didn't make sense. "Right now, when I'm focused and aimed, I can see about 600 meters. That goes far beyond the bounds of long-range jutsu," Asuka explained, picking up one of the bows. "Well, the furthest confirmed kill is about 380 meters, based on my family archives. Around 400 to 410 was the farthest hit. However, both were created by experts in the field, and the timing of the shots determines the outcome." Naruto nodded slowly as he considered this new information. With his eyes, the problem isn't finding a target, rather, it's the enemy's situational awareness and the time it takes for the arrow to travel that far. However, at that range, combined with his stealth, the target might not even be aware that he was there in the first place. A perfect ambush weapon, but by the time most shinobi hear the whistling of the air, it might be too late, even though the Inuzuka might hear it. However, if you look at the bows themselves, they are a little heavy and unsightly, too big to carry around informally, even as a backup weapon. This is especially true if you end up hand-to-hand with your opponent in a close-quarters battle. Then seal them. That brings up another set of issues. Sure, sealing them and their arrows will give you a lot of charges, likely more than you would expect to use, but it also takes time to set them up and equip them, which you might not always have in the field. However, if he has enough time and the right circumstances, he can track a target within his field of vision and strike them with arrows that have poisons on or in them, which would increase their potential even more. Additionally, that is well outside of jutsu range, so something about that story doesn't exactly fit, but he can tell she isn't lying about what she was told about the subject. In any case, given poisons, his dojutsu, and both his ninjutsu of wind breakthrough and shadow clones, adding archery to his skill set could only be a nice addition that complements his abilities. Now that he thinks about it, the sage finds it frightening. While Naruto was deep in contemplation, Asuka noticed a sudden flash of insight on his face. Although she was reluctant to teach him this long-forgotten Hyuga clan art, her grandfather had insisted. This was probably a way to make sure Lord Hiashi couldn't back out of their agreement because his son would want to continue, forcing his hand to comply. However, she decided it didn't really matter either way and put those thoughts aside to hear what he had to say when the blonde's blue eyes met hers and a smile gradually appeared. "Say, is it possible to give the arrows payloads?" Naruto asked his friend, grinning. With a single nod, Asuka explained. It was, and still is, rather common to attach flammable materials to the tips and use chakra to ignite them as they were fired to set enemy positions and building a light from a distance. So, we could attach, maybe, explosive and flash tags then. Hummed Naruto. He went on. Smoke tags could be used for signaling, after she gave him a tentative nod. Poison tags could also be used to flush out defensive positions and cover an area. The contemplative Uzumaki went on. Incendiary tags aren't really used all that much due to their short range and lack of knowledge by most ninja, as Asuka's eyes gleamed with understanding and nodded to both. However, affixed to arrows in our eyes. With the bow in both hands in front of her and an obviously excited expression on her face, Asuka concluded, we should be able to target weak points in buildings and armor. He nodded. However, Naruto scowled for a moment before continuing, but its size is the biggest issue. Even if we carry them on our backs, they will still be obstructed because they are large. Before she could respond, he said, even if we seal them in sealing scrolls, it means we have to stop and take time to get them out and ready, the arrows too. She nodded in understanding. The unpredictable knucklehead shinobi she might end up marrying went on, thankfully, but Asuka nodded as she looked at the one in hand because there was really nothing she could say about it. That being said, Naruto grinned and said, I think I might know someone who could help with that problem, as she turned to face him. However, I believe she will continue her mission until later this evening. Do you think you could teach me how to shoot while we wait? Asuka gave a confident nod and thoughtfully answered, well, I can, and do you think this person you speak of will help us? When Naruto made a light-hearted remark, she saw the sparkle in his eyes. Oh, more than sure. Actually, going forward, this will likely benefit the clan more than we had anticipated. He laughed at the conclusion, fully aware that the kunoichi in question would seize the chance to support the Hyuga clan and that a particular branch house Hyuga would then be put on notice. Oh, dear brother of his. The prankster king has not forgotten your crimes against his own, so even you will not escape his wrath. Asuka was a little worried about the blonde's smile, but she also thought it would be foolish to confront him about it and instead let him enjoy this moment. If what he says is accurate, perhaps everything will work out and her grandfather's plan will be much more feasible than it was. However, since they will probably require it, perhaps she will light an incense for the person Naruto is thinking of. A bun-haired kunoichi with a wicked smirk and a sudden surge of energy appeared somewhere outside the hidden village's walls, while her teammate felt a chill and an impulse to give his foolish younger brother a 32 palm. That evening, when Naruto unexpectedly returned to the main house sector, even having dinner with Asuka and her grandfather, he found that he was learning the old ways of Hyuga combat. Okamoto was obviously pleased with this development and gave him instructions to study hard, which he was obviously going to do anyhow. Naruto knew from this first session that it would take some time to even reach the novice certification, but since he isn't an actual Uzumaki, he will quickly become proficient. Yuma Oba, for what brings you out this late? He said, bowing as he noticed an unexpected person standing ahead of him as if they had been waiting for him. Yuma's scowl softly deepened as she responded, young man, that is my question. You shouldn't have stayed up so late. Describe yourself. Naruto answered quickly because he dared not even consider letting out a sigh in front of this woman. I was training with Elder Okamoto's daughter, Asuka, and we lost track of time. She raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of the current state of affairs involving her nephew and that specific kunoichi, but she is more worried than relieved because she has as much faith in that elder as she can. Additionally, Yuma felt that her baby Hirose would feel much more secure with him, so she was hoping that would be the decision made. Although her daughter is still in the running and it is still early, she replied, you need to be more responsible of your timekeeping. It is highly inappropriate to lose track of time and possibly miss earlier appointments. Trying desperately not to sigh in front of his aunt, Naruto calmly replied, bowing his head, I will be more mindful going forward. Yuma nodded gratifiedly, then suddenly produced a book and held it out to him while she talked. Make sure you do. My Hirose-chan wanted to give you this, but she had to go to bed because of your delayed return. Make sure to express your gratitude to her for her consideration tomorrow. Naruto, who took the book from the woman, bowed once more and offered his aunt the book, saying, I will be sure to do so when I see her next. Naruto is a little curious about what his cousin had in mind, but he quickly reads the title and realizes it has something to do with the politics of the warring states. Thank you. I have high hopes for you, Naruto, Yuma said, nodding stiffly as she turned to return to her own house. Please don't disappoint me. His aunt is a very particular character, and Naruto feels that she does everything out of love, but sometimes it's easier to say that she's unduly stiff. Naruto sighed as he cut down a different route after watching her go and made his way to his room. How was he supposed to know that Hirose was searching for him when it was a straightforward error? When he last saw her, she was working out with the other children and was unaware that he was passing them all. After entering his room, Naruto put the book on the nightstand, undressed, and got into bed. He will speak with Hirose tomorrow to find out the answers, and then he will see if Team 10 returned from their mission. Next morning, Naruto was startled out of his sleep by footsteps outside his door, and on a reflex that had been strengthened by his stay at Anko's yesterday, he clutched his kunai under his pillow. A quick glance revealed the person who had knocked, so he let go of the weapon. This time, Naruto gets up and puts on his standard combat gear, which includes his kunai holster, standard black Anbu pants, his trusty orange belt, orange tape just above his black combat boots, and a dark hoodie with the Uzumaki swirl on his upper right arm and the Hyuga sigil on the right over his chainmail armor. He called out to the visitor as he was fastening it with his orange medical tape, "Hanabi-chan, what's up?" Hanabi stepped in and pouted because she couldn't choose her brother's outfit today, which was one of her favorite things to do, because he was already wearing his mission clothes. Nevertheless, she overcame this and asked, "Are you going out already, Ni-chan?" Naruto reported, nodding, "Yeah, got a few things to do today, so I want to get an early start on them." It wasn't exactly a lie, but damn it, he needed some time of normalcy. Perhaps some regular training in a training ground or lunch at Ichiraku's ramen. By the sage, he hasn't been there in like forever. But something told him that his well-planned rest and casualness would not work out, especially when the unpredictable cuteness's little sister unexpectedly showed up in front of him, complete with teary-eyed effects. When Hanabi noticed her brother was about to leave after tying down his kunai pouch, she quickly ran over, turned on the waterworks because she knew he couldn't refuse her if she did, and quietly asked, Can I come?" She knew instantly when their eyes locked that it was already inevitable because her brother was already holding putty in her hands, and she smiled when he let out a sigh. Naruto muttered, grumbling, "Okay, just no tears. Before we depart, we'll have breakfast, so get ready." "Thank you, Ni-chan," Hanabi said, pulling back and nodding stoically as any Hyuga should, after giving him a tight hug and grinning while he couldn't see it. After that, she quickly returned to her room to prepare for a day out with her older brother. When his tenant caught him off guard, Naruto let out a deep breath and said, "You know, boy, she has you wrapped around her finger." The Uzumaki replied, nodding resignedly, "I am aware, but those damn tears are just so damn unfair." "You are a strong-willed boy," the Kyuubi said, letting out a long, loud breath without sounding mocking. "However, I do not hold you responsible for this issue, so I will overlook it for the time being." With a sigh, Naruto got out of bed and looked at the book on his bedside table before answering, "Sounds like you know what having troublesome little sisters is like, Kyuubi-san." The fox grunted and said, "Unfortunately for us both." A certain blonde-haired special jonin sneezed somewhere in Kaminari no Kuni, and her tenant instantly brightened with a smile. The human looked around as he answered, giving Naruto and his tenant a sudden chill. "Is it me, or did something just—" "No, boy," the fox said, staring out of his cage with both eyes open. "I felt it too," he added. "Oh, how mischievous little sisters can be. I'm afraid this is only the beginning, so keep an eye out, boy." Hanabi yelled, "Ni-chan," as his younger sister reappeared in his doorway, fully clothed in her outer robes, before Naruto could reply. "Come on. May the sage protect us both." He sighed once more, nodded, and left, forgetting the book behind him but muttering to himself. There was no time for jokes, the fox nodded stiffly. Hyuga's hidden leaf. Over breakfast, Naruto told Hiyashi that he had plans for the day and that Hanabi would accompany him on his errands. The clan chief only consented if he brought a guard, but the blonde had confirmed that Asuka would accompany them. Neji reminded the heiress that she had practiced with him to check her style against his and to work on her kaiden, revolving heaven. Hiyashi, pleased with the effort being put forth, agreed to this day out and gave his accent, but Hinata suddenly found her schedule clear too and offered to accompany them. That sparked a discussion about when Naruto would pick it up as well, but he said it wasn't really his style. Hiyashi, however, wasn't having any of that and decided to incorporate it into his training regimen. Oh no, another main house technique that he will need to devote time to, even though he already possesses a lot of that. Asuka greeted the brother-sister pair at the compound's gate, confirming that she had a scroll containing the equipment, and the three of them left for the day. Naruto once more noticed the knowing glances in the gate guard's eyes, and he glared at them to keep their mouths shut. Higarashi's weapon store and hidden leaf. After entering the store and holding the door open for the two girls, Naruto went to the register, where Tenten Higurashi was sitting boredly. He looked up at their entrance and said, "Welcome to my family's shop, Naruto," as they approached. "Why is a Hyuga here?" To the amusement of Team 10's Kunoichi, Naruto complained about not just being a Hyuga. Then he showed Asuka's scroll and said, "We have a project you might find interesting. Since this is exactly what you're interested in, I assumed you would want to participate." Tenten's curiosity sparked her to open the scroll and discover a big bow and several arrows. Her eyebrows shot up as she gazed at the expertly made weapon, then turned back to the Hyuga collection. Naruto then questioned, "Do you think of a way to make it more mobile?" When Tenten looked back at the weapon, it was clear that its draw strength indicated that it was long-range and rather powerful. However, After blinking, she slowly turned to face the three and inquired, "Why don't your clansmen use these?" Naruto answered deadpan, "Politics." Tenten muttered, facepalming, "Of course it is." With a hint of humor, Naruto went on, "Which is why I came to you, Tenten." The blonde added, "As it is now, use in the field would be problematic." The weapon expert's brown eyes returned to him as he leaned over the weapon, the baby Hyuga closely examining it. "I thought you might be able to alter that. I assume you want something more compact, similar weight-wise, and matching or comparable draw weight and range," Tenten asked, nodding thoughtfully. Naruto turned to face Asuka, who appeared as uninterested as any Hyuga, but he could tell she wasn't sure it was feasible, so he turned around and made sure. "A respectable project, right?" Before the Kunoichi behind the desk could inquire about payment, Naruto added, "This, obviously, won't be for free." The Kunoichi hummed in acknowledgement while already making notes. "I'm confident that we will buy a respectable quantity of them, and we'll owe you a favor, depending on what you think of." Tenten froze, as she was supposed to, and then, slowly, carefully, mechanically, and holding her breath, she looked to the blonde and saw his smirk and knowing glint. Her own face went blank, but she was secretly terrified of being caught, and then she spoke, "Is that right?" Naruto responded with a smug nod, saying, "I am also sure that my older brother would probably be involved in this development as I will sometimes be otherwise busy." "I see," Tenten said, turning back to her drawings and sketches, since it was clear that she didn't give a damn about such things. "I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. However, I will still charge you." Naruto shrugged and said, "Sure, expected that. Since nothing in this world is free and he can always ask Hiyashi for assistance if his own funds are insufficient, this is the least he can do. Hiyashi is his stepdad and has missed a number of birthdays." Tenten said, "I'll hold on to it for now, check back in a few days and I'll let you know what I come up with." She received two nods, though she didn't see them. Naruto motioned for Hanabi to come over, and she dutifully did so, taking his hand as he led his group out. "Thanks, Tenten. I'm excited to collaborate with you." Tenten said absently as they were leaving, Yeah, just remember a few days." When the door had closed behind them and they were out of the clerk's line of sight, Asuka asked directly, "Are you certain that was a smart move, Naruto-san?" "Yeah, without a doubt," Naruto said sharply, smirking as he looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "I happen to have information that suggests that particular Kunoichi has leanings towards the clan, however is also aware that it is unlikely to happen due to clan politics. So, she will try harder to impress so she is more likely to prove worthy of our name," Asuka said, nodding as she put the pieces together. "I understand. Pretty cunning of you." "Not really," Naruto said with a casual shrug. "I simply know that my ice block brother is too preoccupied to take notice of her. I'm assisting everyone in this way." Hanabi chirped, snickering, "Neji ni sama is a bit dense." This day out was going to be so much fun, the child thought as both of the older Hyuga raised their eyebrows simultaneously, causing the child to grin slightly with amusement in her lavender-tinted eyes.
Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.